What's up, fam? What's up, fellas? Bring you guys up in a second. Life's a gamble. You definitely coming up, bro. Don't even worry about it. Coming up right now. DJ Moss, my money player, boy. What's up, champion? What's up, son? How you doing, my boy? I'm good, bro. I'm good, man. 6 o'clock. Do an early show tonight. See how it rocks. Rocks good, then we'll go a little later. If it doesn't, I'm out of here at 10, bro. Here's the link. Life is a gamble. Get your ass up here, bro. Get up here. DJ, you want to come up too? Come up, bro. Oh, look who's in the room. He just bogarted his way up here. Oh, wow. We're going to have some boxing tonight, bro.
Now, we're going to have a little more than boxing, my brother. Have a good evening, brother. How you
Good
doing?
evening to you, Sir Tice, man. It's an honor to have you here. How are you?
You got to stop doing these fucking shows when I'm working, man. I got to make a living and shit. So I got the notification, man. I'm like, we could talk sports all day, but dude, I don't know if you know, I live in South Florida, so I wanted to go in this game about to start in an hour, but we got a lot to talk about, so let's just get into it and then let the people flow in.
All right, life is a gamble. Get in here, bro. Go ahead, Sir Tice. You have the floor, bro. I give my guy, the guest, the platform. Go ahead.
Before I mention this, did I overhear you say you a Yankee fan?
Hells no.
Okay. I heard you say something about the Bronx or Yankee Stadium.
No. I said I live here in the Bronx.
Oh, okay. So you a Mets? Are you a Mets?
I hate all New York teams.
Really? Even the Giants?
The Giants too. My teams are the Dolphins.
Okay.
The U baseball. The Angels in Major League Baseball.
Okay, so how did you become an Angels fan?
Well, I like that. I like that you brought that up. What happened was when I was 12, I hated the Yankees so much. So in Pop-Tarts, they used to give Major League Baseball team stickers, their emblem, their logo. So one day my dad came in the kitchen and said, "Son, what you doing?" I said, "Dad, I hate the Yankees so damn much. I want to pick me a team." So my dad said, "Son, write to all the teams, and the team that sends you back the most stuff, that's your team."
Fuck out of here.
True story. So
how old was you? You said 12 or 9?
12.
Damn. Continue, brother. This is cool.
So one day I came home from baseball practice, and my father was dogging me, God bless him. So he said, "Do the dishes, take out the garbage, clean the yard." I said, "Dad, I got school tomorrow." And he said, "Son, just do it." And he was messing with me. And he said, "By the way, you got a big box on your bed upstairs." Ran upstairs. It was the California Angels, bro.
That's cool. Let me ask you this without, giving the age. I'm just going to try to guess it. Is this with the Fred Lynn, Rod Carew, or this goes before that?
Before that.
Oh, wow. Bostic time? Or
Yes, exactly. Yes. That was their real first good team in 1978, man. Life's a gamble. Get up here. That was their first real good team, bro.
Hold on a second. Now, this is crazy.
Mm-hmm.
That was fucking sacrilege, man. That's when the Yankees, Reggie Jackson was, that was a year after the 3 home runs, right?
No, a year before. Jackson was in Baltimore the year I became an Angels fan, 1976.
Let me see. 77 is when he came there because he played 1 year in Baltimore. He came there in 77. That was the year of the blackout, if I'm not mistaken, too.
That's right. Where were you when the lights went out? The Tramps, New York City, baby.
Oh wow, yeah. You could do just a fucking panel talking from that, just from your, because that's. But brother, I mean, you could talk about the early ages of hip hop with Cass.
I was there.
I know. I would love. We could have a separate discussion.
Yes,
on that.
we can. I was a Casanova groupie, bro. Anywhere Casanova Fly went, the DJ, I was there. Back in the late 70s, I was there.
We'll talk to sports. Have you heard of a brother or YouTuber named Jaquan?
I heard of him, but I've never been on his page.
My brother, I put it in the back chat. His name is called Jaquan the foundation. This brother, I kid you not, or look it up on your computer or your phone and subscribe to him. This brother's hip hop knowledge is he strictly focuses on old school artists and what he call like pre-record. I mean, he focuses on the Canes and the Rakims too, but he's history. Like he's got him like with Debbie. He got an interview with Debbie D. Flock, Cool Cow, the Star Child. I'm naming you some real names, okay?
You mentioned memories.
Yeah.
Ladies.
Yeah. Oh, yeah. You go. Yeah. Trust me. You're gonna be like, thanks, Tice. What do you want to talk about, man? In the modern world, you want to talk about this basketball, this baseball, this football? What
football, my brother.
All right.
I got a couple of Dolphin fans coming up in a few seconds.
Okay, I live down here, but I'm a Lions fan. Don't ask. I'm from Michigan.
I'm gonna leave it alone.
Okay, yeah. I'm from Michigan, man, and I want that motherfucker from New England fired. You know, it's hard. Dude, this clown. I don't know. I mean, not that you have any reason to follow the Detroit Lions.
Follow everything. I know what that clown's doing with the pencil in his damn right ear.
Did you? Okay, so we made Mitchell Trubisky look like a fucking.
Your partner, excuse me for a second. Hold that point. Your partner's up here, Syph Bud. Get up here too. We'll talk boxing tonight. Matter of fact, he's up here already. Okay, talk about the Lions, bro.
Yeah. We definitely gonna talk this boxing because this is a good boxing match next week. I'm not gonna even talk about this match that I saw me and Syph Bud was going at on Bernard Riley. What's up, Syph Bud?
What's going on, Sir Tice?
What's good? Hey, let me shit on my Lions real quick for a second.
Go for it,
brother. It's 20-6. I'm sorry, 23-6.
I saw that
quarter.
I saw that the whole fourth quarter.
Well, here, fuck it. We lost. Our rookie DeAndre Swift drops a fucking touchdown pass, but not to be outdone. This piece of shit, fat ass, moo wearing motherfucker who's younger than me says at the press conference, I make the defensive calls. I made one of the most historic. That was my play that I made in Super Bowl. I forget whatever the number when Malcolm Butler made the interception. And I'm like, wait a minute, this motherfucker is taking credit because he was the defensive coordinator when he was in New England. Like he made the fucking interception. I've never heard a head coach just say something so stupid repeatedly. And then when Mitch Trubisky says some shit like, oh, we knew that the Detroit Lions was going to fall apart and shit. Their coverages are always the same at the end of the game.
Mitch actually said that?
Yes. So, pardon me just getting that frustration out because nobody cares.
Larry L., yes, there's still boxing fans, and yes, we will have plenty of Dolphins tonight, bro.
And let me be clear, I'm not even watching the chat. And Syph Bud, you got to chime in on this. Not only are there plenty of boxing fans, when you the beautiful part about being a niche sport fan is that those fans are loyal. Okay, and you know we got the Charlo twins going next week. That's gonna be, a nice fight. We can talk. So I'll pass the mic.
Okay, Larry.
Okay. Yeah, man. When it comes to as far as it still being boxing fans, man, boxing is a global sport, man. That means it's all over the world, just as popular as soccer. You know what I'm saying? But Americans, we sleeping on boxing because we don't have the primary heavyweight champion of the world right now. You know what I mean? And, when America ain't winning, they sleep on it.
I think it's a little bit more to it as far as number one, the promoters got. I could definitely write a book about this, but I'll say it the short way. The promoters got very greedy in the 90s by moving everything to pay-per-view. So when we were coming up watching shit on ABC or the rebroadcast on CBS and things like that, you had to be really a fan to get the HBOs and the Showtime. Then when it comes into the 2000s, you pretty much have many more options available, and a lot of the boxing gyms closed up in a lot of neighborhoods. So the guys who would normally box became linebackers, defensive backs, etc. You feel what I'm saying? So
yeah,
right. Now the thing is you gotta. To me, it's kind of like baseball. You got to kind of come up with it to really understand it and get into it. But once you into it, because I've converted a lot of my little girlfriends into this shit. And
Okay.
she's, one hit me up. She's like, she think the bigger Charlo twin is better than the 154 fighter. I'm like,
I would disagree.
Hold a second. You think Mel is better than Maul?
I think Mel is a better all around fighter than Maul is.
I
think Maul's defense is very leaky. I think he has horrible footwork, man. He's really flat-footed.
Okay, let me give you this. And oh man, it's so good to talk boxing and shit. Damn.
Yeah, tell me about it.
Maul has more power and he over relies on it, and but he does have the power that can maintain them. And when we say the defense, let's not forget what he did with Julian Williams when he rolled that shot with perfect timing and came back with that uppercut. Now that was just beautiful execution there.
Yes, it was. It was, and it was so perfect. It's hard to call it lucky. You know what I'm saying? But at the same time, when has he done it? When has he done it again? You know
let's be honest. Okay, do you think that Okay, listen, you're gonna think I'm biased when I say this. Tony Harrison did beat Jamel in that first fight, but Jamal also could have lost against that Russian
Korobov.
Man,
I'll tell you right now, man. I honestly think that I think the first fight, I think the Mel edged it out. You know what I'm saying? It was closer, and I think that Tony Harrison actually was whooping ass a lot more in the second fight. He just happened to get his ass caught because he ain't the most durable fighter.
The problem with him is, and I believe his jab was really offsetting Jamel the first fight.
That boy got a jab. But his left hand is cold, man.
Right.
You can tell he come out the Crunk Jet from Detroit,
Absolutely.
man. That boy nice.
Absolutely. Dude, okay, I'm biased, but the Midwest fighters, man, we got that boxing, we love the boxing style, but the problem I have with a lot of the modern judging is that they see aggression. It's kind of like, man, you remember when Floyd fought Castillo the first time, and Floyd got him the first 5 rounds, but because Castillo was aggressive more, his work looked more effective than it really was.
Oh, I feel you, and I don't want to speak bad on Floyd.
You can say whatever the fuck you want.
I want to be bad on Floyd, man. It was a close fight, man. It was really a close fight, and if they would have edged it out to the champion Castillo at the time, man, I mean, you can't be mad at that, man. But I think the money was really with what was going with Floyd, because Floyd was a younger fighter. He had a way higher ceiling than Castillo had, even though Castillo was a Mexican champion. You know what I'm saying? And that's a money bag right there. But
Castillo.
Go ahead.
We can talk that history. Hey, Mace, you got something to chime in? Because I was going to add about this boxing thing real quick about the about this. We actually didn't talk about the fight with Jason. Is it Jason Rosario and Mel? Hey, man, that dude. I don't know what he got bricks in his hand. What he did to Julian Williams. I mean, I'm like, damn.
Yeah, he came in there looking big though, didn't he? He was a big ass motherfucker, 154 pounder.
To answer your question, Sir Tice, I don't know none of these fighters.
Okay, it's all good. Hey, it's gonna be happening next week. I will give you the link that you can watch it at.
You know what you do? You know what you do? You know what both? No. You know what both of you do? Honestly. And I'll give you all the time in the world because boxing is still a major sport in my mind.
Well, okay.
I will. No. I'm being honest. I will bring you both of you up. Fantastic, and you guys can give our fans a preview of what the hell is happening next weekend. I'm dead serious. This is sports. Boxing is part of sports.
Right. Me and Brother Stife will gladly run down every fucking division from the Lomachinkos on.
And you will have all the time, and you guys will have all the time next Saturday evening before the fight to do it. I'm dead serious. Just come up.
Well, how about we do the live commentary, man? This shit gonna be lit as hell.
Yeah, let me think about this for a second. Yeah, I'm gonna make sure to watch. You know what? Damn, we can't do this on YouTube. Your channel will get a strike. But I may have a way that I can live stream the fight to a private thing. Let me think about that.
I'm serious. I'll bring you guys up next Saturday.
Yeah.
Preview the fight with Fantastic. You guys can sit up on the platform. I'll let you guys talk it out, and I'm dead serious. You guys can preview every fight on the card. I'm not lying.
if we do a live commentary of the Charlo fight, I'll tell you right now, man, you're gonna have motherfuckers coming in from all different corners of YouTube just to hear the commentary, man.
You're right.
That's
you know what? You know
Guys,
what?
you know what? I'll let you do that. How's that? I'm being fair. I'll let you do that.
Hang on. You know what? Not only because that's a pay-per-view. You right. He is spot on. You do the right hashtags, you're gonna hit that algorithm. I see we got Vision in the building. I'll let Vision rock on his sports. By the way, let me give y'all the local pulse here on the basketball. I am like the biggest NBA fan, but the biggest NBA fucking hater, and it has nothing to do with the messaging, although that's one part. But one thing that really intrigues me being down here, this is one of the phoniest pro sports fans, except for the Dolphins and the Hurricanes, that you will ever encounter in any place I've lived in the country. Man, you wouldn't even know that the Heat were playing in the conference finals. Real talk.
You're right. I mean, the Heat, I tell you, they have shown me a hell of a lot. And it's like they're not there. It's like it's just LeBron, nobody else. Good evening, Vision. It's like LeBron, nobody else.
Jimmy Butler, man, let me tell you, this is a guy who, he ain't going to win Mr. Personality, but this is a guy I'm picking on at all of my teams. I know I'm going in the trenches with him. That dude is just a dog.
He is, but you know what, guys? I'm not lying to you. I'm pumped up for you two to give us the fight card next Saturday night. I'm that serious.
That shit will be so lit. I'm trying to tell you, man.
No, seriously, I am so excited to have you two up here for the fight card, bro. I'm not lying to you. I'm that serious. I'll let you guys have it.
Hey, Sir Tice, I got a quick question for you, though, man. In your opinion, who you think gonna win between Lomachenko and Teofimo Lopez?
Lomachenko.
Yeah.
Man,
what's good, fellas?
How's it go down?
Let me say this about Lomachenko, and before I get the other brothers to chime in, let me say this about Lomachenko. I sincerely thought that my man Guillermo Rigondeaux would do something with them because they both got extensive amateur backgrounds. Lomachenko's, he has kind of what Floyd has, and I'm not saying that they're the same boxer. He has a sense of timing. That trumps speed, power, and he can crack, and he's got length.
He can crack, man.
The motherfuckers from the Ukraine are like the new Midwestern boxers. I mean, I hate it.
Yeah, you saying that's blasphemy now. You're going too hard.
I'm saying that because we're not as we used to be. Now, I can't stand GGG, but a lot of those other Ukraine boxers, man, they got some real fucking skills. And this is why Charlo is going to have some problems next week. But I'll move it on to the other sports because we'll have the boxing next week. I'll let the other brothers chime in. I don't want to hog.
Yeah, bro. I'm dead serious. I'm not lying to you. Next Saturday evening, what time is the fight next Saturday night?
It's the main event. 8, but I'll probably try to get on around 9 or 10 before the main event. So we'll
actually the way that they're doing this event, it's a 2-venue event. So like they're not even fighting in the same venue. They like fighting in different states and some shit like that. So I think it's gonna be at different times, man. But I'll keep you linked up, man. I'll let you know exactly what the card time is.
All right, boys. I know what 9 o'clock sounds good. You pop up, you give everybody a card. You give everybody who's on the undercard, and you guys got it. Boxing into the left.
Hey, Mace, man, you got an email address you can hit me with in the back chat with?
Yeah, I'll do that for you.
Hey, one thing I'll add to them Ukraine boxers, man. I'll be honest, them motherfucking jaws made out of steel or something, man. That's what I got to say.
It's how they train, brother. Hold a second, we got a Dolphin fan in here. I gotta hear
this. We got all Dolphin fans in here,
bro. Man, I'm a Dolphin fan myself.
Hey, Pete, hold on,
before
guys.
This into a wait. Let me. I was here before these two fellas. No disrespect.
No.
Can you hear me?
Yeah. My bad, Vision.
Hey, give me 5 minutes on my bounce. Just give me 5 minutes, fellas. Not even less.
5 minutes.
Do you think?
Wait. Hey, Mace. Listen. The other night, right? With all due respect to you, this is your panel. I know you had the brother, and I noticed, like, I did notice it too. And about like the black-white dichotomy with the quarterbacks. I'm being politically correct right now, right?
Ariel, what's up, bro? Stick around.
Wait. You didn't appreciate
Go
it.
ahead, bro. Keep talking.
Wait, you didn't appreciate it, right? And I totally understand, right? But listen, you know, if we're in the hood, right, and or you're in a black barber shop, and white dudes come in, yo, they gotta take the heat, bro. If the man is talking truth, even though I think you should show respect, like don't be disrespectful towards them, but speak the truth. You know what I mean? So I'm kind of on the fence. I have to listen to it again. Like I have noticed for a long time that dichotomy between black and white quarterbacks, but I will respect your panel not to talk about it.
Thank you. And you stick around because I got Dolphins.
Wait. One more thing, Mace. I'm a bounce. Yo, I'm cheating. I didn't do my homework. Okay, so please forgive me. You said Buffalo wins -5.5 on the road against Miami, correct?
Yeah.
And then Seattle wins, blows out New England -4 at home.
Yes.
And 49ers win. Is it -6.5 on the road against the Jets?
Yes.
All right.
Take it and win some money. I love you, kid. Come back later.
Thank you, man. Yeah, man. Peace.
Bro.
Hey, those are solid bets, bro.
Yeah, Kid Rasco, good evening, buddy. Larry L, what's up, bro? Welcome to my panel.
Guys? What's happening?
What's up,
I heard your show is lit, bro.
Don't say that.
No. Right here, bro.
No, you know what it is? My show is exactly what you're doing here, just guys getting together. I don't care. Hey, Base, if you want to do the same thing I do, don't worry about subscriber base. Just make sure you get enough people get together.
You know what,
hang out.
Larry? I don't give a damn about subscribers. I don't give a damn about the chat room. All I care about is I'm giving guys a product. I have 2 gentlemen up here who love boxing. I'm giving them Saturday night next week so they can talk all the boxing they want.
Yeah, I don't mind talking boxing. The truth is, I haven't followed boxing in like 10 years. You know, probably since I'm such an old guy, guys. I forget everything. The guy with Mano that had the stone. What was his name?
Duran. That would be Roberto Duran.
Yeah, I follow boxing, and it's still a major sport. How come I'm seeing? It's hard to find boxing in TV, even in cable. I find UFC, I find wrestling, boxing.
You find boxing. I'm gonna defend this. Hold up, Sir Tess. I got you.
Good.
Boxing major fights on ESPN now, Larry. It's been like that for like the last 10 years.
Yeah,
when it's a major fight, and when it's a major fight, it's pay-per-view, and
that is the problem. It's hard to be a boxing fan when you're not showing your best product out there.
Well, let me give you a quick rundown. Let me give you a quick rundown on how it's broadcasted right now. You got Top Rank Promotions, which is Bob Arum. This is the same cat that was promoting Ali and Sugar Ray Leonard and Floyd and Oscar De La Hoya and plenty of other cats. You know, they do their broadcasting on ESPN and also on the ESPN Plus app. You know what I'm saying? Then you have PBC, which is ran by Al Heyman, who used to be in conjunction with HBO and a couple other cats or whatever. And Floyd was teamed up with him. That's where you get the Javante Davises and whatnot. And then you got the Zone, the Zone app, which you can see Canelo Alvarez and Anthony Joshua on that app. So you're going to see real quick on those apps.
Hey, Spike, let me jump in. Larry, were you a professional wrestling fan back in the 80s or 90s?
As a kid, yeah, not a big fan, but yeah, I knew the major names, absolutely. Saturdays, afternoons, yeah.
No, okay, so you know the difference between the WWF or the then and the NWA or the AWA. Did you know those kind of differences?
No, I never got that far. I was the WWF.
Okay, how about this? The SEC and the ACC. We recognize those differences, right?
Of course.
Okay. So what Syfe just described, you have one group of boxers that are ran by one promoter, then one group of
that I know. That was all the way back then when I did follow boxing, and I think that's part of the problem. Always been part of the problem. When you had the Bob Arum and who was the other big Don King and the other guys. Oh no, I was a boxing fan back then.
Well, here's the thing: we're just saying, and I want to move on to in this, the product is out there. People still like watching people getting, for lack of a better word, knocked the fuck out. Mm-hmm. I do think that. How do I say this the right way?
Maybe what you're trying to say is their brand isn't brought up as much as other sport athletes are.
You know what? You took the man. Thank you for saying it so eloquently. Life is good. The problem is, and can I cut a second? Mate, I don't want to take over your panel, but I saw something today because I went back on social media for the first time in a while, and I shouldn't have done it. But The problem is it's the same problem to me in these other sports. It's these motherfuckers who are on these fucking networks, on these Fox Sports, on these ESPN that are just basically fanboys for the athletes and not really telling it like it is.
Tell me about it.
I agree 100%.
Hey,
that's
Sir Tice, fake news. That's what it's all about, you know. And it's not that they're doing it deliberately. It's because they want the clicks and they want the athletes, the access to the athletes. So if any report,
I mean, the media uses these players just as the players use the media as well.
Exactly, Pete.
You know.
Guys, hold on 1 second. Guys, hold on. I have to ask a question, Pete. How come you come across clear on this channel, and not on my channel?
Who, me?
Yeah, you guys. I know Mace probably. Whenever Pete comes to my channel, he's always popping popcorn. It sounds like.
And
I don't know. I'm not there.
I didn't hear it here either.
Hey, Tice, I'm gonna start doing dolphins with my two brothers right here. Tice, sir, but
That's okay, Mace. That's okay. I enjoy
no,
talking.
I'm just talking to them personally.
I
Tice and Cypher,
too.
let me tell you something. You guys are going to enjoy doing the boxing here next Saturday night.
I've encountered Scythe Bud on plenty. We've never really, I don't think I've been on a panel, but we've gone back and forth and chat. I'm like, okay, this brother kind of knows his boxing and shit, you know? So it's good to come across cats like this, you know? Like I said, just to finish my point, those guys on the media, I'm talking about the Kellermans who thinks he knows boxing, but he probably he probably knows it better than most of the other guys. But the Stephen A. Smith, who's a fanboy, you know,
Stephen A. Smith is a joke when it comes to boxing.
Hey, let me tell you this. When he used to write for the Philadelphia Inquirer, he used to go out with a chick when I lived in Minnesota, and he was a friend of the late Malik Sealy. I don't know if y'all remember him.
I knew when he was 14 years old at Palatine High School. He was the best basketball player in New York.
Wow.
Yeah, God took him too quickly.
Yep.
Great kid.
Yeah, 2000. So he was friends with Malik, and he came, and man, that dude in person is nothing. I mean, that is straight up a character. And you may say, well, he was young coming up then. I've seen this dude around town here recently, and my point is that when you have big mouths like him, fanboys like the Shannon Sharp, let me say this. The sports journalists are one thing. The ex-athletes, they are just like, oh, get these clowns off the air, you know, and I won't say all of them, but when they then try to speak on boxing, Jesus Christ, just, you know, you can better commentary here or on another YouTube channel. I'm like, these guys are making millions.
Stealing money, that's why I call it stealing money.
Yep.
I mean, the channel ESPN is making millions, but those guys talking aren't.
Well, Stephen A. is in the millions, but I'm glad you just said that about the channel, because people, not Sports Center, whatever that early morning gossip hour show is called. Say it one more time. No, the one that's Stephen First Take. Used to get 500,000 to 1 million users or people watching. They're barely getting a couple 100,000 now. People are tired of that shit.
Hell yeah. I haven't watched ESPN since 1998.
Yeah, I'm the same way here.
No way.
That's serious. I watched MLB Network. I want to know about baseball. I watch NFL Network if I want to know about football, and I don't watch NBA because NBA is a damn joke. And I watch the hockey network when I want to do hockey. I'm gonna have a hockey guy.
NFL Network.
Let me tell you something about hockey, guys. Right, growing up, that was my favorite sport. But I played baseball in high school and college, but hockey was my favorite sport.
Are you still a fan?
Not really. You know what happened? I'm an old fogey now. And as the years went by and I moved from New York to Miami, I became more and more a football fan and a basketball fan. Then I always loved all four major sports. I loved boxing too back then. No. But like I said, baseball used to be my second favorite. I actually played baseball. I can't stand baseball anymore. But I'm with you guys. I watch. I don't watch ESPN anymore.
Yeah,
NFL Network. Yeah.
Larry, tell them what happens when you go to the BBT Center to watch the Florida Panthers. Tell them what happened with the other team.
No, I don't. I'm not living in Miami anymore.
Oh, you're not.
I know what happens. It's like 80%. It's about 90% of visiting teams building.
You so nailed it, Mace. I'm like, wait a minute, we outdrew because I see all the Detroit teams or whatever, even though I'm more of a casual hockey fan. And I'm like, and they say, this ain't nothing. You should see when the Rangers come here or the Boston Bruins.
Canadians.
Hey, I don't know if they still do it now, but when I went, it would probably say like 7 years ago. That's how long I've been to a Panthers game. They were giving out free beer, bro. That's
Mr. Miami, my buddy, Popeye chicken sandwich tonight for you. Big time, pop on up, bro. Hey, you know what? Sir Tice, I'm gonna let you guys know. Sir Tice, if you want hockey coverage, I'm gonna bring it, bro. That's one of my favorite sports.
I would I need somebody who knows. Well, I haven't been following the bubble that closely, but I mean, I'm more of a casual. Kind of like some of the people are boxing fans. I'm more of a casual. I mean, I watch every Stanley Cup. I mean, I don't know, man. I'm a sports nut and shit, but
hockey. Guys, you're gonna like it in here when I start talking hockey coverage, bro. I'm gonna do the Stanley Cup all next week, bro.
Hockey, I can't tell you much other than maybe the Tampa Lightnings, but I can tell you the strategy because that hasn't changed over the years.
I'll tell you one thing.
I know, same like baseball. Like my friend, right? She's a big baseball fan, and the other day we were in the bar talking. And all the time I was telling her, watch this pitcher go there. And she, I thought you hated baseball. Well, I don't like baseball anymore. But hey, you don't forget how the baseball game is played. I've followed in 10 years.
I love baseball. And Seifbud last week, him and my man right underneath him, they was talking great baseball coverage last week. I
need to get both of y'all opinion on something.
Yeah, go ahead.
All right, what do y'all think about this shifting? I absolutely fucking hate it, but I get it. But I need to hear both of your opinions on the shift and explain to the audience what the shift is.
I can't stand the shift. And you guys get Sir Tice, you got an answer for the shift in baseball when they put everybody on the right side, everybody on the left side?
Well, they look at damn Seifbud just left.
Seifbud just want to hear what he enjoys. I don't blame him. And next Saturday night, you two are going to have the whole platform to yourself doing the fight.
Hey, by the way, guys, I heard you talking about trying to stream the boxing match. What people do in YouTube to get the NFL games there, I have a VPN. Guys knows about virtual private network?
Yeah, I got one.
So you set it up at an international country that has the coverage of that sport, and you can live stream it, or you may be able to live. I'm not going to say you can, but you may be able to live stream YouTube, unless that country has copyrights on what you're doing. That's the problem with YouTube here. When you're in the U.S. IPTV and these sports, especially NFL football, they protect their copyrights, and YouTube has to enforce them. But they'll allow it. If you go like to NFL, what's the name of the guy that replays the game now? NFL something. Yeah, he puts it in there, but you can see every once in a while when they find it, they cut out his video.
Oh yeah.
So what they do is,
they put the whole game.
They have a machine learning algorithm, as you said, that looks for the copyright. But what I'm trying to think aloud is even if I put in this to a different, I mean, I know it's ways around it. You put it to a different country. I'm just trying to, you may be on to something. So let me rock with that. That's actually, I'm an IT guy, so
I'm not an IT.
Big time welcome, Legion of Knicks. Welcome to the panel.
Salute everybody. Salute. Hope you hear me. It's good, everybody.
Yeah, we hear you, bro.
Wow, somebody actually put a Knicks name in there.
Hey man, stick with your team. I'm a Lions fan, so I mean, stick with.
Yeah, I'm a Jets fan too, so you can't be.
You know what? Hey, Legion, you got my sympathy. Any Jets fan has my sympathy when you got Adam Gase. So we went through and what you doing to your team.
Not mine.
No, I take Matt Patricia over Gase any day of the week.
No, you would not.
Yes, I would
take Gase over Matt
Patricia.
Yes, I would.
Man. No, you would not. I would honestly, at that point, I'll take Gase over Patricia any day. I would rather my team be able to score points. That's what the Dolphins are dealing with, bro. The Dolphins have Coach Flores right now. The guy doesn't know how to put up points. He has to hire the oldest offensive coordinator in NFL history. And he's been out of the league.
Who's in here earlier saying that?
Listen, this
you
guy
think Adam Gase knows what he's doing? Bro, go back to the Patriots game last year. The Patriots are running cover zero. It was to the point that Belichick, and you don't see Belichick laughing in games, he was snickering because he said, these guys aren't going to adapt. I'm throwing cover zero, no safety help over the top. And this guy won't even throw his famous screens. He ain't throwing screens. He ain't throwing no quick routes or nothing. He's giving this guy, Sam Darnold, 7-step dropbacks. And giving all time this idiot on cover zero?
No, trust me. He's doing 7-step dropbacks. I believe you. With one of the worst offensive lines.
Silence, sir. What's up, my boy? Hey, keep talking, guys. What's up, my boy?
Adam Gase is literally only in the NFL because Peyton Manning. Only because he went to the Chicago Bears and he did nothing.
I gotta ask you this.
Dolphins, and I don't care about that one playoff year, that one fluke year. Yeah. He did not. Put it like this: when literally Tannehill, right? Tannehill was regarded as a bust, right? Last year, with
I admit, I even said he was a bust in my opinion.
He had the 4th highest passer rating of all time. 4th highest passer rating of all time when he went to the Titans, a team that ran the damn ball. This is how bad Adam Gase is.
I got to ask you a question. Being a Jets fan on that, I'm a Michigan State fan, so you already know I'm going to say it. Man, and I love this guy. And this guy's already injured. I'm talking about the man that's stealing money from y'all, my man Le'Veon.
All right. So this is what I'll say about Le'Veon Bell, right?
I love Le'Veon Bell too.
Larry, I'm gonna let you go after this. I'm gonna let you talk because
that's okay. That's okay. Guys are going good.
No, so Tice, keep talking. But I'm just telling Larry that I'm gonna let him get the platform before he leaves because he's so into his Miami Heat. Even though I'm gonna have the game on here.
Yeah, I'm supposed to have a show on Thursdays, and I don't do it with the Miami Heat.
I'm a Piston fan first, but
I'm actually about to cover the game at 7, so I got just about a little bit, but. Just on Le'Veon Bell, this is Adam Gase for you, right? Le'Veon Bell, there's certain schemes, right? Especially what the Steelers had, where you have a fullback, running back, you have other guys that help him block, right? You set up your offensive line. I think the Steelers ran more man blocking, but I think they also ran some zone concepts as well. Adam Gase ain't doing none of that for Le'Veon Bell. He wants his running backs to basically be his one cut, one gap type of running back. You just barge in, you get 4 or 5 yards. That's what he wants. He wants these type of just no-brain type of running backs. Le'Veon Bell's not that type of running back. And Le'Veon Bell, go look at Le'Veon Bell when he operates out in space. He's probably the best receiver on the Jets. So Le'Veon Bell, for all the flack he got with the Steelers, and I hate the Steelers, all the flack he got with the Steelers, I actually like him because he actually tried. He's actually trying to defend this team. Trust me, it is Adam Gase. Adam Gase is ruining this team purposely because he's a F. Oh my gosh, man!
Calm down.
Oh my god!
Take a deep breath. I know. I'm telling you, it got my sympathy, Jet fan.
It's not fair, man. It's not fair to watch. You don't even need to be a top head coach with this team, bro. You just need to be a competent head coach, and it's not fair. I gotta watch other teams out there who I know. I watch the Rams. And I know that Jared Goff ain't better than Sam Darnold. I don't care what no one says.
You know what? Hey, Legion, I like Sam Darnold too. I've been one to say I like Sam Darnold also. So I agree with
you. He coaches Jeff Goff. He coaches the Rams.
I remember when
top strengths, man.
I remember 2 years
ago looked like Sam Darnold is now. As soon as he got Sean McVay, rollouts, making sure that he has the proper protections, making sure he throws the out routes to Cooper Kupp to make the easy completions, roll out bootlegs. He went to the Super Bowl. Come on, man.
Miami 4-5. I'm just chilling, bro.
After that 2015 season, and this is what I believe what happened to Gase. After that 2015 season, this idiot, Bill Belichick, opens up his mouth and says one of the toughest offensive coordinators he's faced is Adam Gase. He's giving him trouble. What happens
Larry,
after that blurs out?
Bro.
What happens after that blurs out? The Dolphins go all over him.
Go ahead, Larry.
Adam Gase, I don't care.
No. Talk what you want to talk about. You want to talk to fish, bro?
Guys, everything's fine. You know, we're talking. All of this is interesting. I have no problems. Hey, if I want to talk about, because the Heat is on tonight.
Yeah, talk about the Heat. Go ahead.
Yeah, go ahead. Okay. So, guys,
I'll be honest. About Sam Darnold. I remember 2 years ago, week 1, one of Patricia's first of 3 opening week losses on a Monday night game. The first pass Sam Darnold throws, it's an INT.
Yep.
And then Matty Stafford throws 4 INTs later. Yep. I mean, and I'm like, I hate this coach. I'm like,
before we get back to football, I just want to preview the Heat game tonight because the only basketball game tonight. Go ahead, Larry. Preview the game for us.
First of all, I'm honest with you guys. Guys, I'm a fanatical Heat Dolphin fan, but I'm a realistic fan, right? So in the Milwaukee series, I set the Bucks in 7. I was wrong, thank goodness. I've said Boston after they played the Bucks so tough. I still said Boston in 7. And who knows? That first game, there's something about this Heat team. All throughout the game, I never once thought they couldn't win the game, even when they fell back behind 10 points. It's just this whole year, well, most of the years, they had a little spot in between, but definitely in this playoffs, it's like they just grind it out and they don't care what the score.
I just think at the end of the game, they still got the same speed in the beginning of the game. That's what I
think. You know what about the Heat too? You know what I noticed? Well, first and foremost, I'm a Knicks fan too, so
that's okay.
Diehard Knicks fan. Pat Riley is probably one of the greatest execs, coaches, whatever you want to call him, of all time. He gets little to no praise. The system that they have with the Heat. Now, if you want to see how great of a basketball mind he is, well, one, there's synergy between the owner, the coach, and the GM and the coach. Mm-hmm. Anytime you have that energy, literally probably 30 to 40 to maybe 50% of your issues in terms of turnover, in terms of difference in opinion, difference in mindset, that stuff gets eliminated. A lot of teams, a lot of regimes fail because the coach wants this type of player, the GM drafts this type of player, and the GM may have not hired the coach, it may have been kept by the owner, blah, blah, blah. A lot of that. When you have that synergy, trust me, you end up like a team like the Heat. Now, go look at the 2016. Go look at the 2010s teams with LeBron and look at this team. And they're all different styles of basketball.
Let me go on that real quick.
I know about the Heat team right now.
Well, let me go on because I'm gonna have to leave soon. Okay.
I know.
Hold on. Let me go because I gotta leave soon. No, I have the floor now because I noticed you do that quite a bit. It's okay. The field, you want to deal with who, where. But Legion Head and Ryan knows. I always said Pat Riley is the greatest coach ever in any sport because he wins and he wins in different ways. Remember when he first started coaching, it was the Showtime, the Lakers Showtime offense, running gun type offense. Mm-hmm. Then he won with the Knicks and basically Legion. I was a Knicks fan back then. I have to explain that to you. Basically, they want a bunch of thugs. Okay, you had Anthony Mason, you had Charles Oakley, you had John Starks. They were not basketball gazelles. They were thugs. They probably would have been great boxers more than basketball players.
Yep. Agreed.
And he still won with them. Then he comes to Miami. He wins with a combo type team with Shaq, Alonzo, a physical, a paint-dominated team. He wins, and then he wins with all-stars, basically. He wins, and now he's winning with a whole basically a Warrior format, 3-point shooting and defense.
I think you'll like this. What I was going to add to that, he is the one person, and I'm not necessarily the biggest fan, but I respect him. But let me say this: except for George Mikan, Pat Riley is directly tied to every single great player there is. And what do I mean by that? He was either a teammate, a competitor, coached against, or pretty much was the GM of every single great player there is, from Jerry West to Wilt Chamberlain, those are his teammates. But I'm just simply saying all the way down to LeBron, whatever you think about LeBron. And when you have that much influence, and, you come across, the Jordans and the like, you can see how you can adjust, because I have no problem in saying that I thought Spo before the Big Three came together was just a lame duck coach. But now I'm seeing 10 plus years later, he's basically mini Pat Riley, as far as from their sets. They're going to play hard. They're going to play defense. That's what you're going to always get in every single type of Pat Riley team.
Yep.
I saw that in Spo 12 years ago.
Hey, when did Pat Riley take over the Heat?
1995.
I was just doing something in my head. Yeah. So basically,
you know what? You know how the playing style though. You know what thing I watch, and I watch a few Heat games because, I'm a big fan of Jimmy Butler. You know, one thing that he did, especially if you go back to, I think it was the comeback game they had against the 76ers, won the games, but I know they were losing and they came back. One thing that he does really well, right? He defers to a lot of the younger players in the early beginning to build their confidence, get their shots up. Guys like Tyler Hero. And if you forgot which game it was, I just remember I was at the gym watching and I was impressed by Jimmy Butler. He takes over at the end of games, right? He puts the onus on him. So he's like the anti-Westbrook, right? Westbrook will, in the regular season, build up his stats. When he was with OKC, build up these fake triple-double stats. And then in the playoffs, he's looking around like, all right, they're double-teaming me once I get to the heart of the defense in the paint. And I'm going to pass out to one of the guys on perimeter. They're like, I don't know what to do with the ball. What he's done is that he's gotten these guys in basically playoff contention the whole season. Think about it. Duncan Robinson was what, undrafted or second round? I can't remember.
No, undrafted, yeah.
Undrafted. Kendrick Nunn, I believe, was undrafted.
Undrafted, right.
Tyler Hero was first round, right?
Yes, he was.
Tyler Hero was first round.
Yep.
And Bam Adebayo, let's be honest, he's not you will look at him and be like, he's in that Montrezl Harrell role of forward. He's like, what is he, 6'9"? He's not 7 feet.
Don't forget about
I'm not going to lie. When he drafted Hero, I was like, what is this guy, bro?
Right. But you know why? They have a vision. We don't see that vision. That's what I love about Pat Riley. And you know what I love with Spoelstra? You know what I love what Pat Riley did? When LeBron James tried to bark on Spoelstra and try to get him fired, they said,
put him in check.
They said, get the hell out of here. They said, we have a ship. We know how to run the ship.
Yeah.
Hold
on, guys. Yeah,
Larry,
guys. Yeah.
Before you leave, I got a question for you, man.
Okay.
So you said that I'm a big Pat Riley fan too. I'm an LA Laker fan. He won there, got the chip. He went to New York. He came up short there. He went to Miami and he won the chip again. Now, he did bring out a winning attitude.
Peace out, fellas.
Within New York. But why do you think he didn't win one in New York and then he goes to Miami and he wins one? What was the difference between that?
Well, let me see.
I can tell you.
I can tell you 2 words, right, guys? I think everybody knows up there the 2 words. Anybody up there know the 2 words I can tell them?
The Dolan family?
No, not while Riley was there. When he had
his father had
PJ Brown and all those guys, Alonzo Mourning. Come on, guys. It's called Michael Jordan. Okay. Nobody was.
That's a great point.
No,
but also.
But you can't remember the 1993 because I don't want to totally blame John Starks because people forget that John Starks in Game 6.
He's amazing. Game 7. This came from a high school teammate of mine, basketball team. He said that John Starks, because he has connects or whatever to the Knicks.
Okay.
And John Starks was hired coach. That's allegedly. I don't know. But that Game 7, I mean, they should have.
Was it 2
all those years in the East, right? People. This is what I love when they try to say that LeBron James. Michael Jordan destroyed so many dynasties that should have been, so many teams that should have won in those 90s. And the Knicks were one of those teams. First of all, the 90s.
Remember Utah? Yeah, Utah with Karl Malone, John Stockton, then the Houston. Well, they won 1 when Jordan was out.
But they won 2. They won 2.
When Jordan was out, yeah.
Yeah, but Jordan was out.
I know who ruined it from the Knicks. Y'all going to get a laugh at this. I know who ruined it from the Knicks back then. Charles Smith.
With the 3 layup?
Yeah, I know, right? Guys, you can always think of that.
Did you know what's interesting about the Pat Riley thing? The Knicks have been spoiled in terms because remember Rick Pitino was there and they had a run and gun offense that basically the Spurs, the Warriors made famous. But Rick Pitino was a team, but the only thing that stopped them was what? Patrick Ewing, because Patrick Ewing couldn't run with those teams. Remember, he was more of that old school center plotted down. Right. He was like Joel Embiid.
He became that after his injury though, because in the from 85 to 90, he could finish the break like a gazelle. You know,
he was.
Yeah, he was breaking down in the 90s and the midnight. He was breaking down the midnight.
Yeah, but at the peak of his career, basketball wise, overall, his knees weren't allowed to do that. I remember that too, Patrick. By the way, Legion, listen to this. I think you'll like this. You know, I told you, right? I was born and raised in New York, right? And I moved to Miami, and I was a diehard Knicks, Jet, Rangers, and Met fan.
Sorry,
but I moved to Miami in '83. Yeah, I moved to Miami in '83, and what happened was, especially in football, but in the other sports, I was still a Knicks fan until the players that I knew back then, like Oakley and Riley, left the team. But what happened was, I'll take football for example, right? That was the year we drafted Dan Marino, and back then we didn't have cable TV. We didn't have, most importantly thing, we didn't have NFL Network. Basically, all you had was the 2 Sunday games and Monday Night Football. So I didn't get to see a lot of my Dolphin games and Knick games and all that. All I saw was the local one.
Oh, Larry, too bad you missed it, bro. I saw all the Dolphin dynasty in the early '70s because the New York teams were blacked out every Sunday, bro.
Yeah, like Larry Zonka and all them people.
I got to see all of that.
I've been a fan, but I remember. But anyway, so I became a big time Dolphin fan. Now it's not going to happen. I moved to Tampa about 5 years ago to help take care of my mom before the good Lord called her, and I decided to stay here. But now I have 10 games a week, it seems now, and I got the NFL Direct TV. Also got IPTV, guys, so I can watch the Dolphins when they're not covering it. Okay, so have all this. I'll never become. I root for the Tampa because I live here, and one thing about me being a sports fan now, guys, I have to root for a team. I can't root for a sport, whether it's basketball or football. I could watch, but sports like basketball. I can't watch, let's say, a Boston-Philadelphia matchup, the whole matchup, because I have to have a rooting interest. It's just me.
You can't pay me to watch this damn NBA today. I watch a little of the Heat because I got customers. I got you guys that love basketball.
You know what, Mason? You hit it on the nose. You know why? Because over the years, and it was always true, but it's now exaggerated to the point. Hey, the game is really the last 5 minutes.
Hey, who said earlier about fake rebounds? Who said that point?
That wasn't me.
No. So no, it was a good point. Whoever acknowledged that. Hey, what up, unspecialist?
Specialist, what's up, bro? Golden Eagle said what's up to everybody in the panel.
Yeah,
he's gonna come up here.
I just want
what's
to add,
up, everybody?
This ties into that fate about the NBA, and like I said, I have a love-hate relationship with it. But when you see somebody like Russell Westbrook, who by the way is a beast, but I don't consider him a smart player.
No, not at all.
But when you look at, but I was telling this guy, he said, "Okay, so why do you hate the game so much?" I'm like, because there's just too much. All we see is drive and kick, or guys on a 3-and-1 fast break, stopping at the fucking 3-point line, taking a 3-point shot, and these long ass rebounds come back, and then they get to pad their fucking rebound stats, and it's not.
You want to know why? You want to know why? The NBA has geared itself, and it's been happening for a while. You know who ruined it? Michael Jordan. Because Michael Jordan, after he retired, they were trying to find the next Michael Jordan. Remember the Baby Jordans, Harold Miners, Jerry Stackhouses, and
everybody wants to be Jordan.
Hills,
like Tracy McGrady's, right? So the ratings were starting to drop because like, all right, no one as great as Jordan, right? And what they're trying to do, and remember, scoring went down, right? From the mid-90s
I remember
to the early 2000s, but Jordan was out, in the early 2000s. Take out the Wizards. No one gives a F about that. So the thing that happens is they try to open up, right? So they open up to international game. They allowed it. So they started to incorporate more stuff from the international game, especially Popovich. Even though Popovich kind of been always in that mindset. And so they made it so that you couldn't defend as well anymore. So they try to
thank you.
Now that you have the scoring now, right? So basically, you can't have a team like the old school Knicks. You can't have a team that kind of has a different style of playing that may not just be predicated just solely off of scoring. Now every team, and what that did also was that, and with the more scoring, the TV contracts, that gave more financial leverage to the players. Now the coaches mean a lot less nowadays, right?
Thank you for saying that about the defense real quick, and I'll say that very briefly. But you touched on some great points. But I'll just to add to you about how the defenses can't play like they are, and the TV coverage. The game is resembling more a video game, and the guys who came up in the 2000s, who are now in their 20s, what have you. This is how they see the game, but also. In the AAU era of the late 90s and 2000s, guys weren't learning the post game. So this is why a guy like Jokic can really stand out, although he can shoot it. But Jokic, Embiid, even though their post games aren't that great, they're one of the few that can do it, But to the casual fan, they don't want to see that shit. And
Larry, go ahead before you go watch the game.
That's true.
Go ahead, Larry.
No, that's okay. No, that's okay. I'm okay, guys. Yeah, I'm gonna leave now.
Hey, nice meeting you, brother.
Nah, I'll be around, guys. You know,
nice meeting you. I gotta be out too, but I'll definitely be
listening in. All right, boys. Enjoy the game tonight.
Okay. Take care, guys. And
enjoy the game. Hey, Larry.
Yeah.
Come up Saturday, bro. I'm gonna do a show, Dolphin Memories. It's me, Ball Game, you, and we getting Vic Costa.
What time, buddy? What time?
3:00.
3:00. Okay, I can probably handle that. Okay, guys. Take care now.
I love it, Larry. Be good. And congrats on your platform, bro. He's your Nick. I'll see you, I guess, after the game.
I just want to hear Marx Brothers stories. That's all I want to hear.
We'll get it.
All right.
Hey, Unspecialist, welcome for the first time up on the panel. Welcome, my friend.
Yeah, feels good to be here, man.
And
I see nice conversation going on here.
Always want to say what's up to you in the chat room. It's good to see you up here, bro. Welcome.
Yeah.
Unspecialist,
So
welcome. Make a point, bro. Go ahead.
So
The
yeah,
platform's yours.
pretty good conversation happening right now. In all honesty, I have to agree with a lot of what the guys were saying previously, especially about defense in the current era. And actually just want to add to what Sir Tice was just saying concerning basketball coming up through, like, for instance, the AAU system over there that you guys have in the United States. What's really interesting, and it's not just in the United States, it's pretty much all over now. Basketball is very much influenced not just by coaches at the junior level, but also what we see on TV. And what's happening is, first it was Michael Jordan, as you guys rightly referenced. Now it's basically Steph Curry that's kind of wrecked the game, because at the high school and college level, what we're seeing right now is the way to play is small ball, run and gun. You don't see even the bigs that I would have seen in high school and at university. They were never taught to, or they didn't have all those hardcore post fundamentals as you see. A coach might maybe get them to learn one or two big post moves, but that's about it. They didn't have a full complement of skills in the post like you would see maybe from a Tim Duncan, or or even guys like Zach Randolph. They don't have all of those fundamentals.
Unspecialist, you mean you don't like watching Joel Embiid shoot top of the 3-point line?
Hells no. You couldn't pay me to watch Joel Embiid play basketball.
Listen, what Joel Embiid does is admirable, right? He definitely has skill in the post, but
absolutely.
I'm relatively young as a basketball viewer, basketball fan, but the last few players, listen, what I would say, for instance, you guys reference teams that played like the 90s Knicks, early 90s Knicks, right? The last team that played that brand of basketball faithfully was the Grit and Grind Grizzlies. That was the last team that did that.
Yep.
Oh, you're talking about with Gasol and
Gasol, Randolph,
Tony Allen,
Conley, Tony Allen.
I think James Posey went down there too.
Yep. That was the last team that played that brand of basketball faithfully. After that, it was pretty much what we see today. And my point is this: for those persons who would have been through the 90s era and some of the early 2000s, the basketball, now for them I could understand why they don't enjoy it, because it's like it's just like what's happened to hip-hop music. It's fast food music, fast food basketball right now too.
There's no balance. Where's the balance? Like, think about this. The art of basketball, some of the greatest basketball plays, I mean, they weren't necessarily, or some of the greatest competitions in basketball weren't just predicated on who could score more. It was that was not the case. I mean, even the whole allure of the '96 Bulls versus the Supersonics, there was a whole fact of the matter that Gary Payton, too little, too late, he started to find his defensive groove a little bit against Jordan. And in that series, the best player, you could argue the MVP should have been Dennis Rodman. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Not necessarily.
Let me add to that though. People forget how good Sean Kemp had got to. Before they saw him as a dunker, he gave Dennis Rodman that work that series. But hold it, let me throw a fact on you that's gonna blow your mind. Nick's podcast. Wait till you hear this. I talked with George Karl at an airport, right? All right, you're gonna love this story. You've never heard this before. Now, full disclosure, I'm a lifelong Detroit Pistons fan, so I don't give two shits about these Bulls. But all right, so full disclosure there. And by the way, Isaiah was supposed to come to Knicks in 1993, and he would have been much better than Derek Harper at the point or whatever. And y'all played.
Oh yeah, of course, definitely.
But let me get to this George Karl point. I said, I watched that series in '96. And I'm not going to say that y'all should have won. I said, but when y'all finally got y'all first win in Game 4, that's when Nate McMillan came back. He said, wait till you hear this. He said, there were 12 quarters in that game. The 12 quarters, it was 3 games left. There was 12 quarters. We won 10 out of 12 of those quarters. And I was like, are you serious? So I went and looked up, I looked up that and I'm like, oh my God, Nate. And by the way, Nate was injured that year. I'm not saying that they would have won had he played those first 3 games, but Gary Payton had his fucking work cut out for him. And Hersey Hawkins could not do shit with Jordan.
Nope. So, let's go. Keep going. Keep going.
Big time. Go ahead, bro.
That's the point. That they won 10 out of, in the remaining 3 games, they won 10 out of 12 of those quarters.
Yep.
Now, even if you split that series would have been much closer than it was, because if you recall, they split the regular season series. That's when Gary Payton made that steal on Jordan and looked back at him. If you don't know that clip,
I remember that. I saw all the games back then. I have no life. Hey, I saw all the games. I saw that game.
But yeah, Carl had said that he was like, yeah, man, Nate, and he said Nate was injured too, and he really upset the Bulls' rhythm that series, But it's interesting, y'all talk that. So just keep rocking.
Big time. Go ahead. The platform's yours, bro.
No, I'm good, man. For right now, I like.
Yo, guys, I'll be right back. I'll be back.
Go ahead, bro. Go do your pregame. And he's doing the NBA playoffs on somebody's network.
And I'm trying to leave, Mace, and I'm like, damn, I haven't eaten, so I'm just, but y'all every time I get up to put on my shirt, y'all say some shit, So I'll let you pick whatever, football.
Let's get back to football.
Yeah.
We'll go to Sir Tice. I'm curious to hear what happened in the locker room after the game Sunday in Detroit, because I saw that fourth quarter collapse.
Man, listen, man. I am a Lions fan since 1979. All right, man.
Billy Sims.
So, absolutely, man. One of my all-time. I got a
Lions too. I followed him when he was in
Oklahoma City. Yeah, man. Listen, I went to London to watch them motherfuckers get their ass waxed by the Chiefs the same day.
You a fan, bro? To go to London to see those losing motherfuckers.
Listen, man. I'm like a battered wife, okay? I can't. Your channel's about to get flagged for that shit too. But it's, man. I'm taking a deep breath because I invited my Lions fans or whatever here because we actually have Lions fans here in South Florida. We had our own bar, but the bar closed, so we went to this other bar, and we're just sitting there, and I'm like, I'm not listening to that fucking press conference to hear this motherfucker, and I went to just go listen to it, and that's how I told you about that excuse that he made, that he was like, I made one of the greatest calls in Super Bowl history, and I'm like, dude, and he didn't say call, he said, I'm a part of Super Bowl history, and I'm like, dude, what? But bottom line, we don't have much of anything. I sincerely hope we got Green Bay this week, and I hope Green Bay whacks us. Then we got Arizona. Then we got the Rams. So if we go 0-4 before the bye, Patricia's out of there, and I'll be happy.
There you go. Go ahead, big time.
Looks like Swift's doing pretty good for you, though, right?
That was a good one.
In football and basketball, you've seen the differences between how they reinvented themselves a few times, right? And I feel that it comes full circle. Do you all believe that? First of all, do you all believe that? Or two, if you don't believe that, where do you think it's going for both NFL and NBA?
I'll answer that. I'll give it to a specialist in Sir Tice. Which direction it's going? I think in football you're seeing that they're playing pity pat now, and in the future they'll probably go 7-on-7 with no defensive front. Basketball is gone, bro. I mean, like I said, if these clowns were playing in my backyard right now, I'll call the police, tell them that they're disturbing the peace. The stupid basketball bouncing up and down. I can't take the NBA. Go ahead, on specials.
All right, I'm going to start with basketball first because that's where most of my knowledge is. In my opinion, what I think is going to happen is going to be a death and rebirth for the NBA. That's the only way, or they're going to have to forcibly change it. Because if the league continues to be predicated on basically run and gun offense, and you see complete death of the true big man, is gonna create a lot of problems. Because I can tell you, I enjoy watching teams like the Warriors, but teams that I hate to watch are teams like Houston. The best example was Houston in that series versus OKC. Houston had multiple fast break opportunities, layups. Instead, pull from three, brick. Pull from three, brick. They had 3 stretches in the space of 2 games where they missed 9 shots consecutively. Right? That's ridiculous. 0 for 9. Right? And this is sometimes on second chance points. Stuff like that is very hard to watch. And I just use Houston as a prime example. There's other teams doing the same thing. And that's the issue too I have with the Celtics currently. They starting to do the same thing as well. The Clippers had that problem as well in that game they lost versus Denver. Paul George beat his man about 2 or 3 times in that fourth quarter. Instead of going to the rack for a layup, he steps back. 3, brick. One of them even hit the side of the backboard. That's horrible, man. I can't, I can't look at that.
Sorry. Yeah, without going into nostalgia, and we already talked about the post game. What's really missing from the NBA, you only have 1 or 2 players that can do it right now, and that's the mid-range game.
Yeah.
Yep. And
McCollum could do it.
The Rip Hamiltons, the big dog Robinsons, the Bernard Kings. I see Jaylen Brown could potentially be like a Bernard King type player if he didn't fall in love with the 3-point shot at times. But let me go back to football real quick. I wish I made this point and I could take credit for it, but I can't because it's such a beautiful point. I think because you had asked about basketball and football and nobody touched football. But let me say this. I heard the great Jerome Bettis make a point on Rob Parker and Broussard's show, and I'm like, wow.
Detroit Zone.
Yeah, he said that they had asked him about the ground and pound game, and I'm an old school guy. I mean, listen, I don't mind spread offenses, but I'm an old school. I still want to. The running back still has a fucking role or whatever in the game. Okay, you ask a quarterback or whatever, do they want at least a solid running back? They'll tell you, yeah. The fucking linebackers will stay steady and shit, rather than having a head start and coming after they ass. But Jerome Bettis was asked, he said, and this goes into the post game, this goes into the mid game in football. He said, what's the problem with the running back game now? He said, outside of Derrick Henry, I forget a couple of other guys, who are just traditional running backs, you don't really have it. He said, well, there's 7 schools. I can't think of all 7. He said USC, Wisconsin, Ohio State, obviously Georgia, Alabama, and I'm forgetting 2 other schools. He said they're the only ones that are really running these pro offenses. So they're recruiting guys who are the traditional running backs. Everybody else is trying to run these spread offenses, and these guys who would normally play running back are going to the linebacker side. He says, so I don't see it switching unless you have more teams doing this so that those players can develop to have that style. But I do think that that's an opportunity for if you got a kid who's a 5'10" to 6'1", who's a power guy, it would be even better because guys nowadays don't even tackle. I'm figuratively saying it. So that's why I think can change it.
That's actually possible.
Go ahead, big time.
No, I mean, I was just curious as to what everybody thought about that is all. I think, as in with both games itself, the reinvention, everybody talks about, well, how the NFL or the NBA's reinvented itself and done this or done that. And then, it's never going to go back to what it was before, but we have to remember everything comes full circle. So it's hard to say when it'll happen again, but I do believe, it'll, in order to keep viewers and keep that money flowing, something's going to change and it's going to come full circle again. I mean, that's just my opinion. Who talked about, Le'Veon Bell earlier, though. Are they still here?
That would be yours truly. I'm a Michigan.
There you go, man. So you said something about Le'Veon Bell. You said I can't remember what you fully said though. But my question though is,
Well, I was asking the Jets fan whose name escapes me was probably describing.
Feature of Knicks.
Yeah. You said something about the way he was in Pittsburgh and how he acted or something. I can't really remember though. I'll be honest with you.
Legion and Nick said that. Not yeah.
Oh, okay. I was gonna ask them like why they would say that because in my personal opinion, Le'Veon Bell has been one of the best running backs I've ever seen in my lifetime, anyways. One of the most patient running backs that you've ever seen, and I'm sure the front line had a lot to do with that. But when you actually watch tape on the guy and see what he can do actually at full speed and see how patient he was, you don't see that in many players in the past and now. I don't think he got enough credit, and then he goes to the Jets and he's just not the same player. So, but
yeah, I mean, Mr. Miami, by the way, 305 says he's reminiscing about the Miami Hurricanes football glory days. Miami versus Oklahoma, 63-3 over Texas Longhorns, 1984. I'm gonna pass this over to Unspecialist. Go ahead, bro.
Hey, I'm a specialist. I don't mean to jump in front of you. I'm leaving to go watch the game, but I'm gonna be listening on my phone. I may try to call back.
Yeah, I plan to go watch the game too. So I was
All
just
right, fellas, go
give
watch the
one more
game.
contribution.
Me and Big Time can carry this. Go watch the game. Go ahead, fellas, enjoy
All right,
it.
good. So let me give my last contribution. Big Time, I think you were asking about Le'Veon Bell, right?
I was just throwing his name out there since I heard it.
Oh, all right, cool. So
yeah,
for me, there's only about 3 or 4 teams that I actually follow, like watch the games in the NFL. But from what I've seen from Le'Veon Bell, I have to agree. In many ways, he's a very cerebral running back. He's able to make the right decision. And how do I say this? You see a lot of physically gifted running backs just run and try to muscle or strong arm their way out of any situation. And those are the guys you see their knees busted very early on. Le'Veon Bell, on the other hand, although he's had his troubles too, like I said, I have to agree. For lack of a better way to describe it, when you look back at those plays and you pay attention to what he's done, it's definitely something amazing to see. I'm not quite too sure why when he moved, his game suddenly dropped off. Could have been the coach, could have been age. I'm really not sure, but I definitely have to agree. And comparing him to what we've seen more recently, and I would say that overall, the average quality running backs has kind of dropped. But I'm not sure if we're gonna be seeing a lot more guys like that. We're gonna continue to see trying to find somebody as a reference, but we're gonna basically continue to see the musclehead running backs and not necessarily those that have a balance between the two, or kind of more the art of moving through a defense. If we do see one, it's going to be something amazing. But as you guys said, things are kind of moving to more spread offenses, so you're not really getting to see much of that kind of play anymore. But anyways, okay. I'm going to go check out this game. Was nice talking.
Me and my man will be here. Don't worry about it. The game just become a blowout or whatever. I got the game on behind me. All right.
All right, good.
Thanks
Perfect.
for coming, my brother. Thank you. Good guy, Mr. Specialist. Good guy. Cam Newton come House of Horrors in December. Cam Newton announces his retirement from. Keep dreaming about that. I don't know what that is, but I'll get it. Guys, give me a second. Big Time. What do you think of the maybe a spot for you? Hold on for a second.
Hey, 305. I seen you and Sports Fury on their Yahoo. YouTube channel. They do pretty decent.
Come over here. Give me a second.
They do a pretty decent job of yelling and screaming, don't they?
Because my life spoke in our separate ways. I'm doing. Yeah, Lynn. I'll talk to you. Hello. Okay, I'm back. I'm sorry about that. So anyway, big time. I was gonna ask you, switching back to football. Someone brought up a point a few minutes ago, and now it slipped my mind. But again, first of all, you want to be my co-host on the Dolphins wrap up Sundays at 4:30?
I mean, yeah, I don't know if I'll help you too much, but I'll do what I can.
I mean, you are a Dolphins fan, right?
Yes, sir.
So you can do the wrap up with me.
Sounds good.
There you go. Because I tried to get Havoc one, but he ain't responding. So the hell with him. Are you surprised you're hearing so much doom and gloom about the Dolphins the last couple of days?
No, I mean, honestly, I think that it's better than, trying to hype them up to being like it's just the first game or whatever. And it is the first game, don't get me wrong, but there's a lot going on there that's under the table. And
tell 72, before you continue, tell 72 Fins logo where you from.
Originally, where I was born, California. Where I'm at right now, since I live in a little bit outside of Cincinnati, around about 10 miles out of Cincinnati. So I've been living within the Cincinnati area, pretty much all my life since then. So, yeah, I mean, I lived in Colorado a little bit. I've moved around a lot. My dad was, he moved around a lot. And it wasn't just because he was in the military, he was, but not at the time, at that time. He's just that guy that likes to see new things and new places and new people, So I got that growing up a little bit, but yeah, I live a little bit outside of Cincinnati.
72 Fins logo. I put in the link. Come on up. We're talking Dolphins now, bro. No excuses. Larry be back if the Heat game is out of hand. Come on up, Fins logo. I put the link in. Come on up, bro. Yeah, continue with what I asked you about the doom and gloom, bro.
Yeah, I mean, just I think that people are noticing that there's a lot more going on under the table than just these players that are coming to our team that are just all beat up, and we're getting these players that are pretty much half their prime, already out of their prime, and they're noticing there's a lot more going on behind the scenes. Now the question is that are we gonna change that? I mean, it probably won't be this year because, like I said, Rome wasn't built overnight. So again, how are we going to get through this? First of all, we got to take one game at a time and see how things develop, and then we really have to truly question the culture and what's going on and why this is happening. And I don't feel that's really truly been answered. I think for 20 years this has been going on and nothing's changed. So we need to figure it out, or we're just going to continuously look even worse going forward.
I'm sorry I couldn't get TD. I'll probably get him next week, but it's going to be interesting to ask him. Are you still drinking the Kool-Aid, bro, or are you beginning to see what all of us are seeing?
Did you?
That's what I'm going to ask him. And I talk to him next week.
Did you happen to go over there and watch his stream a little bit and break down some defense? No,
I don't want to hear the coaches speak, bro. Once I finished the 3 o'clock, I just took a break, closed my eyes, and when I saw my clock had 10 minutes to 6, I came right over to my laptop, opened it up, and went in the room at 6:01, bro. And guys were already in the room. I don't got time for the foolishness, bro.
No, I wouldn't. I was just wondering when my phone went out and I just went ahead and finished work. I didn't know because you said earlier that he was on a stream. So yeah, I didn't know.
Go ahead.
It's 72. You sat there and said, "Master of Work is full of crap." Dude, I agree with you, man. He's one of those other guys that are hype men. Don't get me wrong. He knows a lot about his team, but I also believe he was the one that sat there and said that Cam Newton would be running Belichick's offense like he would with like a Brady style offense. And
you know what I look at? You know, when I look at that kid, you know what I look at? He's just a kid. That's why I look at him. He's a kid that this was probably his first football team when he was a little boy, and they did all that winning. That's why he's a Patriots fan.
Well, he picked the right team, but man, I just
you know what? You're right, because I did that in the early 70s. I picked the right team, and I haven't won since I was in the 3rd grade. Long time.
You could have went with two other teams back then, with Dallas or Pittsburgh.
Well, Dallas was my NFC team back then, but once they got rid of Tom Landry, I dropped Dallas altogether.
Yeah. Why? What about Pittsburgh? Why wouldn't you have picked them?
I can't stand Pittsburgh.
Yeah. Why is that?
Because to me, they got lucky. I'm gonna tell you the scenario. Back in those days, it rotated to a home field advantage. So in '74. The Dolphins finished right behind the Raiders for best record. And the Dolphins had to play the Raiders. Pittsburgh played Buffalo. And Dolphins beat the Dolphins on a lucky pass by Stabler to Clarence Davis. It's always going to be known as the Sea of Fans game. While Pittsburgh, give them credit, they went to Oakland the next week and destroyed them. My point is, if Miami would have won that game against Oakland, they would have had home field. And back in those days, the Dolphins were invincible in the Orange Bowl. Invincible. They would have won a 3rd ring, bro. They would have been the first team ever to 4 Super Bowls and 3 victories.
305. So you said that you've been to Colorado Springs. That's actually where I lived for about 5 years, is Colorado Springs. So that's pretty cool. And I'm not surprised about him dissing Miami on Monday night. I would have probably done the same thing if I was him too, if I wasn't a Miami fan. I just think that there's certain things that he misses from when you have that delusional type of thing that goes on in your head, that you're really not thinking. You're not thinking about everything. You want to keep on trash talking about how great your team is, and everybody already knows that. But again, I mean, it's more than the trash talking, man. Let's get a little bit more in depth and deep into it, and that's one thing you didn't do with Cam Newton. You did say he wasn't done and finished, but how you evaluated how they were going to use him was way off. So, sometimes
I'm with the kids playing cards, and the Heat game is on. Plus, I'm listening. Thank you, bro. Yeah. Thank you for multitasking. 72 Fins. I must be doing something right, because guys be listening to me in their cars. I don't know what I'm doing right up here, but I'll keep on doing it. I don't have a problem. I don't give a damn who's in here. Go ahead, Fins. Excuse me. Go ahead. Big time. Continue.
No, I just think we need to know, when we get into some of these, we need to figure out, when we go into these YouTube channels and streams, what their narrative is all about. And I think
keep talking.
Once you get in there a little bit and you start hearing and listening, you'll get a good understanding. Just don't get caught up in the BS, and just make sure if you have something to say that's has a logic behind it, then say it, because it doesn't matter. Who gives a crud what people think? Just make sure you get it off your chest. And
Sir Tice, 17-16 Heat.
Much BS.
Yeah, hey, life, it's a gamble. Come back up, bro. Talking Dolphins now, bro. No excuse. Get your ass back up here. I'm gonna send the link. Sir Tice, 17-16 Heat. Yeah, keep on, big time. Big time. Keep talking, bro.
My thing with the Dolphins, let's say you go back to the 70s, 80s, and 90s, and how many times within like the 80s and early 90s we had opportunities, and either we were getting beat by a team and AFC was very known for that in the mid 80s to 90s. The wrong AFC team went most of the time, it seemed like, and we'd always get our ass whooped. Big AFC fan, even if I don't care, honestly, I don't care what team it is, I'm rooting for the AFC. And unfortunately, it would be the Patriots. If they go, I'm rooting for them. I'm a big AFC fan. So, I might be a hypocrite on that, but I'm a huge AFC fan with Miami. So you look at Buffalo and how they were built back in the late 80s, early 90s. and they had one of the best offensive and all-purpose running backs ever in Thurman Thomas, and he would kill us, man. It was that screen pass all the time that would just kill us. We could not get a hold of them. Sometimes we get some close games with them, but they would just tear us a new one all the time, man. And then back in 85, 86, when Chicago ended up almost going unbeaten and we beat them in Miami, that was one of the best remembering that in my life, just sitting there, just watching that game, Marino just cutting that defense up and showing how even though how great that defense was, you can beat a great defense with a good offense, or just a great player that can actually break it down, kind of like how Manning would break down every offense. So,
Life is a gamble.
What's good, soldiers?
What's up, my buddy? Go ahead. Elaborate what he was saying about the old days with the Dolphins.
I mean, I'm at a point in life where I haven't seen a Dolphin win, man. Like they've never won anything since I've been a fan in the year 2000. And
go ahead.
It's just pretty much hard to like not be negative towards them at any given point because.
Go ahead, bro. We listening.
I mean, you guys got to pretty much see Dan Marino. You guys seen all of that. I mean, what did Marino win those years? Like that, he doesn't do this. And then the Marino lovers, what do they sit here and say? Well, he didn't have a running back. Well, he didn't have a defense. It's football. People play to win each and every single day, every game, and it's kind of hard to try to be positive with this organization when they don't really succeed anything right now. It's
two things.
It's an abusive relationship we're in as a Dolphin fan. Like that bad relationship, and it's just totally abusive.
You want to,
like the guy said, it's like beating your wife, bro.
You want to leave, but you keep on staying. You want to leave, you keep on staying. Yeah, that's pretty bad.
I'll tell you what I do. When Mike Holmgren went to the Seahawks 20 years ago, I said, let me watch the Seahawks.
Hey.
Let me see Holmgren build Seahawks. So I had that, and I have fantasy football to get me over the Dolphin miseries, bro. That the Dolphins is misery. It is. And I feel sorry for young guys like Life is a Gamble because he haven't seen them do a damn thing but Ricky Williams run the ball and then quit. Go ahead. Whoever wants to talk.
Yep, you're 100% right. That was it. Play action rollouts. Jay Fiedler only being able to play one side of the field with that arm, and you know what I mean. And then it was just back after back, Henny, Tannehill, and it's like people will give Tannehill so much credit, but at the end of the day, what I wanted to see him was throw the ball, and he wasn't throwing it. He would just sit there and get sacked and then let the O-line get blamed for it. And just like how TD finished breaking it down with Fitzpatrick, there was millions of plays where Tannehill could have just dumped it off to Damian Williams. Let's not act like he wasn't even a good factor in the pass game. He proved it in the Super Bowl. He could catch. These quarterbacks, I don't know. In this organization, you have to put the whole blame onto, they're putting all the blame on the old regime, GM and all of that. But at the same time, the ones now have to get the blame as well because
it's funny you say that, young man.
Sit here and be like, I'm gonna give it right with the rebuild.
Go ahead. Gamble, you boarding, bro. Well, go ahead with your saying. I'm gonna give it right to Big Time. We lost Gamble for a minute. Come out and go and come back in. I'll give you the link again. Because you're borging out. You're in a bad signal. Go ahead. Go out and come back in. Come back in. I must drop the link. Go ahead, Big Time. Comment on what he was saying.
No, I mean, I think he has, some valid points there, and it is frustrating, I'm sure. And I feel it's even more frustrating for the older fans like us that have seen some success,
Yep.
a lot of success in the beginning, and we were a young franchise coming out doing so horribly bad, and then we win very quickly, and then we start winning consistently within the 80s and 90s. Denver did it right with Elway, and then when they got Terrell Davis, sometimes you gotta take your pride down a notch, and you just gotta take your pride down a notch, knowing that you can't.
We hear you clear now. Go ahead, keep on, big time.
And you can't do everything. Okay. I think that's as much as we want to sit there and say that. Marino was, so great, and he was. I think there's something else there that we were losing that we could have had possibly, but
the thing, what I'm saying, I'm sorry to cut you off, big time.
Yeah.
The thing about it is, and the reason why I always argue with the fan base now, especially now, is because I would rather see us be able to score points. And the funny thing is, we had Larry here on the show a little while ago, and on his show, I was the one screaming, if Chan Gailey doesn't put up more than 10 points, in week 1, I'm going to be calling it for his head, because it's unreal. And this guy goes and scores 11, bro. 1 point.
Yeah.
Like, it's unreal, dude. I'd rather see losing seasons fun with a Marino quarterback that can put up points on any drive and maybe win any game possibly, than try to build this defense where you're putting players in bad positions. Like for example, let's say Flores were to pick up Jamal Adams at safety. Bro, this guy will be playing boundary corner in Miami. He puts players in the worst position for some weird reason.
Point.
You know what I'm saying?
Yeah,
he puts players in the most, like Jerome Baker will be eating on the outside, but he wants Baker in the inside. He'll be eating and playing outside linebacker.
No comments, big time, about that?
Well, the only thing I would have to say
I can't argue. I'm not the coach, right? I'm just a fan. I don't know anything.
No, that's not, dude. That's not. First of all, that's not true. We all have an opinion in there, and just to let it out. Sometimes people don't think of it that way. It's always to get those opinions out, no matter. It doesn't really matter. As long as how you come across as respect to me, I'm gonna listen to you. And I'm gonna, if I really open my ears, I'm gonna learn something. So. So you did say, like, if they only score around 11 points or less, I think you're right, man, because that's unacceptable. But then you're looking at the injuries that we're going through right now. It's hard to say what they're going to do and how they're going to change this. But to me, the first game, the coaching staff did a horrible job in, going in there and trying to. They just did a horrible job preparing. And the leaders, you have your coaches leading, and you have your players following, and then it just fall down to the dirt. Your coaches did not do their due diligence, and your players followed. But do you honestly, man, do you really think that Flores is calling all the defense compared to they have a defensive coordinator? Do you really think he's trying to take over like that?
I mean, in my opinion, Flores is controlling the defense. You can sit here and tell me otherwise until I hear it from his mouth. Then I'll probably believe someone. But he's running that defense, and he hired the oldest offensive coordinator who no other team in the NFL has even dared to touch the last 4 seasons, Chan Gailey. So he's trusting Chan Gailey, his 46 years of football experience. We're talking about John Madden was taking snaps when he first started. You know what I mean? And he thinks that style football, wing T offense, might win. I don't know. I don't know. I really don't know, man. It's just depressing. And if anything, one of the teams that got hurt, that really didn't get hurt the most with COVID and opt-outs, is the Dolphins. I mean, they only lost one starter in Albert Wilson, the slot receiver. And how much production do you think you're going to get out of that guy?
Yeah.
I think this team is in trouble. I'm not being Mr. Negative. I think, again, me and Big Time talked about this earlier today, the afternoon gig. They should have, if you know that the owner wanted Tua, you should have drafted somebody like C.D. Lamb and Jarrett Judy to go with him. He would have had two of his teammates with him, and then you have the other guys, and you could build around that. Instead, they did your typical Chris Greer drafting broken down linemen who you never heard of, in that goddamn room. Okay, that room.
I was hearing a lot of good praise on the Austin Jackson and how good he
No,
did.
Jackson, I'm talking about the second, third rounders down.
No, but I'm saying on a few plays that I seen, on a few run plays, Austin Jackson was lost. He didn't know who to block. Like, he literally, his stomach was facing the quarterback. Can you picture that? That's how lost this guy was. He was completely being able to see the quarterback.
Go ahead, Itest. Welcome to the platform, Itest. Go ahead.
What's going on, soldier?
Itest, you ready yet?
Itest, that's Itest that just jumped in?
Yeah, that's Itest, yeah. You ready, bro? He ain't ready yet. All right, continue.
No, I was just saying, like you were praising the offensive line, and I'm just calling out a few plays.
No, I wasn't praising it. I just said to you that, and I know Itest is going to agree with this. Greer, instead of getting us running back and a receiver, instead he's picking linemen we never heard of who are already broken down.
Hey, what was the whole fan base begging for during the draft? Get J.K. Dobbins.
Yep.
Get J.K. Dobbins.
And they could have had him.
J.K. Dobbins is about to take Mark Ingram's job.
I don't think Itest is ready yet. Yeah. Right? Yeah.
No, hold on. And then what do? We signed Jordan Howard. Injury-prone Jordan Howard and a Matt
There
Breida.
you go.
Guess what happens?
Yeah.
Guess what happens after getting those two guys and paying them the money? An undrafted guy, Myles Gaskins, gets more carries, bro.
And he's going to start Sunday, by the way.
I mean, I don't hate any player, bro, but at the same time, if you know this guy was on your team last year and you felt confident to give that guy, how many carries did he have? 15? 9 carries? I don't even remember. It felt like he had a bunch of touches in that game. But if you know you were going to give that guy a lot of opportunities and everything, and you could look for a backup to him, why? What is the reason for getting Jordan Howard again?
Mr. Miami 305. Miami Dolphins got win the Super Bowl for Stephen Ross.
Would be representing the South.
Yeah, he's representing in here tonight, boy. I'm glad he's enjoying this.
I think so.
About what you said about Jordan Howard. Yeah, Itest is back, and I'm going to give him the forum. Itest, it's all you, bro. Good evening. Itest is walking. Whenever you're ready, bro, this talk.
I just pulled up, man.
I'm
sweating like I was a football player right now.
Okay. All right, big time. It's all yours, bro.
No, I mean, that was a lot. You know, when you sit there and you say that, you know, we keep on getting these, we talked about this earlier, getting players that have been beaten up and already pretty much past their prime, or, you know, we're getting these players that are pretty much role players. Well, then when are we going to get these players that are actually, and maybe that, you know, we have too many players that are Indians, but not enough Chiefs out there. And, you know, that is one thing that, you know, we need to look at, that there is no intensity on this team. There's nobody out there yelling and screaming at these kids, or, you know, sitting there, you know, making them understand what the hell are you doing out there. There's no intensity. And even with the coaching staff, at times it's lackadaisical. I like Flores, but at times I'm not seeing that either. And I'm going to keep rolling with them. But, you know, you sat there and said that the franchise isn't giving you anything, and, you know, you're getting frustrated. So where do you think they're going wrong?
They're picking players. I said this in the afternoon show, and I want to hear Life's a Gamble's comment on this. They pick players, in my opinion, that fits the fan base, that the people who live in Davie and Weston. They don't pick who they should pick. In other words,
and you
Mr.
know that was
Ballgame,
the Brandon Dowdy signing, right? When we drafted Brandon Dowdy,
That's right.
the unsigned kid from Davie.
That's right. Well, it's something like this guy said. Mr. Ballgame, he was here earlier this afternoon. He was brilliant this afternoon here. He agreed with me. They pick players that fits their image in the community. they don't pick alpha males. I'm gonna say
you know
it again.
how many times? I'm sorry. You know how many times I've said to these guys on the stream, football players are not your typical nice guy that carry the groceries out for you, bro.
All right, Tess, you ready?
Yeah, I'm here.
All right, bro. I'm gonna give you the platform in 2 seconds. Ball Game said it perfect in here earlier this afternoon, and you guys wasn't in the room. They don't pick alpha males. They don't pick badasses. I saw Jamal Adams change the Seahawk defense in one game, and how that defense now has a swagger again since the Legion of Boom 7-8 years ago. Dolphins do not pick bad-ass players. I test your comment on that.
Bro, you're totally right. That's been their MO since forever. Like, name me a player that had their own and I'll show you a player that they got rid of. Brandon Marshall was a player with his own personality.
Here is the perfect Here is the perfect definition to that right now. And it doesn't matter. I like Minkah Fitzpatrick. I like that guy. He's a good athlete. But who was the real dog, the alpha male safety in that draft? Derwin James.
And he's always hurt. He's out for the year again for a second year in a row.
He got hurt, but you don't pick players and worry about their injury, man. As long as these guys can show that they can go on Sunday, that's what you go by. I'm not the type of player that, hey, this guy's been injured. You know, if you could prove it on Sunday after your injury, then you're allowed to play here in Miami, bro. Because these guys here, I don't know.
All right, Tess, go ahead, pick it up.
I don't know what I was saying. I forgot what I was saying.
You was talking about that they never drafted alpha male players. You said, show me one, and that's where he interrupted you.
Oh, yeah. Yeah, basically, I mean, Brandon Marshall, the Minkah Fitzpatrick, the Jay Ajayi, anyone who had a personality or, you feel me, who could show or, you know what I'm saying, they had an alpha personality, the coaches got rid of them. I remember when Jamar, it's so many motherfuckers. It's
Pouncey.
Bro, Kenyon Drake, anyone who spoke up against management. I remember when Bullygate happened.
That's 100%.
Yeah, when Bullygate happened, not even before Bullygate happened. Remember when Ocho Cinco, they went to it was Hard Knocks and Ocho Cinco got in trouble, and then the team, Reggie Bush, Mike Pouncey, a couple motherfuckers went to go speak to Joe Philbin on his behalf. And what do? They didn't suspend the motherfuckers and still get rid of Chad Ochocinco.
They got rid of the whole council.
You feel me? They got rid of everybody. So it's always been our way or the highway, and their way is the soft way. They just want motherfucking
facts.
They want company men that won't say anything, but company men are usually garbage. You feel me? Company men.
That's exactly why. That's exactly why when Coach went up to Minkah and told Minkah, I'm going to play you at linebacker, and I'm going to do this and do that with you. Minkah says, are you crazy, bro? I am the best safety you got. You can't take me out of that position, dude. What are you doing? Who are you even going to put back there? Bro, those type of players are elite players that you keep, that have faith, that can prove it on the field. That's why he got rid of him, bro, because he wasn't going to flow with this softness that happens, bro.
You know, I want to switch it right back to I-Test because he's bringing up a great point. I'm going to say something else. I-Test, you answer this, and I'm going to go around the room big time next, and then since Brian Cox, they have not had a badass player, and that's 30 years ago. Think about that.
Channing Crowder was a goon.
Yeah, but they like Channing. That's the point I was going to make. I'm glad you said that. Isn't it funny how all the Dolphin guys who do the media stuff are all black players, former black players? Troy Stratford, Channing Crowder. Crowder was a badass, but he's a good guy off the field. That's what the Dolphins like. You're a good guy off the field. They like you.
I mean, bro, you could be like me. I ain't no, you know what I'm saying? Like, I ain't no walking asshole, but when I'm playing sports, I get into that mold.
Yeah,
long as you feel me, as long as you could get into that mold, you don't have to be a walking fucking, you know what I'm saying, 24/7. Just as long as when you know you strapping it up 60 minutes, dog, you turn into whatever you got to turn into. Because, bro, everybody's coming at everybody when you on the field. So ain't no time to sit there Ain't no time to sit there and be nice and try to like help somebody up. Like I can't stand when Dolphin players are helping other team players up after they tackle them. And they don't do that for the Dolphins. Like the Dolphins is probably one of the nicest teams in the NFL, bro.
That's true. Too many good guys. Too many good character guys. Go ahead, Big Time. What you think about that?
No, I agree. I mean, you know, when you have to turn it on and you know, when you get in there, you don't want to be, you know, sitting in there being all this nice guy unless you're trying to be an asshole and still being able to score and kind of winking and smiling at you, but still being a smart ass. I mean, honestly, I mean, you really need to show some type of intensity there. But yeah, I mean, you have to have that. You have to have that other level, and I just don't. You don't see that, and that is a frustrating part to it. But
there's no edge to the Dolphins, bro. Like, I mean, the sports. I ain't gonna get too deep into it, but sports is basically like being in the streets, bro. Motherfuckers smell fear. They smell pussy, right, bro. So if you pussy or you scary, bro, motherfuckers gonna sense that and they gonna attack you. You gotta keep motherfuckers on point, bro. You gotta keep their ass at bay.
You saw that Sunday in Atlanta, what the psychological advantage the Seahawks had with Jamal Adams flying all over the place, making tackles, Matt Ryan, hitting Todd Gurley, making them lose a -3 yards in the hit. That is very true. And he is the alpha male player.
Exactly. And he and since college, it followed him. I said this yesterday about college quarterbacks, but college players, their traits follow them. Jamal Adams was a fucking exactly what he is in the NFL is exactly what he was at LSU. A headhunter. All he want to do is hit motherfuckers.
You know who agrees with you for everything you just said? Ball game, because he said that earlier this afternoon. Everything you just said about being a bad MF on the field, Ball game said that earlier this afternoon.
No, you got to, bro. That ain't the spot. Like if y'all play sports, especially football, y'all know when you on that field, yo, anything goes, dog. Ain't no time for me to sit there and try to like be a nice guy, bro. Because the number one thing on the field is keep your head on a swivel, because you don't know where it's coming from, bro. So you sitting there being nice and doing this, motherfuckers is they'll laugh in between the whistle with you, but as soon as that whistle go off, they go in your face now.
I saw that Sunday again. I saw that in San Francisco. Kyler Murray, D-Hop, and Kenyon Drake, they wasn't playing around with the 49ers.
They was not, bro. And you know the 49ers ain't no soft-ass team, but what did D-Hop and Kyler Murray say? Dog, we coming at y'all all day. And they came at them all day until finally in the fourth quarter, it leaked and they gave up the go-ahead touchdown. But, bro, you cannot show fear. You cannot show fear at all in life, in anything you do, bro. If you have any type of fear, any real motherfucker, like if you around me and you scary, I'm gonna pick up on that. And if I could take advantage of you, I'm gonna take advantage of you.
Yeah, that's real, bro. Right. Correct, bro. You're absolutely correct. I mean, and the Dolphins don't have that, unfortunately.
Nobody.
And I agree.
Everybody likes Coach Flores because of his demeanor. But when is his demeanor going to transfer to his players?
Yeah.
You feel me? Like if he's that bad of a guy, like his face, he's intense and this, that. When does that intensity and that drive transfer to your players? Because your players are a mirror of the coach.
That's true.
So if your team is soft as shit on the field, I don't know what's going on, bro. You can make all the faces you want on Sunday when the game's going on, but whatever your team is putting out there is what they saw all week in practice.
That's a valid that's a valid point, man. And it no matter where you go or what stream you're on, that needs to be said more often than not. That, you know, I don't feel that we always are looking at the players to they have to supposedly transcend or translate from practice to the field. And when you look at these coaches, I don't feel they get enough to be looked at to where, you know, why aren't they giving that intensity out there and boosting those players up? Because if they're not, get the fuck out and I'll bring somebody in that can do that for me. And you don't see that. They're saying, well, it's okay. We'll have another possession out there for you. Well, when are we going to stop sitting there saying that and pushing everybody in there saying, if you want to play, you give me 100%, I'll give you 100%, and stop fucking around and show some intensity.
Wasn't that same soft stuff going around when the Dolphins had Joe Philbin? Mike Pouncey didn't have to practice, never. Who was the other guy going around that never had to practice in those eras, but every Sunday they'll play? These guys will be on the injury report all week. Did not practice. And every Sunday they played.
You're right.
You know what I'm saying? Like, that's the favoritism bullshit that goes on, bro. And that's what I honestly almost liked about Flores. I'm like, this guy is not going to be on that favoritism shit. You know what I'm saying?
And, phone call.
Yeah.
That's my phone. I'm sorry. And it's not, man. It's not shaping up to be what we expected, man. And unfortunately, some of us fans that knew that it was going to be a tough stretch, and at the same time, it's like we know it's going to be a tough stretch, but then there's so much hype that you got to buy into it somehow. There's so much hype going around. Shaq Lawson, Ogba. That's all you hear. All you hear is we paid all this money on defense. I mean, sometimes you got to feel inside, I might be wrong. And I hope I'm wrong as a Dolphin, to be quite honest.
I'll have him up here next week. I promise you guys, I will drill him about this stuff. I will. Okay? Don't worry. I'm going to get him up here. I could have had him today, but we had a miscommunication. I'll get him up here next week. Because he's willing to come in here. So I'll have TD in here next week. And I will question him about why such a pom-pom waving room. You know what I'm saying? But yeah, let's keep talking. Big time.
I feel TD. Like, TD has to inspire hope because there's enough of us out here who are bashing the Dolphins. So his job
number one.
You feel me? His job is to inspire hope. Me, I'm not bashing him. I'm just stating facts. So if the facts sound like I'm bashing them, dog, then you got to change your approach. Because
let me tell y'all something. When I first started watching TD, I'm gonna be real as I can. When I first started watching TD, bro, I argued with that guy and I unsubscribed. I said, I ain't dealing with this guy, bro. Then he kept popping up on the recommendations. So and he was always live, when he really didn't have that many YouTubers. I'm talking about the beginning. He's the same. You pop up in him, and then you out of nowhere, you just start hearing this. But you really didn't catch that. All TD does is just play opinions. That's all he does.
He's the hype man. That's what he is.
Yeah, exactly. So he gives the opinion out. He gives what possibly can happen if this happens. And then
I love him. I
you know what I'm saying? It's like
I bust his chops
he throws out questions that the fan base has.
Exactly.
Like I'm pretty sure he goes on the Dolphins website, he looks at the comments, he's like, everybody's talking about this. What is the opposite of this? And then that's what we're gonna talk about today.
I love him.
You know what I'm saying? And that's why I love it, because it's like a Jerry Springer show, and then he also is gonna put his little splash in here and there.
Our boy C. Heifel from TD Finn's Talk is in the room. I'm bringing him up. I'm putting the link in, bro. Heifel, come on up. Join the party. I'm gonna give it right back to
what TD says. Basically, is not what he says.
What he really feels. Yeah, because when I had Ball Game in here earlier, and I asked him, "Did you ever see him so down than yesterday?" And he said he had to talk him off the ledge last night, man. Well, how do you think he's
it was really that bad?
Yes, he was. You gotta watch yesterday's show, bro. I wasn't kidding around.
I thought my boy was one of the biggest Dolphin fans. Like, I always used to say, bro, there's no Dolphin fan bigger than my boy, because you go in his room and it's Dolphin everything, right? But, bro, TD is the biggest Dolphin fan, and I know he's down right now with this loss, because
and if they get blown out by Buffalo Sunday, he's gonna be worse.
Yeah, he was ready to snap on the world if we got that upset win.
Here's the thing. TD is not the biggest Dolphin fan. I could say I am. As much as
that's a competition thing in your heart. That's a competition thing. I have that too, because I'm gonna say
I'm gonna tell you what I'm saying. What I'm saying is, I'm TD probably 4 years ago. The Dolphins could do no wrong. Ryan Tannehill was my guy. Then it took one game, and I'll tell you what game it was. You remember the Bengals game when Tannehill, the year we were supposed to go back to the playoffs.
I think that's
the game was in Cincinnati. They blew a 17-0 lead. Yeah, I remember.
The game?
You remember when he threw 2 interceptions off the player's back?
Yep, that was in Cincinnati.
Yo, when he threw the second one off the player's back, that's when I had like an epiphany. Bro, I was like,
Sir Tice, I got the email, by the way, about the hip hop. I got it.
No, the thing about Tannehill with me is I had an epiphany almost every game, especially, and you know why I was getting big? I was not big mad, big epiphanies. That's what we're going to say over here. We had big epiphanies on Sundays with Tannehill when we had drafted Devontae Parker. When this guy
and he couldn't make it work.
When this guy Parker was playing in his early years, he was getting straight one-on-one coverage, bro. Go look at the film, dog.
Oh,
and
no,
this
I was
man
there.
Never threw the ball, bro.
Hypo said that.
I would scream, bro, we're at the 20-yard line. Just throw it up to the end zone, dude.
Hypo said we got the game in Cincinnati, by the way.
Bro, that game, once I saw that game, I said, yo, I can't hear. Who
Somebody's watching the selfie game in here. Is that you, Sir Tice? Yeah, that's all right, bro. Watch the game. Just stick around. Watch the game, bro.
I do have a question for you, Dolphins fans, though. I just want to get
No, let me
before
I'm
gonna
make
his question. Let him ask his question, then we get back. Go ahead, Sir Tice.
No. He was rolling. Let him roll.
All right.
Just to like finish off my point. What I was saying is that like I'm as big a Dolphin fan as TD, but it gets to a point where you gotta start like being like, cause I'll block my Sundays off. I'll tell my girl like, chill out, man. Like, don't bother me. The Dolphins are playing, bro. I used to cut my days like, and when the Dolphins lose, there goes my Sunday and maybe my Monday.
Yeah, go ahead.
Yeah.
Nah, but you good. But I started saying, yo, I can't do that. Like, I can't really like put my all into this team that's letting me down purposely. Because, bro, like the moves that they making, some of the decisions that don't show me a team that's trying to win.
There you
So
go.
I have to be objective now. I can't be an all-out fan. You feel me?
Dude, you're gonna be a battered wife like me with the Detroit Lions. Just get used to it. You already
I've been past that stage with this.
I don't think I've ever met a Lion fan.
I'm on the panel, bro.
No. We're just best. Hey, I got a question for you fellas, though. Regarding the Dolphins. By the way, I love when y'all win y'all Super Bowl. Every year that's beating the new punk ass Patriots. So I root for y'all. I live here, But now here's my question. Right. I want to get y'all thoughts on this, and I would love to hear from each of you. When we lost a particular player who I thought was going to be a Hall of Fame guy, and then y'all just overpaid this dude, and then just to watch this dude fall off. Do y'all know who I'm talking about? He came from the Lions. It was a big ass signing. I'm talking about him.
Ndamukong Suh.
What's y'all thoughts in that? Or were y'all done with him after year one, or were y'all happy in this year? You're like, man, this guy just fell off. I would love to get y'all thoughts on that.
Look, when we first signed Ndamukong Suh, that squad that we had right there was a team the Dolphins were thinking they were prepared and ready to go to win now mode. We brought in some other. We brought in Kiko. We brought in a whole bunch, Byron Jones. Though we brought in some key figures, and then we had to rebuild after that. That was the first one. And then we kept Suh during the first rebuild, and then we got rid of him now with this second rebuild. So since Suh came, the Dolphins have had 2 rebuilds. That's how bad this stuff has been in my opinion.
Y'all mentioned something about alphas. I gotta ask this one too. Whatever. I know y'all. Okay. Man, don't y'all think that the culture has something to do with it? And what I mean is
yes.
Okay, because
they got too many soft motherfuckers on the roster. Go ahead, Big Time. Your comments.
No, I didn't really care for Suh coming. I think he was damaged goods when he came to us, and then he gets all that money. He showed some intensity, but he was done. He was already done. It was a waste of money and time for us. But that's just my opinion.
Suh is still dominant to this day. You can't take that away from that.
I'm not. I'd sit there and say more so in Detroit, but with all that stuff that was going on and the stupid stuff that he was doing when he came here, it was done, man. He didn't have that same type of intensity.
The thing is, I'm gonna be 100% with you guys. The thing is with the Dolphins, free agents like Ndamukong Suh come over here and they run the team, bro. You know what I'm saying? Where's our draft?
Money and the lifestyle.
Yeah. Where is our draft pick that we knew was gonna be elite and we had to pay, and he's the boss of this squad?
It hasn't happened since.
That's like you. For example, I'm gonna give you. Let's say you just work at McDonald's, right? You just work at McDonald's. This is simple as it can be. You're the assistant manager, and now another assistant manager comes from another store and he just takes over you. Because he just takes over you. He goes there, then he becomes the GM of the store, even though that was your goal, but you didn't even want to just compete with this guy. You just gave it up.
All you have to do is look at your point. I'm gonna answer them, give it right to Ice Test.
Leaders will never be other players' losers, bro.
Look at Cameron Wake.
You can't.
When he came into that team and Ndamukong Suh, Cameron Wake just went on the other side and let Sue get his money, and Sue control the room. Go ahead, Ites, and then big time. Go ahead, Ites.
I mean, I agree. When Sue came, what's crazy, we played him the year before, and I remember how we were like scouting him. So when they signed him, I was like, it was a good signing because remember, we had him, Wake, and Olivier Vernon. So the strength of our the strength of our team was supposed to be that D line. And what's crazy was his personality doesn't translate as him being a leader.
Yes,
he's a strong, like in Detroit, everybody was garbage, so he stood out.
Megatron wasn't garbage and Stafford wasn't garbage, but I get what you're saying. Continue.
No, I'm talking about for that defense. Only person other on that defense was Sue and Ziggy Ansah. That was all y'all had on that defense. You feel me? And Darius Slade came on after. But when he was there, he was supposed to be the leader of the Detroit Lions, and they realized like he's not a leader. When did Sue flourish? When he went and he was alongside of Aaron Donald, and they went to a Super Bowl. So Sue is a strong number two. He was never supposed.
No, Sue is a dominant number one, bro. I'm gonna be honest with you. What happened?
How can he be dominant?
He's dominant, bro. He takes on double teams. He takes on double teams every single play. If you are a player that forces offensive linemen, forces an offensive scheme to scheme on you, you're an elite player. There's no taking that away from a player. When they have to scheme against you and put two guys on you, you are elite, bro. And Ndamukong Suh did that most of the time over here.
He did that most of the time, but taking on double teams and making an impact on the game is two different things. The difference between Ndamukong Suh and Aaron Donald is Aaron Donald will do exactly what you just said, take on a double team, but he can also get the sack. You feel me? He can also affect the run game. As soon as Ndamukong Suh came to the Dolphins, our run defense used to be the strength of our team.
Our problem all the way down the toilet.
Our problem used to be you could throw on us, but you could not run on the Dolphins when we had Dwayne Starks and Paul Soliai in there.
Hells yes.
As soon as we got rid of, as soon as we brought in Sue, we got rid of Paul Soliai. He went to Atlanta, and Dwayne Starks went to Cleveland, and then he retired. Paul Soliai
at the end.
Yeah, but Paul Soliai actually went to a Super Bowl.
The thing is,
he went to the Super Bowl with Atlanta.
That
Sue never came down here and did anything. The only reason this
guy came to Miami because he got overpaid, bro.
Okay,
he got overpaid and the lifestyle.
That free agency,
that's it.
He was the best free agent in that free agent class. Remember that free agent class?
His agent told him, if you hit free agency, the Dolphins are going to pay you three figures.
He was the best free agent. It's like every year. It's every year.
How mad did you get when Landry got traded?
I wasn't mad at all.
I was upset a little bit, right? But then when he got that deal, when he got that contract, I was like, all right. Because I knew the Dolphins, as long as you got paid big, bro, that makes me feel good. You know what I'm saying? Because they just ain't going to dump you off for nothing. And then I know you were a great player.
That's
Two
brief points.
Jump in.
Let me jump in real quick. Damn it, they're going to play some fucking music now, and it's nobody in anyway. All right, so we offered him 17.5 to 18 per. He wanted to be the highest paid player on the Lions, and he didn't give a fuck whether he was a cornerback or not. Now, let me be clear. I love the guy, but he was falling off. Yeah. When the Dolphins gave him 20 or it was like 20 or 21 per, let me add into this. Y'all made a good point about leadership, but let me tell you something. Real leadership is sometimes you're willing to let go of the reins. You know, the best analogy I can go is like when Dwayne Wade and LeBron came together and Wade said, you know what, this is my town, my city. You got it, you know, but with Sue, he's got a very dominant personality. And then he's here and he's comfortable, you know, and they're doubling him also. And I just didn't think it was a good mix. And then also, shit, playing that position, getting double teamed for 7 years in Detroit, that's gonna bald your tire tread, you know. So I think it was a combination of those factors there.
Big time. Go ahead.
When we got Sue, we should have kept Olivia Vernon. We should have kept all those guys, man, instead of getting rid of the squad, man. But overpaying for an elite player because you can't draft well will have you do that. Will have you at least lose your players.
Yeah,
Big time. Go ahead.
I agree with that. I mean, then so if everybody's agreeing with that, you know, then you know where do we go from here? You know, get tired of this culture of losing, and we sitting there stating like we were talking last night. Hey, you know, when are we going to sit there and wake up and go? You know,
Look,
when do you sit there
tired
of like the rebuilds all the time?
I don't know what you're saying. When I first seen Itez wrote it, and recently when Itez wrote it, it was what was that you wrote about the GMs?
Which one? Greer?
Yeah, you said, but you had said it a while ago too. I remember you writing that a long time ago too, and you just repeated it again.
Basically,
it was just
bro,
on the tip of my tongue, bro.
Hey, hold it right there before you two continue. Big time. Go ahead.
Damn, that's crazy.
All right, go ahead, Itez. The GMs. Go ahead.
As far as the GMs, I always said that.
Oh yeah, that's what that GM is a spy. I remember you saying that Chris Greer is a spy a long time, and that was even before we had Flores.
I'm telling you, bro, he's been here for 20 years. Listen, he's been here for 20 years, right? And he came from New England. He was their quality control guy.
That's what Flores is.
But wait,
he has survived 2 owners and a bunch of coaching staff.
But wait, this is the crazy thing. I think I do agree. Maybe he could be a spy, or he does talk behind, you know, maybe management behind closed doors where nobody knows. Maybe he does that. Who knows? But one thing that I do know that's on record is even when he was a player evaluator in New England, what good players did they draft?
All right, exactly. I'll do it for you since you asked that question. Let's see. Drew Bledsoe, Willie McGinnis, Chris Slade, Ty Law, Lola Malloy, Teddy Bruschi, Ted Johnson. You want me to continue?
He did not draft those people.
No, he scouted those players. He asked the question, who did he scout? He was Parcells' kid scout.
This is 20 years ago, and he only had that position in New England. And Chris Greer's father scouted those guys.
Exactly.
God bless his son.
All right. He was a regional scout. A regional scout is basically the person who scouts. Like if I'm from Miami, that means I scout UM, FIU, you know what I'm saying? The people 100%. In our region. So he was not a decision maker on all those people.
No, I didn't say he was. He asked the question, who did he scout?
All Chris Greer was at those points was here's the paperwork.
That's it. That's
their
what scouts do.
Is their weight, height, their numbers from the combine. That's all he did. The players that Bobby Greer was looking
Mario
for.
Williams.
Bro, Chris Greer has never bought in a conducive team. Like everything is always missing a piece.
Of course.
Like it's never complete. Even if let's say we're building. He sporadically just sprinkles players in like he doesn't have a plan. Like if you're gonna go defense, like build the defense, but he'll get a running back, 2 running backs, he'll get two DNs. You feel me? And now you're looking for another running back.
Also remember the reputation about the Dolphins through the years. If they did draft and get good players, they're not gonna pay you. That's why guys leave.
It's a farm. I call the Dolphins the farm system, bro.
You're absolutely correct.
So depressing, bro. I thought we were gonna be a tough defense, hard-nosed running, and they took out Jordan Howard. You guys don't know what happened.
They're going with the kid with the Raiders this week, starting him.
So, bro, like all that money you had, all them draft picks are nothing. Like you saw Lawson and
Thank you.
Van Noy. You saw all them get ran through by a quarterback.
Yep.
And was getting punked by a quarterback, bro. You don't think
And when
everybody in the
And when I told all these people in the other streams, these guys are just situational players, they're not good, they thought I was hating, and I'm just trying to say And you know what's funny, bro? On another stream, I found out, this is a whole other stream the other day, that I found out that I'm considered a Tua hater because I kept writing on all the Dolphins, Tua better start week 1. If you read this, Tua better start week 1, do you take that as bad?
I take that as bandwagon. Haifu just said to me that that's some shit we was just talking about. Lariel's here. I guess it's halftime of the Heat game. He's up here now.
That's
yeah, we got the crew back.
If you were to read
more
that,
entertaining.
Tua better start week 1. Does that mean someone
Thank you,
hates
Larry.
on Tua?
I don't give a damn about Tua. What's my man? I test. Go ahead. Keep talking about Greer. I'm seriously. I think Tua Tagovailoa is a walking pinata. That's my honest opinion. I'm not dissing you, bro. I'm sorry about that, life. But Tua to me, okay.
You don't know what I mean. This guy. Have you heard what I said? This guy could not pass up a journeyman, bro. And then these guys on the other streams, they would sit here and be like, "Oh, but he sits and learns." What is he gonna sit and learn? To become a better journeyman? He's gonna learn how to be a journeyman?
I have a question for you though. Do you think that COVID will play a part with this? With no OTAs and all this. Whereas if it was a traditional training camp, he maybe will be the week 1 starter.
Go ahead, Larry. I'll answer that.
Who, Tua? No, he was never going to be the week 1 starter.
I'm gonna let you guys rock the panel for a few minutes. Go ahead.
Good. Take off the banner there. It's like the guy's name. Yeah, guys, there was only 4 weeks of training camp, okay? And it was not 4 weeks of actual training camp because you guys remember the first week was conditioning. So they didn't even run scrimmages or anything like that. So, guys, it was not just Tua, across the league, very few unrestricted free agents made it. They never had a chance to show what they have. Okay, as Pete knows and the other Dolphin fans know, we had a couple of good ones, but they didn't even make the team because they haven't a chance to strut their stuff. So that's what it is, guys. Tua wasn't going to start. Plus, guys, I also believe that if Coach Flores was smart, he wouldn't put Tua out there until his offensive line was more or less established. It did have to be good, at least passable in playing. You didn't want to throw any rookie quarterback behind a terrible offensive line. We've seen that story many times before, except for Pete. Pete never saw that story.
Because my thing is, my opinion is, every player is different, and if we could have at least had 70% of what he did in college on Sunday on the field for us on his first start, and he doesn't throw 3 interceptions, I think we beat the Patriots, bro.
Oh, for sure. And you know what?
This fan base now thinks I'm in love with Cam Newton and he thinks he's going to be the best, but these people don't understand it. I was only talking about week 1.
Yeah, I got you, Pete.
You know what I mean?
Oh, yeah, I know, Pete. By the way, he didn't establish himself as – all he established is that he can run still and he could throw the short, medium-range passes because he didn't go after the Dolphins' secondary. And we all know if he's going to run like that, running plays that often, he's going to get hurt pretty soon. He's not a young kid anymore. Even Josh Allen don't run as often as he does in that game. But
watch how Josh Allen run all over the Dolphins. The Dolphins is the easiest team to run all over. Josh Allen has been running over you since he got drafted. Every game, go look at every game Josh Allen played.
We know.
So what do you think he's going to do this week? And this is what bothers me about Flores. You had all offseason, 4 weeks, a month, whatever. Everybody on the planet knew Cam Newton was going to run the ball. And that's all he did Sunday. And you didn't stop him.
Yep. Hey,
Cam Newton said it on one of his workout videos on YouTube that I seen. He said it out of his own mouth. I'm training, and I'm going to play like a dog this season. Yep. I'm running.
Yeah, what I saw in the game on Sunday was this. Okay, the Dolphins were still in preseason mode. They were still experimenting. I looked at their game again. I noted things like Raekwon Davis was starting at defensive end. really? And these weird alignments. They have Brandon Jones starting. They're not settled.
So-
okay, there are guys out there. Pete knows this. I told him over and over again. Not only do you have a bunch of new players, but they also have a bunch of new coaching staff. So what we saw was a simple game plan. And TD pointed out in his show a few things. And I noted that also. The linebackers and safeties were way deep, way too deep. You by the time they got to the line, the running back or the quarterback's already passed the line of scrimmage.
Larry, you remember about a week and a half before the Patriots game, a reporter had asked Flores, "Oh, so when are you gonna go ahead and instill the game plan into practice to go ahead and play against them, like basically prepare for the Patriots?" He said it on that. He's like, "Oh, we've done small things on it, but we're working on it next week for sure." That was a call out. The Dolphins were playing. Plus, the Dolphins had like 2 days off the week prior before that, just to have a 2-week advance on the Patriots, and they didn't have an answer.
They did have a. No, I disagree, Pete. I think you missed. First of all, the Dolphins were not. Most of their lineup wasn't even. Most of their starters weren't even set into the third week, so that was a factor. So it was a lot of things. It's just, guys, I'm sorry. If you cannot understand the concept.
Everybody that we paid for, Larry, started.
Pete, it doesn't matter. They started. They're still not a team yet. It's a team sport. Any team that has all kinds of turnovers like the Dolphins didn't play well this weekend. The teams.
That's my argument.
And if you're better, you know that.
The
teams that played well were the teams that had virtually no change in roster or
the
offensive
most
coaching.
Accurate quarterback, and they compared
But
this
it's not
guy
about
to Drew
Tua,
Brees.
Pete.
When I look at Tua, I see a little Russell Wilson, a smaller little Russell Wilson.
Too, but he doesn't have the
They
team is
call him
not
Drew
ready.
Brees,
Hey, and you
the
brought
analyst.
up what Tua didn't have. Russell didn't have. But I want to repoint you. He did have that monster of a running back. What was his name, guys? And he also had a great defense too.
But
What was the name of that running back? That
we're
monster.
talking about
What was
Ryan
Pete?
Fitzpatrick,
I don't remember.
bro.
I don't want to say. Give that running back to Tua and give him that defense, and I'll be happy.
Forget about giving it. We don't have it, but
We don't have it. We don't
is
play
Tua.
it. We don't play him.
What we do have is Tua, and there is no way he is not better than Fitzpatrick. And if he isn't better than Fitzpatrick right now, the like, you know how the prediction bar goes up when you lose a player, like a starter. Let's say when the Dolphins are going to play the Patriots, and then Tom Brady gets hurt and they have to start Matt Castle, the prediction rating goes up. This guy's bust rating, his bust
Tyrone's
rating,
backstage.
not being able to pass Ryan Fitzpatrick, his bust rating right now is so high that it's actually depressing.
Yeah, okay, Pete, you go ahead. By the way, we're not going to bore the other panel. This is argument we go into circles about all the time in my show, guys. Okay, so obviously Pete doesn't get the concept that not every quarterback should be starting in the first game of the season.
Well, I think there's Larry, and it brings up both sides, is that you can make an argument both ways. It's just a question of can you sit there and say it is what it is and just move on?
At certain point, no. What I'm saying right now, and I don't know what your name, because Base left out that banner there, and that takes away the name, so I can't see it. No, every team has a different.
And now you hear that, Larry? Did you hear that funny narrative? Did you hear that funny narrative real quick? Oh, how Tua was sitting on the sideline and he's learning because he's paying attention to the game. You saw it, right? The other rookies that are sitting on the bench.
Who wrote that story?
But that's a big narrative. That's not a
freaking narrative. That was Omar Kelly.
You don't learn on the bench, bro.
No,
you learn from playing in the
That was
game.
Omar Kelly. You know how I feel about Omar Kelly, and that article proved it. What kind of crap story is that? Oh, well, he's learning the game. He's played. He's learning the game. They made a whole article about it. That he was playing the game by learning it.
Exactly. And
that's what all quarterbacks do.
So the second string, the second round player that we drafted that's on the bench, he wasn't doing that. So they're just gonna let him. If that's so important, they would have every rookie watching on the sideline, making sure they're not talking to nobody else and looking. You know what I'm saying? That doesn't make any sense, bro.
All rookies should
be playing.
And when they come off the field, they should be talking about what happened.
They would line these guys up like a school line. Stand right here. This is your sideline, and you're gonna learn from off the field.
Yeah.
Church, you in here? I gave you the link.
Yes, I'm enjoying the conversation.
All right, go ahead, fellas. Keep fighting. Go ahead. Keep fighting, boys.
No. That's
I'm
I
not
don't want to
fighting.
bore you guys.
Larry, bro, I understand his opinion, but to me, like that type of opinion is all excuses when it comes to playing ball.
It's not excuses. How you play that's what you call planning out strategy. You never ran a business. You're a gambler. I got that. You run a business. You start out in increments, improving until you become that certified person you want to be. The same thing in sports.
Larry, I'm a gambler.
Nobody
but I
comes into a sports team an all-pro Hall of Fame player. Nobody.
So Pete, quick question for you, man. You say Tua should start, right? Is that what you're saying? He should have started week 1.
He was supposed. No, that's not what I'm saying. What I'm saying now is
that's exactly what
he
you're
was
saying,
supposed to start week 1. That's he was supposed to. We're talking about an easy alley. Let me ask you guys this question: does Joe Burrow come over here and let Ryan Fitzpatrick beat him out? Does Trevor Lawrence? Does Trevor Lawrence come over here?
Hold on. That's a different argument. That's why they cut Andy Dalton. Because they knew they didn't.
Hold on, buddy. That said that.
Guys,
hold on. Does Andy Dalton come over here?
Does Andy Dalton Cincinnati? The Cincinnati Bungles.
That's fine. Andy Dalton will come over here and start. Andy Dalton will come over here and take Fitzpatrick's job.
Hells yeah.
You know what I'm saying? Andy Dalton, bro. What are you talking about?
I agree with Pete. So, if Andy Dalton was here, he'd be starting right now.
Geno Smith, the Miramar kid that grew up 10 minutes away from me, bro. This guy took Fitzpatrick's job in New York, bro.
Hey, I test. Go ahead, bro.
I mean, I'm listening. I don't know if y'all gonna interrupt me.
I'm sorry.
It's your time.
Bro, I got this room. Go ahead. I'm the sheriff here. Go ahead.
I mean, I'm listening to what both of them saying, and I could make the argument like Big Time said earlier both ways. But my overall take on the whole Tua thing is, if he's that guy, which he was projected to be the guy before the hip injury, right? Like he was supposed to be baby Jesus. So if baby Jesus gets drafted, baby Jesus is supposed to be starting week 1. Now, what stops baby Jesus from starting week 1? Okay, we're gonna say, can I finish? All right, we're gonna say that he's not starting right now because the team isn't complete. But any number 1 overall draft pick is supposed to take those lumps if he's really that good. And as the team progresses, that means he's growing along with the team that you're putting around him. But if you're gonna coddle baby Jesus, is he really baby Jesus, fool? Because Pat Mahomes sat behind Alex Smith, but Alex Smith was coming from the 49ers, who made a championship run. So Alex Smith had already established himself as not a Super Bowl quarterback, but a decent starter. So that's somebody you can learn from. Who is Tua learning from? It let down, dog.
I mean, let him finish his point.
But then Kaepernick took his job. So that proves my point. Alex Smith was never going to get the Super Bowl, but he established himself as a decent starter. So that's somebody Pat Mahomes could come in as a rookie, sit behind, and learn from. But if you're telling me that's the plan for Tua, and that's the strategic plan that Miami is putting together, is to have him sit and learn from Ryan Fitzpatrick, a chronicle journeyman who sits around and throws picks. So I don't know what lesson you're really trying to teach Tua, or if he's really that good and he couldn't beat Ryan Fitzpatrick out. It's one of the two. It's either they're protecting him, or he couldn't beat Ryan Fitzpatrick out, or they're scared of the hip.
I agree with that too.
Either way, you shouldn't have took him number 1.
Big Time, go ahead.
Yeah, can I? So many valid points here, and I think you go both ways, and you can agree either way. It's just a question of what narrative you're trying to throw out there and what narrative you're looking at. In God's honest truth, if you honestly think Tua was going to start, then you were reading something along the lines of that was giving you a bunch of BS, because Tua was never going to start this year, or at least a half the season anyways, no matter what was going to happen. Now, we talked about you talked about Fitzpatrick and Tua behind Fitzpatrick. Let's go back really quick, and I'm going to just throw this little history lesson out there. and talk about, where Larry just sat there and talked about the Bengals. I live in Cincinnati, and the quarterback that was actually around at the time that was given a lot of shit was John Kitna. Who did they draft that year?
They drafted Carson Palmer.
Exactly.
Carson Palmer. Yeah.
Right, but what happened? Did they start Carson Palmer, or did they
he sat the bench?
Hey, but let me ask you a question.
Hold on.
Didn't John Kitna go to the playoffs like 4 years in a row or something?
Let me say this.
John Kitna was garbage, man. He was garbage. And I
got a question for Larry and Pete, and then we're gonna go back to big time. Larry and Pete, listen to me.
I gotta go, guys. The game's starting.
All right, go back to second. We'll be here when the game's over. Go ahead.
Okay. By the way, Mace, take out that banner, man. It hides everybody's names.
Okay, bro.
Yeah.
I will, bro. Thanks, bro. Hey, Pete, here's the question for you, and then I'm gonna go to iTest right away afterwards. Same question. When do you start Tua, Pete?
I mean, you're supposed to start him day one, man. This is the guy you picked at number 5. Like this injury narrative that people come up with all the time.
Yeah.
Dude, like this, bro, the guy said it out of his mouth before he even got drafted. If you need me to play today, I can play. This is before the draft. If the Dolphins didn't feel like this guy can play today, I don't know why. If they honestly felt that this guy couldn't beat out Fitzpatrick easily and still draft this guy at 5, you're just like, that's already like you're sacrificing your franchise so bad right there with that mentality. Well, he's not ready to play. We don't know what he's going to be after the injury where we don't see him full right now. And then what's going to happen? You're gambling now. That's a horrible way. The Dolphins, when they picked this guy at 5, and I listen to what I'm telling. This is real football vision right here. This is what a coach, and they don't care. They don't care if you're a rookie. They don't care, bro. They want production. They want to win, bro. And if you come in and you're supposed to have an easy job, in my opinion, we're talking about a journeyman Fitzpatrick, bro. That this guy, in my opinion, like, I don't know what people see. You could say he's good, he's average. Yeah, Tannehill to me is better than that guy. And that's just what it is. And for the Dolphins to get rid of Tannehill and just move over to Fitzpatrick is another thing. But Tua was supposed to get drafted at number 5, come in, just beat out Fitzpatrick easily in training camp. No OTAs, there's no preseason excuses because Joe Burrow went through the same thing, bro. The COVID was going on during the draft. Don't you guys remember? It was going on during the draft. So they know it's going to be weird anyways. So they cut Andy Dalton and still gave it to a rookie, whether there were going to be preseasons or not. So that's not an excuse. Health is not an excuse. This guy is fully healthy before there was even going to be OTAs or anything. He was fully healthy.
Okay, go ahead.
Now, so if you're worried that you had the draft lineman and you're worried about him getting hit and hurt again, well, look, you could have 5 Pro Bowlers on that offensive line, and it'll only take 1 hit to get injured again. So that's my
okay. Go ahead.
I mean, yeah, I never wanted to draft them. What I wanted to do was draft Levon Chasen or Derek Brown.
And who did we need right there? He named 2 players. This man just finished naming 2 players that I promise you would have been able to help us out day one on Sunday.
Pete, I love you, bro. Can you let Itest finish his point, please?
Tua did not help us, bro. This guy could have helped us.
You'll be up again. Go ahead, Itest. I'm sorry.
No, you good. He good. I feel him.
Pete. I'm gonna give it right back to you, okay, Pete?
No, man,
Pete, right there. You making good points, bro. Everybody in the chat room said you're making great points, bro. So I'm giving it right back at you.
Oh, I can't. I don't know what the chat's going on.
They're saying that you're making great points. Go ahead, big time. Follow what Pete just said.
Pete, going over a few things. If you truly believe that narrative about how he was, that you're reading how he was hurt and that's the reason why they're not starting him, I think to me it's way off. I don't believe that's the reason why they're not starting him. And we have to look at it in another direction, that yes, Fitzpatrick is that type of guy that he's been a journeyman, but he has had some success in the NFL. I don't believe Miami is putting him there to take over, or if he does, let's say Fitzpatrick got us to a Super Bowl. Do you think that they get rid of Tua the next year?
Nope.
Yeah, exactly. I mean, no matter how good Kitna did that year, which he did very well that year, they didn't get rid of Kitna. I mean, they didn't get rid of Carson Palmer. They put him in there. Yeah, exactly. It's not going to happen. All Fitzpatrick is a Band-Aid. So
but hold on, because I'm sorry about that. Hold on. I'm trying to remember who was that quarterback right before John Kitna, because John Kitna ended up coming in because that quarterback ended up going down with an injury. I'm trying to
Smith.
Achilles Smith. Yep.
Yeah.
Achilles Smith, yeah.
But I believe there was one more before that too.
David Klinger.
And
Klingler, oh my goodness.
And hold on. And John Kitna, if I'm not mistaken, was not probably drafted by you guys, but he was probably an undrafted free agent. And he went to you guys from day one. Or he probably got drafted by the Lions and got cut. He probably got drafted by the Lions, if I'm not mistaken. And
yes, he was. Cut. He was drafted by the Seahawks.
But I know. And then he got cut right off, and then y'all picked him up. But this is a guy that was homegrown with the squad. You know, this is something that the Dolphins get flagged for. This is why the Dolphins don't never progress, because they get rid of Tannehill, right? Someone we drafted. Maybe we weren't happy with him. But look, the Bengals weren't happy with Andy Dalton, bro. And guess what they did? They didn't let him go until they replaced him. I mean, I don't agree that they released him. I would have, let them two compete. Let Andy Dalton compete with Joe Burrow and hope that the GM got it right, because if Andy Dalton is still light years ahead, at least this guy you guys drafted and believed in and actually have been to the playoffs with. We've been to the playoffs one time with Tannehill, but you can say injury-wise and all of that. But still, we could have kept Tannehill, forgot this Fitztragic deal, right? Still had Tannehill on the roster till today and be in a better position with the whole COVID bullshit that's going on, right? Still have been in a better position and still drafted Tua and then let Tua beat out Tannehill. That's the way to do it. Building with your squad.
By the way, Pete, you on fire tonight. Continue.
It's not that, man. It's that, man. I'm telling you. I told Larry even before, I said, you don't want to see how I get after a Dolphin loss, bro. And this is how it is.
Go ahead. Go ahead, I-Test.
I mean, what are y'all talking about right now?
We're just talking about how the Dolphins fuck up the draft, and the most important thing, would you have played Tua right away after he was the fifth pick of the draft?
Basically, I would have picked Derek Brown or Kayvon Chasen or a corner. You feel me? A better corner than Ig. I don't know how to say his name, but the corner
I don't know how to say his name, but to me, he's a wasted pick. Continue.
Exactly. So I would have utilized my early pick. Like the Dolphins had, I think, 6 picks in the top 100 in this draft. So you could have littered your team with young stud talent, but instead you took a bunch of projects, in my opinion. And then what made it worse was your free agency. You took a bunch of role players. Agba is nothing without fucking what's the guy in Kansas City?
They took a bunch of role players. You said it right, bro. On third and long, Cal Van Noy is good. He could rush the passer. But on 3rd and 1, this guy can't stop the run.
Go ahead, I-Test.
Yo, you can't do that, yo. Somebody talking.
But he be having some great points. That's true.
Oh, I just gave you a compliment, Pete.
I agree with
my brother roll. Let my brother roll. Go ahead, I-Test.
Yeah, so what I'm saying is your draft and your free agency didn't replenish the team, and we're no better than we were last year.
Amen.
And if we're supposed to trust in this coaching staff and this front office, I don't see the plan moving forward, because let's say they do gel in the system and they do get better. Do you really think that's a Super Bowl defense? And do you really think we have a Super Bowl caliber offensive line? Because you had a whole off season to fix the line, and the line is worse. And you spent your money and you wasted your draft picks in the first year.
Bingo.
And we still don't know if Tua's good, because if Tua's really good and he's not starting, that's almost a detriment on the team, because we threw away this season as well. We threw away last season to get him. Now we're going to throw away a season when we have him. And if next year we have Justin Fields and
I wish.
You feel me? If they coming
I
out,
feel you, nigga. Good.
you know what I'm saying? And Tua is a bust in the year, in next year, bro, we're 10 years back and we've wasted assets. And the Dolphins have done this numerous times. When we drafted Tannehill, we had a bunch of draft picks. And look what we came out with. All those players are gone. We don't have one draft class where we could say these motherfuckers were drafted. I think Devontae Parker and Damon Gottschall, I think those are the only homegrown, and Bobby McCain. That's it, bro. Everybody else is free agents.
That's true. And don't forget X. He was a homegrown.
Oh, yeah, and X.
That's it. You're right.
That's terrible, bro. You have no nucleus. You have no foundation.
That's what I said earlier.
The Dolphins haven't had a foundation since Patrick Surtain, Madison, Zach Thomas, and Jason Taylor, and Brian, and Chris
but
Chambers,
then
Ricky.
the nucleus you do have, like for example, Bobby McCain. You play this guy
Bobby
out of
McCain is
position,
trash.
and you pay him. You overpay a player. You're playing out of position.
That's true.
And he's trash, and he's not worth the money.
I told this fan base a million times.
And his skill set doesn't translate, bro. He should have been got by. I don't know how Bobby McCain survived all these people that got traded and let go.
Facts. Everything you're saying, young man, is truth. Big time. Go ahead.
Pete, you said that, it seemed like that you said that Tannehill would have been doing a lot better than what, if we kept him, we would be doing a lot better. Is that right?
I never said that.
I said that. I said if we kept that same squad, if we kept that same squad with Tannehill, we would have done better last year.
Well, I mean, the odds in keeping the same squad, though, but with Tannehill, though. But you're saying, so my question to you is that how long will you give if we end up starting to, let's say, week 3? I'm just saying, I'm throwing it out there. How long do you give to until you sit there and say, okay, well, he's not doing very well?
It sounds like a year to me. That's what it sounds like.
No. You see, you gotta see progress. Obviously, you gotta see. We need to see points in Miami, bro. We need to score points, bro. And if Fitzpatrick can't score points, and if Tua can't score points, what are we gonna wait for? Points is what beats you the games, bro. You gotta win. You gotta win, bro.
Right,
you have to score points. If we don't score, can the Dolphins score more than 30 points on Sunday against the Bills, fellas? Let me ask you. Because it's gonna take 30 points to beat the Bills, bro. I promise.
Hell no. The Dolphins.
And that's what I'm talking about.
We're
talking about that,
bro.
And now we're talking about a player that you're gonna have to know. You cannot give up on a rookie when you pay him that much. Obviously, so much guaranteed. You have to build around it. But you also have to be able to play him so much to continue to see the weak points that he needs help on. Yes, you could sit here and be like the offensive line is playing good with Fitzpatrick. Or you could probably sit here and be like the offensive line played bad with Fitzpatrick. But that same offensive line probably would not have played bad with Tua because he probably would have got rid of the ball a lot quicker.
Yeah, so I'm not disagreeing with you on that, but the whole thing is that how long will you give Tua until you say enough is enough?
I'm gonna give him. Tua has two and a half seasons. 2.5 seasons.
But you give Tannehill 6. That makes no sense.
I never gave Tannehill 6. I'm not the owner. I would have gave him 2.5 seasons. I would have noticed how scared he plays, and I would have drafted a quarterback high round, second, like the Bengals did. Or maybe even first. Who knows if a Patrick Mahomes and you did a bad year because he got hurt. You draft a first round quarterback, but you still have your franchise quarterback coming back from injury, right? And if he can still do better than that guy you drafted, you keep him. But then until that rookie is ready, 2-3 years down the line, you still had your franchise quarterback, the team you were building. You didn't give up and quit. You see what I'm saying? My opinion, we would be better. We would be a better team with that squad instead of having to keep rebuilding it, and still would have had drafted a quarterback. What we would have drafted Jordan Love, let's say. Who knows? You know what I'm saying?
Here's the problem.
We probably look if we kept Tannehill, we probably would have drafted Minshew last year.
Can I get it?
But
can I
the
get
problem.
Yeah, go ahead, Ty Church. And then I'm gonna go right to eye test. I got a big question to ask him.
The reason they draft Tua because they heard rumors that it was another team trying to trade up to get him, so they panicked and selected Tua. But I think they should have waited and let Tua fall to their second first round pick to get him. And this draft's a great offensive lineman or receiver.
That's right, Christian Works, baby. Eye test. You there, baby?
Yeah.
All right, here's my question to you. And then you can roll with the shit. I mean, say anything you want about this topic.
No, before you ask the question. No.
I'm gonna be here, but
No, hold the question before you ask the question. Just to reiterate what he said about Tannehill, keeping him and drafting a quarterback. If you keep Tannehill, and Tannehill, remember, he was already on his 5th-year option, so we restructured his contract. So we were paying him. So now if you keep him and you draft a quarterback and then it takes your team 3 years more with Tannehill, you're wasting 3 years of a rookie contract on
you could trade him.
Your number one quarterback.
Player. Some team is gonna need a quarterback. We could have traded Tannehill during the season before the week 6 if we knew our quarterback.
But when is he available? That's what I'm saying. I don't understand how you keep Tannehill, draft the number one quarterback, and then let Tannehill play, because remember, you still got to pay him, because we had to pay him that year we let him go. We were going to have to pay him like the Titans just paid him. We would have to pay him that money to keep him and then have him groom our number one quarterback.
You don't remember when we got rid of Tannehill?
And don't forget he was injured prone.
We still had him on a long term. We still had him on a long term deal. Hold on.
Don't forget he was injured prone.
We still had 3 more years. We still had to 2021 with Tannehill on his contract.
No, we didn't. We had last year was his 5th-year option. That's why the Titans had to pay him.
We gave Tannehill over $100 million contract.
Okay, that's what I'm saying. So he was on his 5th-year option. So that means we were going to have to pay him again this year, just like the Titans just paid him. You feel what I'm saying? So your number one pick would have had to sit behind a quarterback we just paid twice.
Our number one pick in that scenario, in my opinion, would have probably been, Lamar Jackson. It could have been Josh Allen. We would have had to draft somebody in that scenario. Not this year, 2 years ago, or a year, 3 years ago in 2017. That's why I said with that scenario, we probably would have lucked out and had Mahomes.
Okay, let me get the eye test. This is a question I want to ask him, and then Big Time, and then you, Pete, you can answer it too. First of all, Heifel said in the chat room is really based on progression. Tua grows at, if at all. That's a good point. Eye test. Here you go. Dolphins play the way I think they will, and they have a top 2 pick. Are you taking Trevor Lawrence?
If I got to see Tua play, I got to see if he's really, because we already wasted a draft pick on him. So now, if throughout the season he plays well, I'll take impact player. I won't take a quarterback first, but I'll take a quarterback in the second as insurance for Tua. But I can't waste another quarterback, another first round pick on another quarterback the very next year.
Who you think's the better player, Trevor Lawrence or Tua Tagovailoa?
I think it's Trevor Lawrence based off the fact that he's durable. And durability to me, if their skill sets are comparable, if they're neck and neck, I'm gonna take Lawrence because one, he's bigger, so that means he could see better over the pocket. I understand Tua, he has his lanes that he throws through, but I always value the fact that a taller quarterback has a better read on the defense. He doesn't have to adjust flight paths and arm angles to throw the ball. That's just my preference. I would take Lawrence because Lawrence is more durable, even if their skill sets are neck and neck.
Big Time.
No, I mean, I agree with what he's saying. And besides just picking up another quarterback, that'd be a waste of time this next year. Then we're starting all over again. And as we talked yesterday, you pretty much, gave me a lesson. How are we going to stop this trend of continuously, stopping and going? And I'll be honest with you, Pete, man, you're bringing up valid points. I'm not taking anything away from you, but when you look at Tannehill and you say that we could actually had held Tannehill for 2 or 3 years and then had started, let's say, Tua, if that would have happened, and we're saying
I didn't say that. That was Pete.
No, that's what I said, Pete. Yeah.
Okay.
I'm saying that if that's the case, I'm not looking at Favre, training. He's Favre compared to, let's say, Tannehill. There's no comparison there. Tannehill would not have been able to do anything for us to keep him. And we didn't even have a team that Tennessee does that he's thriving in right now, where he has that, run option play to where he does play action. He didn't get that in Miami. He was not even going to get that the next year. To sit there and put him behind a guy like Tannehill, even though I liked him, don't get me wrong, but keeping him for that long, we wasted a lot of time. It makes no sense.
Tannehill to me is a perfect example of this sorry ass organization's front office. I could have told that dumbass owner that this guy is a fucking bum. I could have told this goddamn owner that when you have a chance to go get somebody like a Patrick Mahomes or a fucking Deshaun Watson, you go do it. Don't just fucking sit on your hands. And then when the owner gets smart enough and tells Mike Tannenbaum, hey, we need a quarterback, go get Lamar Jackson. And he says, no, I'm going to get Minka Fitzpatrick. And then you trade Fitzpatrick for who? That goddamn secondary guy from Auburn? Give me a goddamn break.
But we've shown that Mace, we've shown that in the past, and I hate to bring this up consistently because it's been shown in many of the other streams, that we had a chance to pick up Drew Brees twice and we didn't do it. I mean, we keep on showing that we're not making the right decisions, and iTest keeps on saying that it's true. We keep on, these decisions are just, we keep on making the stupidest decisions, and we're not getting anywhere. We keep on going around and round in a circle, and we're not doing anything about it. It's like, then what are we doing? Then what are we going to do about this to change the culture? Because the culture is not changing anything. We're becoming one of the worst, teams in the league, if not probably the worst now.
Let me tell you this to you too. Remember, Nick Saban passed on Aaron Rodgers to take Ronnie Brown. Go ahead.
Yo.
Go ahead, bro.
Yeah, yo. The only person that's been there through all this dysfunction that you're talking about big time is Chris Greer. Now, if our problem is a culture problem,
yes, it is.
Why don't you get rid of anything that had to do with that culture? But if the decision maker at the top has been here the longest, he's the person driving the culture. And until he's gone, the Dolphins will forever be chasing their tail, yo.
Again, and we said this earlier. Pete, you here?
Yeah, I'm here. I'm listening.
All right. I'm gonna bring you up in a second. It's like we said last night. I test, and we're saying it again tonight. And ball game was excellent with this afternoon. We do not draft alpha males. Period. We don't draft ballers like Jamal Adams. As an example. Okay, we don't draft guys like the Baltimore defense.
But here's the thing. This is what I was just explaining to you guys. Maybe I don't say things because I be speaking. I don't know how I speak sometimes. I just be speaking from the mind and just throwing it out. But at the same time, to that Tannehill situation, you guys probably didn't understand me. If we were gonna plan on getting rid of Tannehill, right? That's a plan. You're like, hey, we're gonna have to get rid of Tannehill. You know what I'm saying? That's already his third or fourth year in. But let's say the Dolphins gave him that first contract, that first $100 million contract, his fifth year. You paid him, and then you see it's not working. That's when we were supposed to draft somebody to compete, like in 2017, 2016 draft. That's when we would have had the guy we drafted compete versus another guy. And if he can't win the job in year one or year two, and I get your point, he's not an Aaron Rodgers. But if the guy that you drafted is not better than the guy that you have, you can't start the worst player because of his name here. You can't. You just got to start the better player that's performing better. So
I got another question for everybody on the panel, and I want you to answer this. Another problem the Dolphins did, and we all know this. We're just going to stick with the.
But I didn't get to answer that Trevor Lawrence question either.
Yeah, go ahead.
With the Trevor Lawrence, I'm gonna tell you right now, if we have the second pick or the first pick, and it's our pick, and Tua did not play all season. If Tua didn't play all season, and we have that pick, bro, and we pass on that guy, I think Miami is gonna go on fire. Hold on, buddy. Let me get back.
Take your time. Go ahead. I'll put you on mute. Here's the question, guys. Did Chris Greer, Mike Tannenbaum, and I forgot who was the GM back. Our good friend Jeff Island. Did they sabotage us and put us years back by never bringing in real competition for Ryan Tannehill? Go ahead, Itus.
Tannehill's first year, that was the year we had Chad Ochocinco.
Mm-hmm.
Those first 2 years, Tannehill had no semblance of an offensive line. So we never knew if Tannehill was really good because he was getting beat up by his line, but he was making like good throws. So we were kind of stuck in purgatory with Tannehill because we were like, he looks good, but let's see if we could build a line around him to see if he's really good. And that's what we did in the following drafts. We drafted Juwan James, and we drafted Tunsil. And you feel me? I remember when we brought in what's that big ass motherfucker from Kansas City, Albert. You remember Albert?
Yeah, he was good for us when he was healthy.
You feel me? So you remember that year that Ajayi took off? That was the first year. And remember, we had, I think, all number 1 draft picks on that line.
Brandon Albert, by the way.
Yeah, Brandon Albert, Mike Pouncey, Juwan James, Tunsil was playing guard.
That's
and then
right.
I think we had
great job doing it.
And I think we had Jerome Bushrod. And then we had Parker. We had Parker, Stills, Landry, Ajayi. That team was supposed to do something. You feel me? And then we had that defense. And what happened? Bro, we rolled the playoffs to Ajayi. You feel me?
Yep.
Tannehill gets hurt when fucking Calais Campbell hurts him in that game against Arizona. And there goes the season. Matt Moore gets us to the playoffs, and there goes the season. All right. Tannehill was supposed to get surgery on his knee that offseason. He never did. Everybody's saying, oh, he had like a little procedure. It's not going to hurt him. It's a stem surgery. So it's going to make the knee strong. He gets hurt the first time that they're playing in the training camp. They had a training camp practice. He gets hurt. Tannehill's out for the year. In comes Jay Cutler. So now we sit on our hands that year with Jay Cutler because we're expecting Tannehill to come back and save us the next year. And that's the year that Tannehill throws the 2 interceptions off the Bengals' back. That should have told everybody right then and there it was over for Tannehill. But the problem with the Dolphins,
injury, and we didn't.
But the problem with the Dolphins, they had a team ready to compete, and they assumed they had a quarterback because we couldn't really tell the year Jay Cutler took over because that was the year to prove it. Everything was right there. The team was coming back. They just made the playoffs. So Tannehill was supposed to prove it. Him getting hurt that year kept us stuck because we really never knew what we had on him until the next year. And by that time, we had to pay him. So Tannehill, he's a case study with it was bad timing with him. And when he finally got everything he needed, he was over there at Tennessee. A running game, a stud receiver, an offensive line. But even at Tennessee, Tannehill is never going to win them a Super Bowl because as soon as they take Derrick Henry away, they put the game on his shoulders. He's going to take a bad sack like he did at the end of the game in the playoffs when fucking not D Ford, but what's his
Ryan Clark.
Name? Yeah, Ryan Clark sacked him. There you go, Tannehill. So that's Tannehill in a nutshell.
Playing in the playoff.
No, that was no Matt Moore.
Matt
NBA
Moore is
fan,
the
welcome,
quarterback.
buddy. Good evening, my friend. 79-76 Heat. Good evening, NBA fan. How are you?
I heard.
But there goes your issue with Tannehill. The year Lamar Jackson comes out was the year Jay Cutler was playing. You feel me? You should have drafted him that year, but the Dolphins.
That's what Stephen Ross wanted him to do. But Mike Tannenbaum said no. We like Minka Fitzpatrick. That's why Mike Tannenbaum's on ESPN and no one listens to his opinion. Big time. Go ahead. The NBA fan. Go ahead, big time.
So I have a question for you, man. So I'm gonna play a little bit of devil's advocate here because you talk about, the team that you just talked about. You said we had a very, very valid shot of, doing something, and then Tannehill goes down. Is that right?
That wasn't me. Someone else sucked that.
No, that was a test.
Yeah, that was me because that team went to the playoffs, and the very next year, because you assume a team that went to the playoffs and you add Minka Fitzpatrick, you're ready to go. And then he gets hurt, and Jay Cutler comes in, and there you go.
Right. So, and I'm playing devil's advocate here. So, I just want you to play with me a little bit here. So if you're saying that we had something going then, then why do you give so much crap about how we're not able to put a team together or put anything together around a team, and we have to keep on renewing and keep on starting all over again? We have had teams, right? But it just hasn't been consistent. Is that right or wrong?
Okay, like I said, the Dolphins are the perfect example of peanut butter and no jam, sugar and no Kool-Aid. You feel me? You always got one and you don't have the other. When the Dolphins were fielding a defense, when they had, you feel me, they had a championship defense, they had Jay Fiedler as their quarterback. And then when Chad Pennington made his run, you had noodle arm Chad Pennington. We had a defense. All we were missing was a quarterback. Now we have a quarterback, a defense, no running game, no receivers. Then you gave
through those years, I'm sorry, I gotta do this. I gotta do this.
You can't do that, bro.
Why didn't we draft the quarterback those days?
Let him roll, bro. You get your time.
That's what I mean, fool. Like, I know motherfuckers don't have etiquette, but damn.
I know, fool. It's just hurting to hear this, dog. And we didn't draft a quarterback.
But that's what I mean. It's all facts. But you got to look at it like they were in win now. They were in win now mode. So if they feel they had their quarterback, they gave them receivers. They gave them Landry, Parker. They got Stills. You feel me? They had. You remember we had fucking Charles Clay. We let him go. So bro, we've had teams. The reason why I say the Dolphins are always going to chase their tail because it's the perfect example. Is like you're right about to touch the brass ring, and then somebody yanks you down. It's like right before they about to touch it, they trade everyone away. Because right before Flores came, even though the team was kind of discombobulated, at least you had a little nucleus on that defense. You had Minka Fitzpatrick, you had Rashad Jones, you had Xavier Howard, you had Bryce McCain. You feel me? You had a little something to work with as far as the back end. And then you could build in the between. But now you let all them go. Now you're starting from scratch. And that's what they always do. Right when they get on the cusp of doing something, they start from scratch. Greer lets go of a fucking draft pick that he just picked. You just got fucking Laramie Tunsil and you let him go. And you didn't get any better.
Like him. Flores just didn't like him.
But that's what I mean. Fuck liking the motherfucker. If these motherfuckers could play football, you keep them and you fucking get them online. That speaks to coaching. That speaks to culture. Don't nobody go into the Baltimore Ravens organization and run shit. Ask Earl Thomas.
So I test. I'm sorry, Pete. I'll let you go real quick. I just want to say, I wasn't putting you on the spot, man. The reason why I did that is I think there's many of individuals, especially Dolphins fans, in different streams and YouTube, and many places that they don't think of the big picture. And there's a lot there that you just said, and that's a complete picture right there. You know what I'm saying? So it's like when you do something like that, if you're not doing that on your YouTube channel and you're not putting a big picture out there from where it started and where it began, then you're doing your fans an injustice. And I think what you said was spot on, man, and it needs to be heard.
That and everything he said is facts. And when you think about it, Doesn't it make sense what I'm talking about? The same organizations never has the backup. They're just never ready, bro. He said everything. Those are the years I grew up watching the Dolphins, bro, from 2000. And everything he said, we never drafted a quarterback. Yo, John Beck, it didn't work out. Then we didn't draft another quarterback until a couple years. And then we get Tannehill. We know that wasn't working out. We didn't draft a quarterback. We rather pay a Jay Cutler. We rather pay a Ryan Fitzpatrick. We rather pay a Dante Culpepper instead of trying to, this teams that we're building. Like he said, this team was ready. I just finished telling everybody that earlier. This team was ready to produce. And if this team would have stuck together and just drafted a quarterback back then in 2016, we probably would be winners right now, bro. We would be winners right now. And that's what I was trying to explain to you guys earlier. But we just never draft a quarterback. And Mace, you were right. Tannehill has never had no competition, bro. Never.
And I think that's the big problem because they babied him, number one. Number two, they catered to him. And this guy, in my opinion, is mediocre at best, okay? Mediocre at best. And that's why I don't take Tennessee seriously. Right back to you, Pete. Go ahead, roll, and then it's going to go back to I-Test. Go ahead, Pete.
This whole team. I mean, I don't know where you guys want me to even start. Go ahead and ask me a question.
All right. I'll throw this with this team, okay? And I've been wanting to say this, all right? I'm going to go back to this past draft. And from the second round on, you knew they needed a running back. And every time they was about to pick, Detroit took the running back, and then J.K. Robbins went to the Ravens. And I'm gonna say something Ball Game said earlier today, and so did I-Test. And Pete, I want you to ask this, and then I-Test will go. Didn't you think with all those draft picks they could have maneuvered, went up, went down, get future picks, and they didn't do shit but pick a bunch of broken down, no-name fucking linemen?
I mean, I'm with I-Test on this, bro. I would have never drafted Tua in number 5. I would have honestly either drafted Derek Brown, Isaiah Simmons, or I would have drafted Solomon. I mean, what was that other? Javon Kinlaw. Someone to help this defense day one. We need players. This fan base has not seen players at their true best positions be a leader of this team. We cannot. We're never drafting a player that's going to be a leader of our team because once they show that they're a leader and they're good, it's like what do you guys just keep saying in the whole stream? They get cut, they get traded because they show that leadership. They show that dog in them. You know, Jarvis Landry, you know, he's the type of receiver, bro. If he's open on 3rd and 3, the last drive, and you didn't throw him the ball and they didn't get a first down, in the huddle, he's screaming at you. He's telling you, bro, if you don't throw me the ball on 3rd and down for us to get a first down, I'm going to beat your ass in the locker room. You get what I'm saying? That's the type of dogs we need. Players that want to win, that will – bro, you just don't understand.
Y'all traded them away. Y'all traded them away.
I-Test, I want you to pick this up where he just left off. I don't live down there, but please, both of you, describe the area down there. How? Oh, he left. I was gonna let him rock. He went out. I-Test. All right, so let me continue with Pete and Big Time. More Big Pete because Pete lives down there. Can you please describe to me Weston and Davie how those communities are?
Just listen to Rick Ross. He'll tell you straight up 100%. Racist as can be.
That's who they cater to. That's their fan base.
And I'm from down here.
I mean, what I mean by that is they get players that those people can relate to, who they can like. Soft ass players. Pete, comment on that.
Brandon Doughty is the example of it.
Yeah.
I mean, it's not about we don't get that. I just said it. We don't draft the dog. We don't draft the best player. Last time we did that, Tunzo and Minka, they did it right. And what happens when they open up their mouth? They got traded.
Yeah.
You know, they got traded away when they opened up their mouth. They want puppets in there doing what they want to do. And players are not going to buy that, bro. If you're a lockdown corner, if you're a safety like Minka, and you could play nickel and safety, but you know you're a real dog at safety, you can't play that guy and start somebody that's not going to help out the team and him not have a question. If you start Bobby McCain at safety over him, he's going to be like, bro, Bobby McCain, he probably said something like that, and then it turned around and bit him. Like, that's what coach wanted Bobby McCain. You can't turn around and be an animal on this team because you'll get traded away.
Big time.
Going back to this year's draft, and then hearing the stories, and then hearing the stories in some of with the combine around Tua, meeting with the Dolphins staff and the coaches, and I really thought when Simmons was there, I really thought we were going to pick him, just because I thought Flores was that type of coach that he'd want something like that, and then it didn't happen. Now, unfortunately, you just have to go with what happened, and you hope for the best, unfortunately. But if you get Simmons, we're looking at somebody that's going to be that alpha guy, and then he's going to be able to push that defense, and we can start wherever we want to go from there. But
I mean, let's just give an automatic example right now.
Yeah.
Where did Christian Wilkins play in Clemson? What position did he play in Clemson? Do you remember?
Was he like an outside lineman?
No, he was a defensive tackle. He was in a 4-3 inside defensive tackle. When he comes to Miami, where does he play? Defensive end.
Yeah.
This guy's playing defensive end. I understand the scheme switch. I understand the 4-3 to 3-4. We're versatile and all of that. But in reality, big guys up there only work in situational downs. Second and short, third and short is where you want that. Because anything long, you want a Cameron Wake. You want a Jason Taylor that's going to force pressure out there.
Well, that too, and you need the speed, and I don't think he had that. And you're right, and going in the middle. That's a ball game ball game says that as well. Like putting these kids out of position and not playing them where they actually were naturally playing is killing the squad, or at least mostly for the most part. I mean, that makes a valid point.
Look, this is my thing. I'm sorry. This is my thing.
No,
they're worried about versatility so much. They're worried about, can this guy play this? Can this guy play that? Can this guy play this? Instead of worrying about where is this guy the best at? Then let's move forward from there. We know we got a shutdown corner. We know we have a shutdown nickel corner in Bobby McCain. We know that the free safety can drop and cover nickel. That's fine. We understand that. Even in a 4-3 with two corners, you could drop him and he could play nickel, whatever. But still, he is a nickel corner. Why are you forcing this guy to play in the safety?
Yeah, that makes that valid point. It truly makes no sense. It's kind of like putting a quarterback, let's say like just Ben Roethlisberger or Dan Marino, and trying. That's
to make like calling RPO plays with Dan Marino.
Yeah, trying to make them be a running quarterback, and they're not a running quarterback. Yeah, that's valid. It's truly valid.
So you need players that excel first at their position. Point blank period. You need a true traditional middle linebacker. When he's out, then you could use your little versatile guy that can do multiple things, that he's better, he's good. But you need real players, bro. You cannot have a squad full of little do-it-alls because they're just not going to compete against players that really are real players.
Doesn't that take away from the team as well? Because if you're sitting there trying to put them in a new position and swapping them over to something that they've never in that type of position where they're not used to it, then now they're relearning everything. And it's like, then you're kind of defeating the purpose in actually having a squad that's actually content in where they are and what they're doing. They know what they're doing. And then maybe that's the reason why you see a lot of these players in this first week not knowing what the hell they're doing or where they're going. Not saying that they're not overrunning the play or they're misreading the play, but it happened too many times. You know what I'm saying?
NBA fan, go ahead.
Yeah.
NBA fan. Go ahead, bro. Yeah, we hear you crystal clear. Go ahead, brother. Good evening.
Good evening. Shout out to everybody on the panel. So
shout out to you too.
Yeah.
Shout out to you, my brother. Welcome back.
Thank you. So I'm not gonna hold you. I don't know that much about the Miami Dolphins or anything like that. And that seems to be the conversation. But I think I just had this question for you guys. You guys seem to be pretty knowledgeable, and I wanted to hear your guys' opinion on the Wonderlic and how much of an emphasis the team should place on their quarterback Wonderlic, and if there's like a threshold in terms of a score that is needed to get to be competent in the NFL. And I don't know who it reaches that, honestly, because you got to play.
Go ahead, Pete.
I mean, I know the Wonderlic score. I mean, this is football, man. This is really football. Like, you can line up 11 guys on 11 guys in any block, and that's what you get on Sunday. It's just more controlled football. That's just really what it is. It's football. I don't understand, like, if a player doesn't know what 4x4 is in real life, but he can ball and run and carry people over, like, that doesn't really affect anything, in my opinion, as long as if they know how to play.
Yeah, so here's my take on the Wonderlic. I think that you only need to worry about the Wonderlic score in 4 positions, 4 maybe 5 positions. The quarterback, center, middle linebacker, free safety, because those kind of head both ends of the field.
Those are all pretty much quarterbacks.
Right. So basically, I agree that like your running back doesn't really need to have a high or even like competent level of intellect. But at a certain point, the person who's heading your team, who has to know where everybody else is and what they're supposed to be doing, you know, they have to be reactionary based off of what could come, based off of what the defense is doing, you know, all the variances and everything and the nuances to the game. That's why I think you should care about it at certain positions. So y'all really don't see that or what?
I don't, man. I mean, if you want, I'm gonna go ahead and talk since he's not talking. Big Time, you there?
Oh, he's not talking. Okay, go ahead.
I don't think the Wonderlic score affects any position, honestly, man. I don't believe that. I'm not gonna buy into that at all. The same thing, I'm not gonna buy into anybody learning anything or sitting on the sideline. In my honest opinion, I believe everybody on the sideline wants to be playing anyways. And and when it comes to football, man, you just gotta know your play. If you're playing around with a bunch of guys that don't know the play that they're making, yes, I understand. But in reality, all a quarterback has to teach is make sure that guy knows that he's running a post route, an out route. That's all he has to really instill to these guys. Like, so it's not rocket science. The plays, they might seem like it's rocket science when they're calling them out with the names and all that, but you learn that terminology easily, like during practice and all of that, hearing it over and over and over again. It becomes like the alphabet, and then you'll just know what you have to do. And you catch on. You know, it's like it's tricky, but I don't think the Wonderlic has anything to do with the way the guys play.
Yeah, and
everybody's different.
Right, and I agree with that to a certain extent. I just think from a quarter, I mean, we can agree to disagree, but my last thing about that before I switch to something else would be like, I understand that the quarterback just needs to make sure his receiver knows what he's doing at a specific time. But not only that, but he needs to know at every receiver if the running back knows, you know, the protections and the line knows how to slant, everything like that. He has to know all that and the coverage. You know, those, you know what I'm saying, the pre-snap coverage, where to go with the ball, the situation. You know, it's kind of a lot, but I mean, you know, it is what it is. So I heard y'all talking about was it you in particular that wasn't sold onto it, or you guys thought y'all should have went somewhere else with the pick?
It was me.
I mean, my thing with Tua is like I've been screaming it out along. Like, he should have started day one. It should have been an easy competition, and he didn't win it. So it's kind of depressing, and he's going against Ryan Fitzpatrick. So it's upsetting. It's upsetting. And now the bar is raised a little higher in his bust list. Like, people are scared to call him a bust already, because I understand it's impossible to call somebody a bust when you haven't seen him on the field. That's true. I understand that part. But when the guy you couldn't beat out is a bust himself, a journeyman, that right there has to speak volume. Whether you're a 20-year vet or a 90-year vet. You understand what I'm saying?
Right.
Bill Belichick was ready to give up on Tom Brady a couple years ago to go and move on with Jimmy Garoppolo, the guy that he groomed under. The owner was not ready to give up on Brady, and he had to. He was not gonna pay Garoppolo $100 million to sit in the background. You see how these real professional teams do it, but we keep on switching over.
So why do you sit there and think though that just because Tua's not starting, he's not better than, or he supposedly he's not going to be better than Fitzpatrick?
Right.
Because in my belief, like I said earlier, you don't really learn anything sitting on the sideline. You don't learn to play. You don't learn how to ride a bike when you don't know how to ride a bike by watching somebody ride a bike. You have you have to try, and you have to do it, and you have to build that chemistry with yourself. With yourself.
But is that like Tua? Is it Tua's fault that they don't share that philosophy?
No, it's the coach's fault that they're not putting him in there, letting him gain that philosophy with his teammates.
But we can't call him a bust by abiding to a ideology.
I'm not. That's why I said I'm not calling him a bust. Okay. I said his bar. Like the little prediction bar between each game. You see like a little. There's 50. The Patriots might win 60%. His just went a little higher, just in my thing. Even without playing.
Yeah. So I was just wondering, what did y'all think of Tua as a prospect coming out of Alabama?
Big time.
There's a lot there that you could look at and say, hey, he has a lot of potential. And of course, the issue with his hip and stuff like that, of course, it's something that you look at, you go, if you look at all the film that he had, I don't mind the prospect. I think he was a decent prospect, but you have to understand that if we do take him, we did, but let's say that we're still thinking about it. We're right back in the draft. And if we still are thinking about, let's say if Simmons comes to us and they say, well, if Simmons there, we're going to take him, but do we really take him over Tua? The prospects with Tua, that if we have a quarterback, and this is what I'm thinking how the narrative is in Miami with the coaching staff and with Greer, unfortunately, that we take Tua and we hold on to him for a year to get behind a quarterback that's everybody's complaining. He's not so great. He's okay. He's here and there. Everybody knows who Fitzpatrick is, but it's about a Band-Aid. You're going to tear it off. You know when you're going to tear it off. Now, I'd sit there and say he probably was going to, if anything, you're probably looking at Tua starting, after the bye week or depending on how Fitzpatrick does. So, again, I think the narrative that he's not starting because he's not good enough is a complete BS. I think that my whole thing is that it's a strategy here to where they're giving them a little bit more time and they want to see the best place to put them at the right time, whether it had been the game 1 or game 3 or whatever. So there was no intention. My point is there was no intention with the issues that he had, even though he is healthy, I think, that they were going to start him week 1, which doesn't put anything on him saying the reason why he's so good or bad, or if he was better than Fitzpatrick, then he should be starting. Again, you can compare both sides to where you start rookie quarterback. They've done well in the league, and the ones that have not. And I think the ones that have not outweigh the ones that have. And then the ones that have, most of the time, they have a built team for them already. Just my opinion, though.
Yeah, tonight Joe Burrow looks like a 10-year veteran. He threw a nice 30-yard touchdown pass to his tight end, boy. I tell you. Yeah. Pete, go ahead, bro.
I wanted to say something like that.
Look, man, I'm not buying. Listen to what Coach Flores says. This is the coach of the Dolphins. This is what he said multiple times. It is open competition. If Tua would have went in there and lit it up, and these beat writers would have seen this, it would have been getting blown apart in the whole city.
That's true.
So he would have started from day 1 if he would have blew the competition apart.
Then they would have gotten rid of Fitzpatrick.
They might have not got rid of Fitzpatrick. He's a decent backup at best.
Yeah, but I'm not going to hold you. Coach speak is a real thing. Like, I don't really know anything about Brian Flores, but I mean, Ryan Day last year, he said Justin Fields, like it was they were neck and neck last year with Justin Fields all the way until opening kickoff. And I mean, I mean, coaches, they bullshit. You know what I'm saying? They bullshit a lot. They don't want their trade secrets out.
Yeah, Pete.
They bullshit a lot, and that I could agree. But when a player comes into camp and lights it up, he would have got the starting nod. He didn't light it up better than Fitzpatrick can, bro. And that's the depressing part. And that's where I put the bar of the bus list. He didn't do it better. I know you're gonna no preseason, no this, no that, but he still played with the same squad against the same squad.
Not only that, all of this is speculation, and we could just go to the president that the guy before just said. Like, there's been a lot of times when rookie quarterbacks who played year one, they ended up not succeeding. You know what I'm saying? And the ones who did succeed, who started year one, had a team built behind them. So just relying on that precedent, it might have been best in terms of preserving or just relating to similar experience, like trajectory for his career, for him to not make week one or year one.
I think there's only boys. In my personal opinion, I think there's just so much we can believe from. Of course, the media. You know, the media wants that attention. They want to throw that narrative out there. We got to watch for that. And even though, again, the coach is throwing that stuff out there, I'm just sitting there thinking until it happens, it's going to happen. And I don't believe that in a sense that he wasn't good enough to start. I just think, again, there's a strategy there. And I don't even care no matter what even Tua does. My thing, Pete, what are you expecting from Tua if he starts? Because my thing is that I'm not expecting a whole big thing from Tua because he has a lot to learn. So failure comes success. The thing is that is he going to be successful, and is he going to have a coach to preach him up when he's down? And a lot of times in this league, these coaches don't preach their player up, and that's why you see a lot of failed players out there. My opinion again.
All right, my guy. So the guy who just said that, did you hear my whole ass about Wonderlic tape?
No, I didn't. I had to take a walk real quick.
Okay. So basically, my whole opinion on the Wonderlic is that it's only important for 4 positions. Okay? I think it's important for quarterback, center, free safety, and middle linebacker. And I was just based off of the fact that they're the heads of those sides of the ball that they're respectively on. So, and I was wondering about y'all's perspective on if you thought there was a threshold in terms of the quarterback spot, in terms of what their Wonderlic was, and how effective they can be based off their cognitive ability to retain information.
What was said?
Go ahead, go ahead, Big Time.
No, I want to know. I mean, what was said? I mean, what was what did somebody say about that?
So, no, I was just saying that those are just general tenets about how I feel about the Wonderlic. I was just wondering what y'all's opinion would be on that.
What I said, Big Time.
He said it didn't matter at all.
Good, Pete.
Pretty much. That was pretty much what I said. Long story short, it really doesn't matter. It doesn't matter nothing on the field.
Big Time. Big Time.
Yeah, I'm just trying to absorb that as well. So why do you think it doesn't matter, Pete? I'm just curious.
Because the Wonderlic has nothing to do with football. Period. It's just when you really think about it, what does the Wonderlic score have to do with football? When did football ever become a scientist figure thing? When did it become a mathematical problem? When did this ever happen? You learn how to play this game as a kid. It's a kid's game.
And I'd agree. Like, and here's what I'm saying. I'd agree at certain positions. Like, as a DN, you kind of just chase the ball. As a wideout, you know your route. You know where and when you're supposed to block. You know where the run's supposed to. Everything like that. But as a person who mans that side of the field, as a quarterback who has to know what every other person is doing, make sure they're informed. You have to see the coverages pre-snap, know where to go with the ball, situations, all that. You need some type of intellect. You need some type of thinking under pressure. Like that takes some cognitive ability.
So Pete, or if you say it doesn't matter, I'm playing devil's advocate here, not putting it on you. I'm just playing both sides. So if you say it doesn't matter, are you saying that basically football athletes are stupid?
You'll be surprised. You will be surprised.
I'm not saying that all of you, but yeah, I'm not saying that, but yeah, I'm just curious.
You'll be surprised, man. There's some of them out there, some of elite that really aren't as smart as you would actually think.
And that's what I used to.
And football was what took them out of what they had to do.
Well, yeah. I mean, perfect example of that is Bradshaw. I heard he was plumb dumb, but as a quarterback, he was good. But then you go to the other side, look at Peyton Manning, and he's putting scalpels on everybody, and he's the one who persists in looking at numbers and looking at how to dissect. I think that's the perfect example of what dude's saying, in my opinion, that you have. I think when you have a quarterback like that dissecting you, he's not just looking at players. He's looking at numbers. He's looking at what he can do to dissect you and how he's going to anticipate. Am I not right about that, or am I off?
If you're an elite player and your Wonderlic scores, it doesn't matter because you know how to dissect on an NFL field, and that's really all that matters. When you line up on the field, you read and you react of what the defense is giving you, or you read and react of what the offense is giving. It has really nothing to do with what goes down on the field. None of that.
Hold on. Let me say something. Okay, so there's a spectrum in terms of the quantity of information you need to read and react to. That's the point. So as a running back, you have exponentially less to read and react to relative to a quarterback, center, those four positions I named. Would you disagree with that, or do you think that just reading, reacting is uniform for all football players?
You're absolutely correct. If there's free safety,
football is all vision, and it's all vision really when you really
no, dude. Answer that question. Do you think that reading, reacting is uniform in terms of the difficulty for every single position?
Yes. And it's funny, every position you get is right up the middle of the football field. That's a smart observation by you, NBA fan. Go ahead, Pete.
Okay, hold up. Who was that's saying that the Wonderlic doesn't matter?
That's me, right here. Life is a gamble.
All right, buddy. Answer this, okay? So, is it uniform in terms of all the information that football players have to read and react to? Is it uniform, straight, equal across the board?
They just got to play whatever's in front of them.
Bro,
that's it.
Yes or no?
They got to play with whatever's in front of them, bro. This is a confusing question you're asking, and you're going pretty far, to be quite honest. When I'm sitting here telling you, it's just what you see in front of you. A receiver doesn't have to know every terminology. A safety doesn't have to know it all or call every shot. It's whoever's the captain, bro. So what is it you're really trying to get at? What is your real point? Like, why do you see it that way? Let me ask you that. Why do you feel is important? Go ahead and tell us.
Before he answers it, I see exactly what NBA fans talking about. Go ahead, NBA fan. I know what you're saying, bro. You're right.
Right. I think there's a stigma. Like there's multiple ways I can go at this, but I'll just go from the perspective that there's a stigma around the intellect of football players as a whole. And
I agree with him.
Right. And I disagree with that notion based off the intellect I perceive that it takes to be successful at certain levels at certain positions. Okay, so that would be my point.
Look,
all right,
I'm gonna tell you why your point is dead wrong and it makes no sense at all. If I haven't done my work, if I go back and look at the 10 draft bust quarterbacks, for the last 10 years that got picked in the first round. Anyone, just the ones that we automatically call bust. They most likely had good Wonderlic scores ever since they started doing Wonderlic score. Because Wonderlic score wasn't done in the 1960s, 70s when football was playing and Super Bowls were getting down. So it has nothing to do with football. This is just a new thing that's going on, and that's just really what it is. So I don't know why you're bringing like this Wonderlic score thing is so important to these certain positions, because at the end of the day, It really isn't, in my opinion, and I don't know why it would be.
NBA fan, I got this. NBA fan, I got this. NBA fan, I got you. Don't worry, I got you.
And if I cut off, it's because I'm gonna be in the chat.
First of all, yeah, okay, I got you. First of all, what my brother is saying is that up the middle of the field, the center, he has to read the defenses and tell guys where the play is coming on offense. Okay, the middle linebacker, he calls the signals. He has to look all over the offensive formation to tell his teammates. Zach Thomas was brilliant at it. Where things are going to go. Ray Lewis, another one, brilliant at it. And then the safety have to tell the secondary guys where to maneuver, the free safety. So everything the strong safety. So everything the NBA fan just said, he's on the money. In other words, in the middle of the field, those players, quarterback, center, on defense, strong safety, and middle linebacker, they have to know each other, the opposite sides of the positions, where the player is going, and all the formations. You are absolutely correct.
Right. So one thing I counter to what the guy who just left was saying.
He's coming right back, by the way.
Yeah, but he just. Yeah, I was going. So basically, what I say to that guy who said that the Wonderlic doesn't matter based on the fact that the test is recently invented, what would make you think that the average intellect of that person wasn't around what the average is for a quarterback now, even though they weren't tested for it? Based off the responsibilities of a quarterback being very similar, if not the same, from the inception of football, basically. Like, what would make you think that? Yeah, there's a lot in there. I was wondering what the guy with the Kobe and Jordan thumbnail had to say about that, based off of what he heard.
Go ahead, Big Time. He wants to hear your opinion.
Well, just playing both sides, I understand, but to a guy, honestly, like me, I don't take tests too well. So it to me, if I'm going to take a test, I'm going to fail horribly at it. Probably, have a low score of what they're trying to develop or what they're trying to look at. And if that takes away from me starting on their team, and then I go to another team and I ball out, what does that actually say about the test? On the other hand, it's not sitting there stating that the test is not valid. I'm just sitting there stating that some people can bullshit their way through a test, right? And some people will take and develop from that test, and others won't. So I can see both sides to it, though.
Man, to be honest, I really wish you asked that question, because you're about to make it to the NFL, and the Wonderlic score is scaring you. And I'm going to be the first one to tell you, it's not going to do anything. It's not going to change anything, bro. If you're just great and you're elite, it's not going to change anything.
Pete, you're missing what the brother is saying. What he's trying to tell you is that up the middle of the field, you have to be very bright to do what you got to do. You cannot tell me in the football world that a center is the one that changes the offensive line formation when he sees the defense front row.
In the football world is a different world.
Yeah, but what he's trying to tell you, Pete, what he's trying to tell you is that in the middle of the field, center, middle linebacker, Zach Thomas was brilliant at this, and strong safety, these guys got to know the football formations. You have to be intelligent. And football will do that.
You don't have to be intelligent to see how you just need to know play football and see what's going on. You can see a slant. You can see the offensive lineman run a certain. If they stand up right off the hike, it's a pass block. If they stay with their shoulders down, they're running. So there's certain things that you just pick on that not scientific. It's not. You don't need it. You can see when a guard stunts and goes around. You have to. That's why I said in football, the most important thing is vision. There's nothing else but vision.
So yeah, I just totally disagree with that.
That's cool.
Yeah. So I mean, it is what it is. There's no use in beating that dead horse. So I was wondering, what the guy Kobe Jordan photo had to say to the question about.
So what I'm taking from this is Tua's Wonderlic score was really low. They were bashing his ass because of this. Do you think he's gonna be a bust? Do you think he's gonna be a bust because of this low Wonderlic score? Because I don't think that's gonna get
no.
That's not the only reason why. But here's the thing: when you actually look at his career, right? I mean, it's like he played good. Like he did not play good in most of his big games. Honestly, he played.
By the way,
good.
the Heat's gonna win game 2, so the Heat's gonna go up 2-0. Continue.
Beautiful.
I'm low-key kind of scared of the Heat right now, but at the same time, like he performed well in the Georgia game just based off the fact they didn't really have a scouting report on him, and he kind of brought the direct opposite of what Jalen Hurts brought in that game, and they weren't really prepared for that. But when he has to go through the wear and tear of the season, as the season progresses, he gets worse. He just gets exponentially worse, you know. And you know what else? Another correlation between the competition. You know what I'm saying? It gets better as well. So if you look at like his last 4 games of his career, so the last 2 in his sophomore and junior seasons, those would be the most similar to NFL talented teams that he played his whole career while going through the wear and tear of the season, and he played like dog shit, basically. You know, and you could say, so I'm going based off of his track record. Some people will argue that he performed like that for a myriad of reasons, but the look could be factored into it, but I'm not saying that's the sole reason. I'm just going based off of how he's performed with NFL caliber talent.
Yeah, it's over. Miami's up 2-0. Over.
And you're talking to somebody that really doesn't care about stats, and that's all. If someone were to hear you say that about Tua, and they'll sit here and look at the stats, they'll say that's impossible. But what I'll sit here and tell you is when he played against a rookie quarterback in the championship game, and he already had his whole year of experience and everything, and he went into that game versus Trevor Lawrence, he got beat out. You see, the thing is, if you ever play Madden and you pick the best rated team and you go against the worst rated team, that's pretty much what Tua was doing when he was playing all these other colleges. But when he played, because he has so many great players on his side of the ball. So from him having so many great players with other colleges not having the best players and playing those type of skilled players, he obviously has an easy job to do. It's just distribute the ball. It's like a point guard. Distribute it to your open guy and let them work, because all these guys were number 1 in the nation. That's why they're here.
Let me touch on that too. Like he was getting like the amount of yards after the catch he got was insane. Like he was getting like 80 yards on like drag routes because like the tight end, he trucked 8 people like that. That literally, like, no bullshit, happened multiple times.
I mean, as a receiver, you love the passes that Tua was giving you for the fact that he led you and kept you running.
It's not even like I'm forgetting the type of route it is. It's like just like you throw it out to the flat, and Bama, they recruit at a different level. They recruit better than everybody except for Georgia as of recent. And when you're going up against Louisiana Southern Middle School, I mean, it just isn't fair, And his stats were inflated because of that. And I agree with you, but basically, in the biggest moment, he performed his very worst. Okay? And in those biggest moments, those have the highest correlation to what he'll face in the NFL. Not only that, his ASVAB was horrible, and there's still going to be a threshold. I'm not saying that's like totally writes you off, but I'm saying if you put that in combination with his performances against NFL caliber talent, it at least leaves a question mark. You know what I'm saying?
Like, this guy might be what you're selling right now, and I agree with you what you're saying, and to a point, because I do think he played decent football against lower competition, but at the same time, maybe at best what we have here is a Jay Fiedler, and the whole fan base is happy with it, as it looks as right now. I know a lot of people that were happy. Shoot, I just finished saying one of my boys that he's the biggest Dolphin fan. He loves Jay Fiedler. He has like 3 colored jerseys of Jay Fiedler still in his closet.
That's not saying much.
That, you know what I'm saying? That's not saying much. That's like, I was never happy with Jay Fiedler.
Neither was I. Ty
You know what I'm
Church,
saying?
Alabama defense sucked that year. The year that you're talking about Tua. Go ahead, Pete.
And it's just like I don't know why this fan base would be acting the way they do, and be all happy with just let them sit, blah blah
I'm
blah.
not gonna lie. Now that I think about it more, I think Tua's going to be a bust. He's just not built for it. I mean, back when Bama played, yeah, I see what you're saying. So back when Bama played OSU in the first college football playoff, they had a fullback at quarterback, and he still played better than Tua played in every playoff or SEC championship game. You know, like that fullback played better than Tua, who's supposed to be the number 1 pick, who ESPN dick rided the whole, like his whole college career. You know what I'm saying? Like,
I mean, the guy that the Dolphins just finished trading for from the Raiders, Lynn Bowden. What college did he go to again? He was playing quarterback, but what was his competition?
Kentucky.
Can you imagine this guy playing quarterback against Alabama? Did he? What would be his stats, bro?
If he went to Kentucky, he probably did.
He played Alabama.
What was his stats? Did he play quarterback?
No, I think he was the receiver.
They're like, hell no, bro. You can't do it against real competition.
Exactly.
Anybody can just do it, but can you do it consistently? Like Fitzpatrick. This guy Fitzpatrick has had huge games, bro. 500 yards. Bro, Josh Allen just threw for his first 300-yard games last Sunday. That was his first ever in his 3 years in. You know what I'm saying?
He's better. I mean, he's consistent though,
But now
he's 15.
Josh Allen has to be consistent now. Now he has to do it consistently and not lose.
I mean, he's consistently like decent,
Who, Josh Allen?
Like, yeah.
I love that white boy. I ain't even gonna lie. That boy's a baller. He is literally the white Cam Newton, fool. He is.
Okay.
If you don't see that guy like Cam Newton, I don't know what to tell anybody. And he's in Cam Newton's prime years right now.
Pete,
he just proved it.
Pete, do me a favor.
Yeah.
We have a Caucasian in this room. Can you show him some respect?
No, that's no disrespect. I'm not disrespecting any. I'm just saying that that's not disrespect at all, man. I'm comparing him.
White
that's
chocolate disrespect to white people?
No, that's not disrespect. That's a nickname. Just saying.
That's what I'm calling Josh Allen. In my opinion, he's a white Cam Newton.
Of course he is.
You know what I'm saying?
I think he has a little bit better touch than Cam Newton, man. Cam Newton.
Yeah, Cam Newton.
But you know the Bills do, man. They built around Josh Allen. Unlike Sam Darnold, that's what you do with your quarterback. He may not be a guy to carry players. So what you do, you build around him. Give him a good defense so he gets the ball right back, and you allow him to use his talent, allow him to run, allow him to use his feet, but you also give him the receivers. I mean, Stephon Diggs, John Brown. I mean, he has weapons. Cole Beasley. I mean,
he has a strong arm. You have to play two deep safety. You got to contain that guy from running. He's almost unstoppable, bro. I don't know why this fan base of the Miami hates on him, bro.
Because the Miami fan base is delusional, and they think any player that puts on a Miami Dolphin uniform is God. Go ahead, big time.
So Josh Allen, I mean, then if he doesn't succeed with the talent around him, what would you call him?
Josh Allen really didn't have no receivers last year. He put it on his shoulders.
Yeah, Pete, I understand.
Asking you if he didn't have the talent, Pete, what would you call Josh Allen right now if he didn't have the talent?
Unimproving and showing improving and helping us win at the same time, quarterback.
NBA fan?
I mean, he hasn't had receivers and he's performed at least decent. So, I mean, I think he's safe from anywhere near bust range.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, he's safe from bust range.
Yeah, so I mean,
Nowhere near that.
No, he's not. I'd say he's decently middle tier,
I agree.
Yeah, he's not trending towards bust, right? I'm not saying he'll never be a bust, but he's not. Like, you see the trajectory, you see his path, and it's like, okay, there's something there where he would have to really F up and just keep running the ball and losing the ball because that's one of his issues. He doesn't. Ball protection is pretty. He had 2 fumbles against the Jets.
Fumbles. He's functionally like a Jimmy Garoppolo, Kirk Cousins type of guy. You know what I'm saying? Like
I agree. The speed.
Yeah.
Legion of Knicks.
Yeah, I mean, I'm just going with the flow. I think Jimmy Garoppolo is smart. For some reason, I like Jimmy Garoppolo when he was with the Patriots versus the 49ers.
I agree.
I think him and Belichick had that was a match made in heaven. And I remember
minds.
I remember Jimmy Garoppolo when I was watching highlights because I didn't follow Eastern Kentucky. But I said this in Facebook. I said I'm so scared of Belichick. I told him that after I was so scared that Belichick would get him because I saw Jimmy Garoppolo and I said this guy is perfect for the Patriots. And what happened? They picked him, but you know what happened? The owner overrode the coach. He overrode the system and kept Tom Brady because Belichick wanted to get rid of Tom Brady and keep Garoppolo. So Garoppolo, to me, man, I don't know about how Shanahan, his personal relationship with him, but I think that Josh Allen is below Garoppolo. I think Garoppolo is good. I think he's just, he had got hurt that 1 year, so he was out. I think Garoppolo naturally is better than Josh Allen as an overall quarterback. But Josh Allen doesn't have the feet and he has a booming arm. But Garoppolo,
I don't know. I don't know if he picked Josh Allen.
The only thing I could probably sit here and say that I know for a fact, Josh Allen is just more athletically gifted. But I can agree to the point where if I had to assume, because this is an assumption, I believe for sure Jimmy Garoppolo had a way higher Wonderlic score than Josh Allen probably.
Go ahead, Big Time.
Yeah, that's easy.
Yeah, I mean,
Big Time. Go ahead.
Yeah, when I was asking that question, I was actually asking if he can't do something with the team that he has now.
Josh Allen, right?
Yeah, correct.
Well, what do you want? Because all right, so they lost to the Houston Texans last year in overtime, right?
Yeah, because the coach was scared to go for it. Let me rephrase it. He had a 19-0 lead, and he didn't step on the Texans' throat. That's what I don't like about Sean McDermott. The team is great. I just don't like the coach when it comes to managing a lead. He's scared to lose.
Yeah, if you surround him with if you put Josh Allen in San Francisco, with a kind of gutsy coach, everything around him that you need to propel not superstar QB to a Super Bowl or Super Bowl contention. I think he has a little bit of just that, right. I don't know. He has that it factor, that intangible to where he'd rise up, he'd do something special, a big time high leverage moment that you might not get from Garoppolo based on him athletic certain gifts. And I think he's as steady headed as Jimmy Garoppolo, so you don't really gain too much in terms of an intellect.
I mean, we're almost comparing two totally different quarterbacks.
Why would you say it? Because why would you send the thing with Josh Allen is that he needs to be in a system where there's more control and discipline. I'm not saying you stifle him and you make him only throw 10 times or 15 times a game, but you don't want. Again, we underestimate how good that Bills defense is. When you have a disciplined, really good defense, your quarterback is going to get more opportunities than not, right? So, again, I think with Josh Allen, you don't want to unleash him too much because he has habits where sometimes he just wants to run, and he's going to get hurt, keep running like that. And his ball protection is poor. You need him
I'm saying he'd be in a system, but I think he just put, he has the ability to come up with a play or two differently or more dynamic than a Garoppolo.
I have a question for Knicks fan real quick.
Yeah, sure.
So you just threw out there real quick. You said that with Allen. How tall is Allen, by the way? Just curious.
6'7"? No, wait. So 6'5".
6'5".
6'5".
So I mean, he's pretty decent scrambler, right? He can run pretty good, right?
Yeah.
That was yes.
But my thing is, what makes you think that if he continuously keeps on running that he's going to get hurt? Now, give me a second on this. And I'm asking this because is it because he's not going out of bounds? Is it because he's staying in play and he shouldn't be staying in play and being a little bit smarter? Because we have scrambling quarterbacks back in the day that were able to do it, and they took some hits, but they know how to protect themselves. So are you saying that he can't protect himself very well?
That's your question. You go look at Russell Wilson. Every time Russell Wilson runs, right, what is he doing? He's running out of bounds or he's sliding?
Yes.
Sliding.
Josh Allen, I've seen Josh. Remember that Vikings game where he jumped over dude?
Yeah.
Josh Allen lives for that moment, right? Remember Cam Newton used to love that. He used to love inviting contact when he was running. Because he's like, it's me versus you. I'm going to run over you. I'm going to truck you. Trust me. And look at Cam Newton. When that last year with Carolina Panthers, or even the year before that, when he's starting to get injuries, and he started to complain to the refs. Even though I will say the refs were not calling some dirty plays, I would be playing put on him. But he started to complain to the refs, like, "Yo, man, they're hitting me late and blah 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 blah." Because those hits start to hurt, bro. I'm telling you, Josh Allen does not, like, you answer your own question. He doesn't want to run out of bounds. He wants to go for that extra yard, that extra 5 yards. He wants to live for the moment, and you can't do that in the NFL. Yeah. This is why what they're doing Lamar Jackson. So I give it to John Harbaugh. Go watch the first game he had. I don't know what the rushing stats were for Lamar Jackson, but it looked, in terms of the highlights I saw, it looked a lot better where they were basically trying to make him stay more in the pocket or try to make him throw more so he gets out of that mindset of just running. No, he ran the first game. I'm not saying he didn't.
I watched the whole game. I mean, he takes like 3 to 4 good licks every game. Lamar Jackson does. Running.
Yeah, man. Did you watch the first game?
And you're talking about against the Browns, right?
Yeah, against the Browns.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. I watched the whole game. He takes
most of his highlights were him throwing, though. It wasn't him.
No. But those are the highlights. Yeah, and he went off throwing. But I mean, at the beginning of the game, they like to establish a run.
Agree. And what I'm telling you, this year they're going to start. Unless they're crazy, they're going to have to pull that back. Because remember, 2 years in a row, these teams in the playoffs, they know. First was the Chargers, then last year it was the Titans. That RPO stuff does not work like that as well. When you base yourself on that, and they know you can't throw outside they know you can't. You're not that good of a pocket passer. They know how to gear it up. Now these bum ass teams you could just play and whatever. You can run the RPO. You can have 300 100 some yards on the ground and then pass it to Marquise Brown for 5 touchdowns like they did against the Dolphins last year.
Yeah, 72 Fins logo. He ain't no joke. No, they're not. He up 2-0. Continue.
But they're gonna pull back Lamar Jackson because they know, look, this guy, we don't want him to be hurt. We don't want him to be one of these quarterbacks. Look at RG3.
RG3, yeah.
He was supposed to be that it guy. And it took one series to ruin his whole career, to really throw that franchise in disarray, because then it was, the owner versus Shanahan versus RG3. Shanahan left and RG is, you know what I mean? So
yeah,
I like Josh Allen. No, I'm a Jets fan. I hate all y'all teams.
Yeah. So I mean, I think like you could relate Josh Allen to like Andrew Luck, and not saying he's as good as a player, but just in the sense of him, I don't think Andrew Luck tried to intentionally take hits like Cam Newton.
I agree with that. I agree.
Right. So I just compare him to Cam Newton, Andrew Luck in that sense. So I think he has enough awareness about himself to like not going to repeatedly try to truck defenders. I should go out of bounds like that. But I feel like Cam Newton, Zeke, they have no conscience in terms of what the long-term ramifications behind like playing like that.
Are you saying that for Andrew Luck too, or just Cam Newton?
No. I'm saying Andrew Luck was better about it, but he took
chances. Yeah. And Andrew Luck, didn't he have like a crappy O-line until late?
Yeah. And he was getting hit late a lot too. I don't know what's the problem with Rosen. So I mean, who's
that dude they brought him from the Bills? The coach. Used to be a quarterback. They brought him for the Bills to coach Andrew Luck, but Andrew Luck was like screwed. Because remember that one year he came, it was like 2 years ago, and then that system, they look a lot better under. Why am I losing? Who's the Colts coach? Frank Reich. They brought in Frank Reich, and that system looked a lot better protections for what's the name? And it was too little, too late because Andrew Luck was so beaten up. If he had Frank Reich earlier on, it'll be a lot different. But again, I feel like Josh Allen, again, he wants to – you have to hone it in, right? You don't want – he's like Brett Favre in a sense where it's not necessarily the throwing, it's more so just everything. He wants to make the big throw, he wants to make the play with his legs. You have to hone him in a little bit. That's why the Bills are perfect for him. If they get, say, I don't know who their tight end is, but if they get like a solid tight end, like a star tight end for them, they draft one or something like that, and maybe another receiver, they'll be legit. They'll be scary next year. Like right now, I think they could go for the AFC East. I don't know if they go for the whole conference, but
they just got a great receiver too, Stephon
Diggs. Yeah. What Stephon Diggs, Cole Beasley. I know they got Singletary, they got Zach Moss. Who's the other receiver? I don't know who the other receivers. Why am I trying to? Oh, John Brown.
John Brown, yeah.
Do they have anybody else? I don't think they got Andre Roberts anymore, right? Nah, I don't got Andre Roberts. I don't know their receiving core, but they killed the Jets. You don't need much to kill the Jets.
The Bills got Diggs, Brown, Beasley. Tight end Dawson Knox.
Beasley,
Singletary, they just drafted on Santana Moss's cousin, the running back Zach Moss.
Yep.
Oh, from Utah.
He's supposed to be like the short goal kind of guy. Because Singletary was having drop issues last year, so
kind
of scary. But it's always good to have a 1-2 punch. But yeah, that Bills team, man, they got the AFC East, I think, man. I don't think the Patriots, as good as their defense is going to be able to. Because Cam Newton's going to get exposed. You could play the Dolphins and look decent, dinking and dunking it to James White and Sony Michel, but I don't know about that offense, man.
Yeah, and I mean, I think Josh Allen, he'll be I think he'll be within the Kirk Cousins tier, but you will be able to stomach. You'd be able to stomach giving him a contract like Kirk Cousins way more. So there will be the delineation, but I think he'd be at the top of the same tier that Kirk Cousins is in.
So wait, hold on. Can I ask you a question? If Kirk Cousins wasn't such a inconsistent, because that's what it is. Like Kirk Cousins to me could be sniffing top tier, sniffing. Didn't say he could be, but he always has stretches where he looks like crap. And then he'll have it because I've had him for fantasy for like 2-3 years. And I watched his games intently, and I saw Stephon Diggs just want to punch this dude in the face. Same thing with Thielen last year, where their chemistry was messed up in stretches. And I believe it was like late last year when Kirk Cousins started to come on. Because I remember beginning of the season, I think he was struggling big time. I think it was like late last season. Then he started to come on with Thielen, and Thielen started to look like Thielen again. Do you think that with Josh Allen, is it that what is it that's holding him back from being considered top tierish?
Winning big ball games.
Winning big ball games. So you say okay. So is that Texan game like last year? Was that on Josh Allen or was that on?
That was on McDermott. That was on the coach because he was scared to put the foot on the throat.
So with being considered in the top tier, there's prereqs of production. You know what I'm saying? But I think his production is linked. Right. And I think he has the intangibles, but I think his production, which in turn affects his production, is limited based off of his responsibilities within his offense.
That's interesting. I really think with Josh Allen, I think he has the talent to be the talent. Now, the headspace he's going to have to develop mentally to know when to make certain throws. Well, actually, I think it's more so with his feet because. Yeah, he can make the big boom throws. He can make the intermediate throws. He can make the dink and dunks. He does need a little bit better touch with some of the cross around stuff, but he's not. I mean, I don't know about Josh. I guess it's just time. We just got to see, man. I can't call him elite now. It's his second year, but he looks good.
Right, and I mean,
and guess what the Bills organization just finished doing?
Who, the Bills? You said?
Yeah, the Bills. They have Josh Allen. They like the guy. They just went to the playoff with this guy. And guess what they do in this just past draft? They still draft the quarterback, bro.
Yeah, in the fifth round.
They drafted Jake Fromm.
Jake Fromm, yeah.
You know what I'm saying? Let's continue to give competition because we want excellence.
Yep. Larry, you up now? You up on the podium, bro?
Hey guys, Jake Fromm on the fit. Makes no sense because his arm is not very strong in Buffalo wins. But it was a fifth round. It's not exactly like.
But it's big when your team drafts a quarterback and it gets back to the locker room. I promise you, Larry, that a teammate of Josh Allen texted him and been like, "Yo, you know they just drafted a quarterback. You better not mess up." You know what I'm saying? Like that type of stuff. It goes a long way, and it makes players play better.
Then I would ask who they drafted. Oh, Jay Fromm. Oh, that noodle arm quarter. I ain't gonna.
That's right. I agree with Larry.
Noodle arm is fine.
As a player,
Noodle arm is fine.
that way.
No, the Saints Dome Stadium or Minnesota's Dome, but not in the winds of Buffalo. Makes no sense at all.
Yep, I agree. What's up, bro?
He seems like a great offensive guy first, depending on the team. And he's not really a threat. I mean, he's not a threat. Like we all know he's not a threat, but he seems like he could be good and serviceable in certain moments. You know, your team wouldn't crash with him there. So, and he's only a 5th round pick. You know,
I'm gonna let this room rock. Go ahead.
Yeah, honestly, it's not about being a threat. I don't think he's gonna take his job. It's more like of a message to the franchise that they're not gonna just go all in with one quarterback, and if he gets hurt, not have a replacement. They're gonna continue to try to find,
of course,
good competition against this guy. Like
unlike the Dolphins, they were 9-10.
Okay, let's keep it a buck. Like,
hey, what's your team though, bro?
For me?
Yeah,
I'm honestly a Saints fan.
You're a what?
Okay. He's a Saints fan. Test. Go ahead.
Test back. Oh, my bad. Earlier.
Yeah. No, you good? I had to go watch the game.
Good win for the Heat, by the way. Up 2-0.
Yeah.
Hey, Tyrone, they didn't steal the game, buddy.
I didn't say they steal. I said that was a good win for the Heat.
Tyrone, yes, said that.
I didn't say they stole the game, my brother. I said that was a very good win for the Heat. Good win for the Heat. They're up 2-0 now. Go ahead, Test. Test. Go ahead, bro. Yo, Test. You in here, bro? Yeah, go ahead, Test. Go ahead. Test drop down. All right. There, Larry. I said he's back now. I said that that was a good win for the Heat. I ain't say
no, Mace. It wasn't you. I said Tyrone Church said that.
Oh yeah, because he's a Laker fan. Don't pay him no attention.
I know, right? Yeah, they went down 17, and they done it all the time, buddy. Tyrone. I know you're scared, buddy. Now I know why you're scared of making those comments.
He's scared. He said that last night. Test. Go ahead, bro.
What's up? What y'all talking about?
We was just talking about the Miami Heat, the win tonight, the game you watched. Go ahead, bro.
Oh yeah, bro. Like, you know, I'm down here, big county. So that's big. And if we play, because it was crazy. I'm a Laker fan too. So I want to see that. You feel me? I want to see them boys against LeBron because I think that'll be a nice fight.
Hey, keep rocking the room, bro.
I think that'll be nice, and I ain't gonna lie. I want to go home team, dog. Even though I fuck with the Lakers, with Miami in there, I gotta go home team. So if they could bring one home,
yes, sir.
Yeah,
it's not happening, bro. It's just not.
And they keep saying that, bro.
And remember, Pat Riley got rid of LeBron. Pat Riley got rid of LeBron because it couldn't be too cheap. You feel me?
No, I was never. No. That's false. No, that's false.
This might be a sign. I got a LeBron shirt on right now. It might be a sign, huh?
Let me tell you what happened. LeBron is a prima donna, and
thank you.
And at a certain point, you guys, hold on. I'm speaking, guys.
Go ahead.
Yeah. So he was a prima donna. Riley let him get away with some of it. You guys remember, like he wanted his entourage. He said, "No, that ain't happening. This is a team. We're a team." And he put a lot of restrictions on LeBron. He gave more leeway than most players, but LeBron didn't want any part of it. Plus, he didn't want any part of it. He wanted his own team. He wanted to control his own team because unlike what media reported back then, he didn't control Spoelstra. Okay, so he went to Cleveland and he said he gave with that sad story with a lot of BS. So I want to go back to my hometown. Blah blah. Who the hell wants to go to Cleveland? You ever been there? I've been there. Come on, man.
He's from there.
I don't care. I don't care. You can live in South Florida. You can live with in Los Angeles. You live in New York.
Come on, Cleveland. He didn't want to go to Cleveland. He wants LeBron James is a politician, right?
Yeah.
He has to create that goodwill back into his name because
absolutely,
he is a Nike asset. He is an asset for Nike. He does whatever Nike tells him to do, he will do. He is trying. He is not a person about goodwill or none of that stuff, man. Like LeBron is one of the fakest people in the NBA. And I'm not even that. Make your money, make your billions, make all that. I love it to see young black.
The fake is the most overt fakest superstar of all time is Jordan. But I mean,
the most overt what?
The most overt, like two-faced guy in the history of the NBA.
Well, actually, Jordan wasn't two-faced. You remember, he was the one when they had the controversy about I forgot what it was, but it was black and white controversy. How come he didn't want to get involved like today's NBA players got involved? Hey, white people buy my sneakers too.
Oh, because
Jordan was always a businessman.
Jordan, hold up on that story. That was a politician in North Carolina or whatever it was that they were looking to get his votes for, and he still gave money to that guy's campaign. This is what I like about Jordan. Jordan was like, I'm not. Go ahead.
Go ahead, Legion.
Here's what I'm saying. Here is what makes him two-faced, right? You can tell how skewed he is by money. So at first, he had a standoffish take on politics until recently, until it was the trend, until it made money to be a political. And look at what Jordan does.
Right. Well, as soon as he knows he won't be losing money by taking a stance. I agree with you.
Yeah, but and the thing about it is that look, I say this like so when Jordan did that back in the day, I respected it because first of all, none of these guys are my father. They're not leaders in my home. Like they don't
exactly.
Malcolm X. Look, I'm not trying to be ultra political, but Malcolm X said one of the greatest things I've ever heard. He said, "Why is it that in the black community that these rappers and these athletes and celebrities are our leaders, but they're not anywhere else?" He said these guys are shills. They're talking heads. If LeBron James put it like this, LeBron James, if Nike said, "Hey, no longer don't talk about that BLM stuff no more," because again, just like you said, Jordan can make money off it. Nike is making major money off the woke stuff. The same Nike that was campaigning for Kaepernick, Kaepernick, blah blah. They signed an 8-year deal with the NFL that same year to provide them their uniforms. So they play both sides just as much. These guys that you see on TV, again, what happened with the NBA? You know what happened to the NBA? The Bucks because of what happened to Jacob Blake wanted to boycott. Right? They boycotted. Then I forgot who they're playing, but the other team, the Magic, basically we have to boycott now. LeBron James was pissed that he was not the face of it. That's why his account was playing Madden while the meeting was still going on. When you matched it, I was like, wait, this dude's on Madden? Because he was pissed that he wasn't a part of it. And you know what they talked about that meeting? It's a CBA. You know what the CBA has in it? It has a force majeure clause. If the season was not played, the networks can come back and say, hey, they can come back to the CBA and redo it. And if you look at what the networks have been doing, they've negotiated for the contracts from like 58% for the players to 52%, I think it is recently. And they wanted to get it lower because the last contract that they signed with the NBA, they've been losing money because the ratings have not been as strong. So they want to come back as soon as possible and get that CBA lower. When they brought that up in the meeting, that's when the players were like, "Oh crap, we can't boycott."
Yeah, we'll play. Players
are not about morals; they're about money.
No. Here's the thing. What the fuck? Who is that?
I can't hear you. It was mad static in your.
Yeah, that's not me. That's somebody who just popped on. But anyway, can you hear me now?
I hear you now, man.
Yeah. So basically, here's what I'm saying. Here's the delineation between LeBron and Jordan. Basically, LeBron was on that political woke shit in 2016 when it was losing money, when it wasn't culturally acceptable via SJ.
No, he wasn't.
Huh?
You want me to tell you?
Yes,
you want me to tell you why he wasn't? You want me to tell you why he wasn't? Remember what? Remember when Tamir Rice got shot? And what did he say after Tamir Rice? He said, "Oh, I have to look at the facts yourself. I just don't want to jump into this blah blah blah."
Facts.
Then and you know the funniest thing is when the whole Donald Sterling thing came out, Chris Paul and the Clippers had a playoff game to play. If they boycotted that game, and this is when fans were in the arena, they would have lost millions of dollars, probably billions or billion. Because all the advertising, all that stuff would have been destroyed, right? And LeBron James was
LeBron has been protesting
Wait,
so what's he saying? Stop. Who was just randomly to interrupt? What you were saying?
He was saying that about he was saying about Trayvon Martin, eye test. Go ahead, eye test. Keep on that point. Go ahead.
No, that's what I'm saying. You saying he just got on the woke shit? He's been protesting woke shit since Trayvon Martin.
He's not protesting. They're not protesting anything. They still play games in Florida. So what are they protesting?
It's not protesting. When I say protest, it's the different forms of protest.
Protest.
Can I?
I'm sorry. I apologize. I'm sorry. Go ahead.
Hey. One at a time. Eye test. Go ahead. Eye test dropped off, bro. I can understand why, bro.
You intimidated him.
No, you didn't. Big time. Go ahead. No, you didn't.
I cut him off so many times earlier. He probably done with it.
Yeah, he's probably done with it.
Basically, on eye test's point about LeBron being like you know what I'm saying, woke or however you want to describe it. Before it was trendy to do so, LeBron has given an unprecedented amount of money, and he spent an unprecedented amount of time uplifting the community that he came from relative to any superstar ever in the NBA.
How much you gave?
Does anybody have anything to say about that?
Let my brother finish his point.
I'm sorry. I apologize.
No, I was done. Basically, that was okay. Is that fact or fiction?
Because okay, so for instance, right, that school that he had to pay for, he only had to pay 20%.
Barry, you next.
Right? Because you know that school basically just took funding from other schools in addition.
Let him talk. Go ahead, bro. NBA fan, ask your question.
No, I'm saying, is it fact or fiction he paid an unprecedented amount to uplift his community? Yes or no?
Do you want me to answer that? I don't know how much. I don't know how much he paid.
Hold up.
Yes or no?
No, hold on, but I literally don't know
One sec, bro.
I don't. What are you asking? All right, go ahead.
Give the answer, then preface it.
Answer the question.
So can I answer the question without you coming? I'm telling you, I don't know how much he paid. I'm telling you the stuff that he paid in the town.
Guys, I'm dropping out. The football game's back on.
All right.
Hey, I'll see you guys in my show tomorrow at 7:30. Okay.
Tomorrow night?
What's your show?
I'll be doing this tomorrow night, so I'll come up because I'm going to be doing this at 8:30.
Come on board. Yeah, absolutely.
I'll be there. And yo, Lara, thank you so much, bro.
No problem, buddy. Okay, good format. Okay, I like it when people have a place to talk and not just. My problem is, guys, mine's purely Miami Dolphins, but we talk other things, but it's still Miami Dolphins. I like the fact we came on, we started talking boxing stuff. I'm a diversified person. Politics and sports, not just bad.
Well, my brother, I know you was working earlier today. I had ball game and I did 3 hours of Dolphins straight. I had big time with me last night. We did 5 hours of nothing but Dolphins last night, bro. You will get a lot of Dolphins in here, bro.
No, but I'm not saying no. You got me wrong, Mace. I like the format.
No. I'm just saying that that I do Dolphins, bro.
Yeah.
That's my number one preference. Is Dolphins football.
Yep.
Don't worry about it. You have it here if you want it. Okay, that's what I'm telling you.
Okay, guys, take care. Stay safe.
I love you, bro. Good night. Thank you for coming, Larry. The great Larry.
I'll be there tomorrow.
He's doing a hell of a job on his platform.
So what were you saying about so back to where we was at?
Oh, that's you, Legion of Nick. Pete, you next.
Oh, you were asking me how much you donated, and I'm telling you.
No, that's not what I said. That's not what I said.
You said, hold on. Can I just say what you? So you said, did he not give the most to his individual talent than any other player? And I'm telling you,
that's not what I said.
All right, say it again, then, NBA fan.
All right, I'm sorry.
Has he not contributed an unprecedented amount to his community relative to NBA superstar?
He just said he didn't know.
I just said I didn't know. You say, I'm telling you, I don't know.
No. My bad if that's what happened, because what I heard was you just trying to preface it before you gave the answer.
No, he doesn't know. He's clueless about it.
I was breaking down some of his contributions.
It's okay. We're family here. Family have disagreements.
But the point is that, look, I'm not saying LeBron James has not done things for his community. I'm not. First of all, these players have been given to the community even when they were labeled as thugs and gangsters when they want to bring the dress code. So I'm not one of those people that I look at these people not trying to do stuff for their people. I actually think that
Test, welcome back.
You using your money and helping your community, that's the best way to go about things because it's all about money and leverage. It's not about you protesting. No one gives a F about protesting. It's all about money, power, and what you can impose upon people.
Okay. Go ahead, Pete.
I'm gonna give it in a little different perspective because it has to do with money.
Okay.
And LeBron's involved as well. And this is what I don't like. Next. This is what I don't like about Michael Jordan and LeBron James and any player like this. On the court, they're probably the most dominant and unstoppable, right? They're the best. These guys are idolized by kids, man. Kids are growing up wanting to be just like these guys right here, Michael Jordan and LeBron and all these other figure markers that you want to see that sell their shoes for $300. When in reality, the ones fiending for these shoes are the kids, bro. Why are you selling them so expensive to the kids?
Right.
You already make so much money. You know what I'm saying?
You're right.
You already make so much money from Nike. You already make, and he's right. That's why Nike goes out and has to sell it for more because they're promising that, you know, LeBron is going to get, let's say, $100 per shoe, and then they get the other 80. You know, so it's all marketable and always, but it's just wrong in my opinion. And that's why I love Shaq, and that's why I was so happy Shaq came to Miami, and even more happy that he won a final here with Wade because this guy even came out on record and said, bro, I signed the contract with Walmart because I want kids to be able to afford the shoes. And what the kids that are out here balling every day are the ones in low-income communities that you know, these are the ballers in reality. And they don't really have the money for the shoes because they just can't.
Go ahead, bro.
So when are these athletes out here doing it? Can I say something real quick, though? The issue again is that what he's doing is good in that instance, right? Instance, whatever we're gonna call it, right? The issue is that the main issue is that he's being seen as a leader, right? Again, I'm not saying what he's doing is not a good thing, right? He's trying to remedy a situation that is bad, right? But how about we tell ourselves, hey, if you cannot have a kid in the community, you shouldn't be having a kid if you don't have the proper family, whatever. Because we're talking about the cold, right? There are diseases, viruses within the Black community that we continue to perpetuate, and then we sit up there and we expect LeBron James and all these athletes, Michael Jordan, to raise us. I fortunately, and I'm not ishing on anybody. And my parents, they divorced at 10, but it was instilled in me like, yo, these guys are not your heroes. You have a father, you have a mother, you have uncles, you have aunts, you have a community of family that these guys, they dunk a basketball. Think about this. You're trying to tell a little kid, right, that he has to, and I'm not saying you guys, I'm saying people when they say this guy's a hero, whatever, you're talking about, think about this. LeBron James is an extreme of an extreme. To be an NBA player, whatever, even NFL is an extreme example. Then you're telling that guy to say, look up to LeBron and see what he's doing, blah, blah, versus, hey, look up to your father, look up to your mother who they bust their ass day in and day out to make a better situation from you. Every other ethnic group, for the most part, I'm not saying each and every person, but every other ethnic group, their role models, who they follow after, their parents. That's why Asian kids, Indian kids, when they go out and get jobs or they go to school, their parents tell them, hey, become a lawyer, become a doctor, become a banker, become this, blah, blah. And they come back and rebuild the community. Us people, we're looking up at athletes and celebrities who, again, they are paid by people to make an example, right? As good as all the stuff LeBron is doing. The same LeBron used, I think is a quote from Martin Luther King that said, injustice everywhere is injustice somewhere is injustice everywhere. When they went to China, and I'm not saying he has to be involved, he has to be responsible for Chinese stuff, right? But again, Nike, his handler said, hey, cut that out. We ain't talking about that stuff. And he went when that Laura Ingraham quote seemed to ring true when he was in China. So if Nike is like, hey, Trump is out of office.
Right. You're going everywhere. You're going everywhere.
Yeah, bro. Back up. I test.
That athletes and celebrities are not, they cannot be seen as foundation as to what you are trying to take in your life as morals, as virtues. They should not be looked at as heroes and pillars of our community. They're trying to do what they're trying to do for themselves. But your parents, again, the Black community, we have a lot of kids out of wedlock. We have a lot of kids who are in front of the TV. I was one of the kids in front of TV. Thank God I was decent, smart. But a lot of kids I know who are smarter than me, but they're in front of the TV 24/7. They're not getting degrees they probably should have. They're not getting the jobs they should have. They're not they're not in a position they should have been because they didn't have that foundation, familial foundation at home, and we're depending on LeBron James.
We get that. Okay. All right. So here's what I got. I agree with 95% of what you said, especially that don't have kids if you're not ready. And I have like an extreme agreement with that, like a almost unempathetically, I support that almost unempathetically, based off the product of situations like that. But here's what I was saying, and I agree with the thing that you shouldn't you shouldn't base your whole life and you shouldn't look up and try to mirror your life after athletes. And I think that is kind of a disrespect to our community that those are the pantheons, and whenever they're trying to get a political vote, they don't bring somebody with intellect. They bring an athlete, a puppet. But here's what I was saying. So basically, to your point that everything that you said was right, but what I would say to that is that I was just comparing athletes to athletes. So that was it. I agree that they shouldn't be viewed as heavily as they are. They shouldn't be as idolized as they are. But I was just comparing the impact between athletes.
Like you said, when you set up Jordan, you're the one that said Jordan versus LeBron, right? I'm just making sure. I mean to cut you off.
Yeah, that's what they're talking. Yo, I test you with us, bro.
One thing about LeBron, why are people getting mad that he's not doing enough political stuff?
What you said, Pete, about LeBron? Why did people get mad?
Yeah, like why are we getting mad? This is the definition
of
that
wonder. I don't care. I'm just like,
I'm not mad.
It's like LeBron came out of high school into the big leagues. This guy, all he knows is the basketball.
All right, real quick. So the last point I was about to make, right, was you said something about you used the Martin Luther King quote, right? Injustice anywhere is injustice everywhere, right?
Yeah, that's what LeBron said. Yeah.
Yeah. So, and that's why he tried to speak on China, correct?
No, he didn't speak on China. When Daryl Morey spoke, he said Daryl Morey didn't know what he was talking about. He was talking about injustice everywhere is injustice somewhere, or whatever that is. That was for another situation. That's for
Yeah. So hold up.
That wasn't for China.
Wait. So the main point is that he was in hypocrisy to that thing to that sentiment that he holds dear. That was your point about bringing that quote.
He didn't hold true to that virtue.
Right. So here's how you combat that. We understand that Black people are the least advocated for in the world, right? And we understand Chinese.
Well, again, get in here.
Hold up. So we understand Chinese and Black interactions everywhere, right?
Yeah.
So, okay. So at a certain point, you've got to prioritize where your energy goes. Yes or no?
All right. Now we're making an excuse for LeBron. So when LeBron can get up there and spew all that stuff, because again, LeBron James doesn't create that dichotomy when he's out there in China doing those shows out in China, or not shows, but like the exhibitions, whatever. When he's collecting their money, I don't hear him talking about, I don't want y'all money. I only want Black money. I ain't gonna
I already put in the link.
I don't even know how.
No, because you're trying to make okay. Can I just say what I think you're trying to imply is that when it comes to Black issues, LeBron James should only be focused on Black issues, right?
No. Here's what I'm saying. There's a spectrum in terms of, you know what I'm saying, the energy that should be put into everything. And if you're cognizant of interaction between your people and another demographic, on top of the things that you have to prioritize already based off of where you come from and who is impacted by your existence the most, it kind of guides the way that he maneuvers with his impact.
So can you just make that can you put in practicality? So you're trying to say that he was justified in being quiet on China when Daryl Morey said what he said?
Yes.
All right. I'm tired of this. We're getting back. I'm tired of political shit. We're getting back to regular shit. Okay. Sports, you in here?
One more thing.
Yeah, I'm here.
You getting up next?
Well, look at Baker Mayfield killing it right now, 21-13 in the Browns game.
All right, who cares? I test. Go ahead, bro. I test. Go ahead, bro.
Oh, amazing.
To point out, I just like listening to everything. I don't know how I got there, but based on what I know about LeBron and his career, and I'm not going to get on politics or whatever, but I didn't remember LeBron doing any black activist work until he was with the Heat and Trayvon Martin got killed, and then him and Wade and Bosh and all the whole Heat team stood up and they had the what I'm saying, they did the hoodie thing, and that's when LeBron's activism career took off to me. Now what he's done from then until now, I've witnessed LeBron open up a school in his community. I've witnessed LeBron do several things to impact his community. Now, the fact that everyone wants to put LeBron on a pedestal and say he's supposed to fight for all black lives everywhere, you're putting that on him. That's not his role. Because at the end of the day, I could look at it like this. LeBron came to Miami to learn how to win from Wade because Wade was already a made man and he already knew how to win. And you could tell Wade was more of a big brother influence on LeBron. So I could look at that incident with Trayvon Martin and see Wade spearheaded that, and LeBron just went along for the ride.
I can see that.
But LeBron, you know what I'm saying? But LeBron is the bigger star as far as basketball. So he continues the mantle. He continues to walk with that mantle. But at the end of the day, I've seen him do plenty in his own community, and that's what you're supposed to do. You're supposed to help your own community first and then expound and help everybody else. And he's done that. But to heap more on him is unfair. And to speak on the black community and how we're supposed to be like our parents are supposed to be our role models. If your parents are crackheads and your parents are like aren't worthy of being role models, then that's why.
Could you let him finish? God damn, bro.
Yo, you gotta let me finish. You gotta let me finish. If your parents are crackheads, if your parents are crackheads or hustlers or killers or drug dealers, they're not worthy to be your role model. So what does a kid with morals or trying to get morals done? He looks to the closest thing to him. And unfortunately, in the United States, the TV and things around us are all that we like. Basically, you're a product of your environment. And the people who are sheltered in their homes and the TV is their outlet when their crackhead mom is in the thing. He's watching LeBron take over a basketball game. He sees all the love and all the accolades and all the luxury that comes with that position. So why not look up to a person like that? But as you grow as a person, you should have life lessons. I don't know if you're religious. I don't know how that comes into play in everyone's life. But those are the things that I really believe life lessons and interactions with other people and other races are what builds someone into becoming that person. A lot of people are followers, not enough leaders. So that's why you get a lot of people who worship and idolize athletes, politicians, actors, whatever it may be. They don't have their own minds because they didn't grasp life enough to or experience life enough to make their own decisions and to know, okay, I like LeBron as a basketball player, but he's not my hero.
Go ahead.
You feel me?
Big time, you there?
Yeah, y'all finish up. Y'all finish up.
All right. Okay. Go ahead, Pete.
I mean, that's pretty much where he was at with it, because at the same time, Itest is right. When you got kids when they go to school, they're looking forward to playing sports. When you put them when you take these kids out of the house from watching TV, you take them out and you end up putting them in sports. So you put them in football. You put them in aftercare to play sports, basketball. And that's where they really get to see, damn, I like this. And then that's when you really figure out what sport you like and you start watching it on TV when you have time and when you ain't doing nothing at home. And you idolize your player as a young kid, growing up, wanted to be this guy and trying to do what he did on the field. You feel like you can do it and you're going to get to where he's at some point, because that's your dream goal, is to be an NFL player or a basketball player, or you want to be Tiger Woods and play golf. It's just whatever the product of your environment is. If you're from Miami, you're more than likely going to gravitate to either playing football or basketball. More so, like if you're somewhere else, I don't know where you guys from, your main sports might be something else. But, you know, here you're going to get a lot of people that just love watching the players and mainly basketball and football. And that's why those are the two biggest brands in sports, period.
NBA fan?
Yeah, so basically going back to eye test point about him seeing LeBron's activism kicking up basically as being like a follower to Wade, and that helped him progress a lot in terms of him on and off the court. I argue that it's not an argument, but I just say that in terms of a social activist, he got more vocal. But if you trace back his contributions philanthropically, it's been there since 2005. So he's always, you know, it's not like he was a follower. He just got, I guess he took Wade's lead in being more vocal about, you know what I'm saying, his environment and things that he wanted changed. But it's always been there. He wasn't really following anybody, and it wasn't really a trend that he jumped on to be an activist.
Agent?
Yeah, I just want to, it's, you know, to the dude, I think it's like two speakers before, you know, you kind of contradict yourself because you say that LeBron James, that, you know, I'm heaping more responsibilities on him. I'm not, because I don't think these guys are heroes, but, or should be our leaders or anything like that. But you said I'm heaping more responsibility on him. But I mean, the black community is already heaped the majority on it by making him, by saying he's a role model. You know what I mean? Again, you bring up the point of little kids, whatever, growing up with crackhead parents, and that's a reality. But the base cause of that are crackheads being, you know, the fact that they are crackheads and then they're having kids. So we have two issues that are underlying. If we try to eliminate that, you erase even the need that, okay, now this kid who's growing up in a crackhead family has to look up to a LeBron James. You know what I mean?
Next.
I looked at one of my favorite series, The Wire. I just watched this damn series for like the billionth time. And I remember, if you guys remember Cuddy, the guy who had the boxing gym, right?
I mean, going back to that crackhead part, to be honest with you, more than likely the kid that has the crackhead are going to be the ones that don't make it to the NFL and stuff because their parents don't have the money to put them in Optimus in an NBA camp or something unless they, you know, something good happens to them.
The point is that these kids you're talking about kids who are in broken homes who are going to be in front of TV, or, you know, they're going to look at people because they don't have a father, they don't have a mother, they don't have that community of people or family. They're going to look at somebody on the TV and idolize them. I'm saying that the fact that those conditions exist is the bigger issue. And with LeBron James keeping responsibility, the fact that he's coming on, the thing about it is, look, there are a bunch of people that weren't done. You have guys for years who've been helping out the communities, all that stuff, and I love it. I support that. Like, hey, do what you gotta do for your communities. The thing that gets me is when you start to almost become like, you put yourself out there to kind of be a politician, because the same LeBron James was the same person who was advocating for Hillary Clinton to be elected. Same person was advocating for Kamala Harris to be elected. And these people, when you talk about Biden, I'm not trying to be too political, but you talk about.
Please not.
I'm not. But these guys, discernibly, whether you're Republican or Democrat, they have a record of putting people and advocating to put people in prison. The same crackheads you're talking about. I mean, you have a person who was locking up black parents because of truancy. You have a person who kept black men in prison who were innocent because they needed them to take out those fires in Cali. And she said,
"Yeah, that bitch is a demon." I really
right. All I'm saying is that this is what I'm talking about. When you put these people on a pedestal, I'm not saying any of us, but when we put them on a pedestal, you're talking about activism. Activism, why? Because they make a lot of money. Because again, their morals are gonna be based on who is backing them, who is funding them. If Nike told LeBron James, "Hey, enough with the woke stuff," he will stop tomorrow, believe it or not. It's
of course he would, because that's the white dollar.
But then you got players like Kaepernick. But then you got players like Kaepernick who don't care, and they will.
No. I'm sorry. Can I just say this real quick?
Yeah.
I know somebody else want to talk. I watched the 49ers.
Okay. I Tess, go. Talk whatever the fuck you want to talk about. I'm tired of this LeBron James bullshit.
As far as no, I ain't finna get on that, but yo, you can't put your hopes and dreams into anybody but yourself, bro. You just gotta sit there. You know what I'm saying? Make your own ways in life, make your own connects, you feel me? And then hopefully you meet LeBron James in a party one day. You
We're not talking about Wade Son tonight. The hells no.
Wait, talk about who?
Yeah, I Test, go, baby.
You feel me? You feel me? That's how I feel. Like I don't never put no stock in no man. Like my favorite athlete growing up was Jerry Rice. And yes, I played football because I wanted to be like Jerry Rice. But I knew I wasn't gonna live Jerry Rice's life because I didn't grow up in Jerry Rice's environment. So what I had to do, I had to make deal with what I had. Still look at Jerry Rice as a inspiration, but not as somebody to be like. And my whole point with the whole crackhead scenario is if someone's not worthy enough for you to look up to them, you gravitate to whatever you see is successful. In our neighborhood, I know Life is a Gamble is from Miami. We grow up around a bunch of hustlers, ball players,
there you go,
drug dealers, and killers. So you feel me? So you gotta pick one. So if you got a brain, you can maneuver your way in and out and not get caught up in the bullshit. If you got a brain, but not all of us have a brain. And to speak about why crackheads and why you can't look up to them, you got to look at the government and what they do, how they specifically defund. Not forget defunding the police. They do not fund the school systems in the black communities like they do in the Jewish and the white communities. They do not put the same food. You don't see corner stores in white communities. You feel me? You see, you know what I'm saying? You see McDonald's and KFC and Popeyes only in the black communities. So you see police. You see police that don't even live in our communities, police in our community. So like I'm talking about, I'm from Miami. You'll see a police officer policing in Miami, but he lives way up in Palm Beach. They don't live where they police.
About 3 houses down,
so
I got a Fort Lauderdale
when you
police
put these
stay down the
situations, you know what I'm saying? For so when you put those situations together, it's purposely done to destroy the black community that you keep ragging.
I'm not ragging on the black community.
When you look at certain circumstances, you can't look at it just in a vacuum. You got to look at it. Okay, how did this get to this? How did this get to this? And when you look at what Reagan did when he brought crack into the community, it was to destroy black people. And what did we do? We said, all right, it's destroying us, and some motherfuckers said we're gonna hustle it and get money out of it. You feel me? So there goes the perpetual system of why black people are in the situation they have. So when they see a motherfucker like LeBron rise up out of it, they're like, damn, one of us got up out of it. So it gives this one hope. It gives this one hope. Even if he doesn't become LeBron James, he could say, I can go to school and play football like I did on a scholarship and make something else out of myself.
So I want to piggyback on that. So to the guy who was saying this shit about like all black parents, not all, but black parents are crackheads, but you should really look up to the parents with a lot of crackhead. Like, you know who you are? Who said that?
He's talking about you, Legion.
I said, what about black families?
So you were saying like you should if you don't have the financial means, you shouldn't have kids. Like a lot of black people are raised in broken families, stuff like that.
No, all right. So let me just clarify what I said. Let me clarify. First, I wasn't ragging on the black community.
I'm not saying you were.
No, I didn't say you. I'm saying the other guy because I know it's to me. I was not ragging on anybody. And what I said is that if you cannot take care of a kid, if you can't put them in a proper family, if you can't raise them, you should not have them. I didn't say facts. That's all I said.
That's it, and I agree with that. But if you have any I don't really care about saving the black community. The task seems like too daunting, honestly.
One of the biggest effects of cracking, it makes you horny as fuck. I'll be honest.
I don't give a damn about that.
my God.
I really don't give a damn about what the fuck crack does going, okay? I never sniffed that shit. I never will smoke that shit. I don't give a fuck what crack does. What the fuck's wrong with you, whoever said that,
That's common of the
So about that though, right? So community. So like, if we look at the community and that there, you know what I'm saying, there were systemic steps taken to make sure that the community looks as it does today. It was manufactured in a way to where they need an all-encompassing universal hero to somewhat guide the youth in terms of a sense of morality, based off the fact that there was things that happened to take that, you know what I'm saying, intimate experience away in terms of a father and a like functioning family. So
let me say this. I'm gonna keep on his topic, but I'm gonna reverse it. So if that's the case, how come our communities do not respect the educated lames?
Yep.
Okay, so hold up a sec. So
I'll answer that.
Real quick. Can I finish real quick?
Yeah, go ahead, bro, and then answer that question, Legion. Go ahead.
So
NBA fan, go ahead.
Right. I'm talking. So basically, what I say was, based off the state of the community, there's a need for a universal hero for people to look up. And what I'm saying is, based off of that need, there's been certain people who fit the criteria across generations. And I'm saying that LeBron has done the best out of any athlete to be the moral compass relative to anybody else.
Okay.
We've seen be in that same position.
Okay. Now,
hard to disagree
answer
with
my
that.
question. And I know Legion's chomping at the bit. So how come, if that's the case, how come our communities don't respect all the educated lames who go to work every day and make plenty of money? Why not?
Who are you going to answer that? Legion, right? Okay. Yeah.
Both of you. Legion,
Okay,
you can go first than you.
I'll let the other dude go first. Sorry, I can't see it.
Well, what do you mean, though, Mason? Can you answer that question again?
Okay, he's talking about how LeBron, to a lot of people in the hood, is a savior.
Yeah.
For little kids and stuff like that. And I said, if that's the goddamn case, how come the educated lames ain't the saviors?
Yeah.
So basically, what I say to that is, people don't, in that type of despair and that type of grim reality, they don't need like a practical role model that's not really, you know what I'm saying, idolized. They really need a hero. You know what I'm saying? They need someone to make it feel like, if I hold these certain tenets, I can, you know what I'm saying, I can propel out of this reality.
All right, so NBA fan, keep it right there, okay? Who the hell do you think the little weasel child is going to end up closer to? The educated lame or LeBron?
The educated, that little weasel is closer to a coffin, honestly. But he's not close to either, honestly.
That's a pretty goddamn sad statement you just said. But basically, you're saying he's not going to be an NBA player, it's 1 to a gazillion, and you just said that most likely he's not going to be an educated lame because he's too goddamn stupid.
Yeah, and I mean that's the community. That's the thing. There's useless niggas.
Can I answer the question?
Yeah, go ahead.
So I can tell you this straight up, because my parents are Nigerian, right? And it takes me trust me, I've been through on both sides where I'm not looked at as black, I'm not looked at as truly Nigerian because I was born here, and it sucks to try to convey it to relatives that like, yo, you're in America, how the fuck are you trying to shit on African Americans when you're in here, you're not in Nigeria. And on the flip side, African Americans used to call me African booty scratcher, that shit, blah blah. So here's the thing, African Americans, and I'm not issuing on African Americans here. If you think about it, please don't get mad when I say this. The reason why the educated lame is not looked at, and partially to answer is why they are looked at as valuable in other races, because African Americans in this, and I'm including myself in this, we we lack a discernible culture. When you see the educated lanes in every other culture, Asian, Arabic, Indian, why are they educated? Because they want to come up and gain wealth and bring back to their collective community. To the guy who spoke, and just real quick, to the guy who talked about in the black communities why they have this and have that. The reason why is not necessarily just because you're black. A lot of those schools and institutions are built off of wealth, right? And we could get into history, blah, blah. The one thing that we do not do as a people, right? We do not aggregate the money that we have and buy amongst each other. We don't own the institutions. Do we own the hair institutions? Do we own the hair products? We don't even have our own black towns in many places. You go think about maybe Atlanta, some other places, but we allow an Asian, what's the name? We allow Indian. I'm not itching on them. They're doing what they're trying to do for their people. But we look at rap. We sell the things that can build our culture for free. We don't have a collective mindset to be like, all right, hey, you guys, you're gonna go into college and get this degree and blah blah and bring this money back and build up this community. I have Asian friends. That's all they do. I have an Indian friend or not Indian.
Middle Eastern friends.
We get that.
No, right,
Here's
Yo, he been keep talking about me. Let me answer what he's talking about. But I get where you're going with it. Why black people don't bring back to their communities and why we don't uproot our own selves. I understand that. Here's why. Do you know? Yes, of course we do. Do you know what Black Wall Street is? Did you ever hear that? Okay. So if you know what Black Wall Street is, that tells you everything you need to know about why black people can't buy and do everything on our own. Because every time,
did you let him talk?
Let me finish, and I'll tell you why. Because when I finish, you'll understand. Because if black people can bring themselves up like they did in Black Wall Street, and watch white people take it away from them as easily as they did by killing black people. Every time we try to free ourselves from the perpetual slavery that we've been under, they kill us. And every time we start to come up, what they do, they steal our culture. Right. Hip hop was a black culture until white people appropriated it. And then it's everywhere. It's fucking in fucking Sydney. Everybody's drill rapping. Everybody's doing everything that's something in the black community. And what's funny is it's not something that we should be celebrating, but it's something that was here. And what did they do?
I'm going to say something to you right now.
Made it worldwide.
I'm going to say something to you right now. Same topic. We invented the greatest music genre in the history of the planet, and we gave it away.
Yeah. Oh,
we gave it away. Bro. They stole it because remember, rap used to be shunned. Listen, rap used to be shunned. Listen, rap used to be shunned. MTV didn't want to play rap. It wasn't until because white people saw how much money black people was spending.
Think about the 1990s, fellas, the late 1990s.
Exactly. Everybody couldn't afford Tommy Hilfiger. That's why he said
that's true.
Right, but every time black people want to be accepted by them.
So basically, white people started. Listen, if you business minded, you see all these black people want to spend money on my product. So what am I going to do? You know what I'm saying? Timberland, and you could speak up to today. Gucci, all these motherfuckers, they didn't know black people could buy their products, but since they can, they get black rappers to make them hip, you know what I'm saying? Put them in songs, advertise them to all the black kids. You gotta have a Gucci, you gotta have this, or you ain't shit. And the money goes through the roof. We're in a capitalist country. What part of that don't you understand? And until you talking about, and what's funny is black. You said black people can't build their own communities. Every time we try to build our own communities, they destroy it. We try to build our own community in hip hop, they took it. We tried to build our own community at the Black Wall Street, they bombed it. No, you got to look at it.
No. Please speak for me, bro.
I'm not saying that.
Hold on. Damn, Legion,
you just want to argue and go back and forth.
Say, bro, I never said.
Bro. Everything I said was facts. You speaking opinions and hyperbole.
I'm actually
we never said that. I didn't say that.
No, he just said that. I never said that. And also in Tulsa, Oklahoma, These are facts. The reason why Tulsa, Oklahoma failed wasn't because it was just burned down. When it was rebuilt and black people did not return and build it back up. And you're using one example to say why we can't replicate that. Using one example, despite despite the fact that we have the highest, we one of the highest spenders in this country. All facts. Your facts aren't even necessarily true. You're talking about soda. If you talk about rap, right?
Hey, calm down.
When Def Jam was created, right? You had Russell Simmons and Leo Cohen, right? You know how Leo Cohen came up was because his father had an office with her, and he basically wrote a contract. Hey, I get partial ownership of Def Jam since y'all were using my father's office, or some crap like some BS like that. That's how Leo Cohen is up there. Again, like Nas and AZ said, yo, we had it. We should have we sell this stuff to people. It's not that we can't, that they keep coming in. We don't have any laws. We don't have any statutes that say, hey, only us can mess with this. Every time we go out to the community, we want the other people to love us. We want everybody to hug us. The reason why they pity us. A lot of these people that say, oh, black this, they pity us because they're like, yo, these powerful, majestic mother effers want a hug from us when they could do this and do that and do this by themselves. Think about this. We have soul food. We don't commoditize it into our own stuff where it's like, hey, we all the older people, you only buy from us black people if we sell soul food. Hair products. We have Chinese people who are running black hair shops.
That's right. I see it every day.
And there's only two. Actually, there might be three now, but one of them closed down in Brooklyn. And I looked it up because I tried to buy black on Amazon. Buy black hair products in Brooklyn first. There were only two shops that I saw. One was closed down because Corona. Another one is in upper part of New York that I can't physically go to, and they don't have an online shop or anything. So when people talk about it burned down, y'all using Tulsa. If you look at the history of the Chinese people who came here, and I'm not saying that we're comparable straight to Chinese, but I'm just saying
we're not comparable at all.
At all. No other country, no other race, no other race has been held back how black people have been held back.
NBA fan, go ahead.
No other race, bro.
Look,
Chinese.
Hold on. Let me explain.
They got their own country.
Let me ask you
they
guys
come over
something.
here.
Now that you brought that up.
No other race.
That destroyed Chinatown and San Francisco. They were getting the same thing too, where you had.
Let's think about this for a second.
Whoa. Go ahead.
Let's think about this for a second. Let's just visualize only the United States of America, just the map alone. Visualize it right now in front of your face, just the map. Now, what is the most thing that you hear out of the black and white talk and all that stuff? The people that own the people that own don't worry. The people that own the most land. The people that own the most land on this map, which is the most important, that own land. This is the most important thing. Are whites, and the most crucial land and the most money-wise land, everything in Brickell is owned by whites, But then, when you sit here and tell these players to help out communities and continue to help out the poor communities, you're just making these investments by these black athletes. It's making a bad investment because you're putting so much money into a poor community that you're gonna sit here and say, but that's their only gateway out is to go to the park. So everybody's gonna go to the park. The park is gonna get wear and tear, and then the community looks like it's bad, but it's not. That's what we have. So at the end of the day, it's a bad investment because it's gonna go down money wise. It's never gonna bring you profit. And then
that's not the point at all. Hold on.
That's what I'm taking from this whole conversation.
The whole
NBA
point,
fan, go ahead.
Yeah. So the whole point behind philanthropy and trying to get people and helping out people from lower communities is to try to raise their socioeconomic place in society by initiatives that are started within those communities. So the whole point isn't for people to stay in that community with the help given to that community.
Yeah, but what I took from this, and that's why I said look at the land and then look at the athletes, was that you guys are only expecting athletes to do this, and it would be a bad investment when most of the rich people on this earth that own the most land on the United States, and I'm talking about land, I'm talking about skyscrapers. The skyscraper near you is more than likely owned by a white guy. You know what I'm saying? They have the most money. Why is it struggling over here? First of all, that's number one. And number two, this shouldn't even have to be done by athletes to help out the communities. No way, fashion, or form. Bro, we need to fix what's going down here on Earth. On Earth, what's going on? We need to fix it. And the only way it's going to get fixed is financially. Why are we spending $500 billion or $500 trillion? We would spend $500 trillion to send a rocket to go to Mars, but we wouldn't give each American individual $1 million in their pocket instead. Why?
Okay.
You get what I'm
Legion,
saying?
you got something to say about this?
So
I'm gonna go around the room.
There's
Final
money
words.
out there. Basically, what I'm saying, there's money out there to fix it right now. It's just whether they want to do it or not. It's just I don't know what stops.
Yeah. Fine. Legion, go ahead.
All I was just trying to say is, look, I with my own people, man, and it's people, even people in my family, man. With black people, man, we look too much to these athletes or people outside of ourselves to make our situations better, right? You talk about that situation, bro. I live in New York City, right?
We both do.
You guys remember Akai Gurley, right, and Peter Liang. Asian community in New York is the lowest. They have the lowest voter turnout, and that's also one of the lowest voter turnouts in New York City. What they have though is money, and they spend with each other. Same thing with Jewish people, right? Jewish people, a Hasidic Jewish person, they ain't spending money nowhere near you, right? They spend with each
totally
other.
different. That's already businesses.
I get all my, like Claude Anderson said the same thing. Yo, they spend their money 12 times before it comes out that community. Black people, it doesn't roll over probably more than twice.
We agree. Yeah.
We have things that we buy a lot. We have things that we can make. We are not these poor or these senseless idiots. We are one of the most genius people on the planet Earth. And the only time we come alive is when we put our backs on a wall. When there's segregation, I'm not advocating for segregation. When there's segregation, though, we were like, yo, screw that. We're going to buy and do amongst ourselves. That's why when we came out of segregation, we had one of the highest literacy rates. Mind you, this is after slavery, by the way. We had one of the highest literacy rates. We were one of the most educated people in America. So all this stuff about, I don't give a F about no athlete. Let them do whatever they want. If they want to come in, they do it. You talked about the land stuff. Again, why are poor places being gentrified? Because those people see opportunity. Obviously, they have the wealth and stuff like that, right? But you talk about all these celebrities and stuff, right? If they really want to build up these poor communities like they talk about, okay, hey, and they have opportunity zones, right? Let me come into this place, tax-free or tax advantage for 10 years. I'm going to open up this center. I'm going to do a deal with Amazon. Amazon comes in, or whoever company, whatever. They come in and they build this stuff and they have mandates. You have to hire this person and put this amount of your money into this school zone. And these people here, they will buy from you, blah, blah, blah. That's how you do business. If you want to come up with these people, and I'm saying with each other, we have opportunities to do that, but we're sitting here. LeBron James.
All right. Final words. Whoa. Final words. Beginning with NBA fan. Go ahead.
So basically, you're being like very reactionary in your take. Okay, you're looking super macro and not getting into the micros, into the position of black people right now. Okay, so black people went under their own vices without tons of propaganda. You know what I'm saying? Persuading them to do the opposite, what's in their best interest. We did everything that you were just saying. So we can't just blame black people for their mindset as if this is just like a choice they're cognizant of making. They're not like cognitively or they're not cognizant of the destruction of the community that's happening based off the fact that they're not, you know what I'm saying? They're not, there's a lot of reasons as to why they're not, but I mean, it's not just solely black people's fault into why they're in their position, and we have to acknowledge all the factors that go into the position that black people are in right now.
You know I said that, right? You know I agree with that. I'm sorry.
Go ahead.
No,
but I mean, I agree with that too.
You know I said that. You know when I was talking, I said that.
God.
I'm sorry. I think you said me.
I said Pete.
Oh, I'm sorry. My bad. Apologies.
Hey, Pete.
No, I said I agree with that, and like you said earlier, I'm probably pretty much done with this topic.
Hell, me too, man. I'm getting the hell out of Dodge. And let me say this to you guys right now. I don't want to hear about bullshit politics and
again. Is iTest still up in here?
iTest been left. He was pissed. He left, bro. That's how he do his shit. Pete agrees with NBA fan. Go ahead, Legion.
Yeah,
I mean, hold on, Legion. Like I don't think y'all understood what I said earlier. This is ran the same. So these small businesses is totally different. I understand what you're saying, but it's still it's weird, man. It's really weird to explain, and it's not racist at all. What I'm trying to explain to you is just statistical facts that the most land owned on this country is all owned by white people.
Okay.
You know what I'm saying? And
yeah, we feel you.
And then the businesses ran off of that land. You know, it could be any color. We don't care. It could be Chinese. It could be black. We don't care what you are. Run your business, make your money. That's really how it is in the United States. I don't know how it is over there, but it's still, you can't just turn around and let's say you win. Let's say, for example, any of you guys right now win $300 billion, bro. And you turn around and say, I want to build the skyscraper right there next to the skyscraper, even beautiful. You might not even get allowed no matter how much money you have, bro.
Understandable. Go ahead, Legion.
Yeah.
Final words.
And final, man. Again, I did say on a culture thing, I said it's not necessarily all our fault, right? You know, but no one heard that. And on a micro level, because again, I think when people say macro, micro, okay, on a micro level, I'm here on this channel, right? I built on my platform. I knew Mace Taggart met Mace Taggart through the manager. Ty City, right? On a micro level, I'm looking at this like, yo, I'm gonna build on my platform. I know sometimes Mace, I be seeing on here, be one person watching. Mace be on here for 4 hours, and even when I'm not able to be on here, I put myself on the what's her name, just so that the algorithm see, okay, there's an additional person on here. I'm hoping Mace Taggart could grow to bigger than some of these other channels. That's how I do micro. I'm not sitting here saying, hey, man, ESPN is so big and they owned by white people. I'll never be ahead of them. I'm looking like, yo, I'm trying to compete with these idiots. I'm gonna do it from a small level. And other black people that I know, I could build a synergy with. Hey, I go to Mace Taggart's page. I don't think I'll build it. I'm gonna do it with him. I just feel like with us people, it's this defeatist attitude. We gotta get out of that. We're better than that. I agree. The people out there are scared of us waking up and being like, yo, if they ever have a collectivist mindset where they gather their resources and say, hey, we ain't gonna open all our rap, we ain't gonna open all our food, we ain't gonna open all our hair products to everybody else. We're gonna build it ourselves and then act like every other group. That's when they're fair or respected, and that's what I'm trying to get. So micro, I'm building out my platform. I hope we got support. I'm gonna support all you motherfuckers' platforms as well too. So leave your name because I'm here to support everybody. I ain't no excuse about me. ESPN, Fox Sports. I'm trying to build my own shit, man. And I hope everybody.
So here's kind of what I say to that. So there's legislative nuances that make what they're doing in terms of business easier. And black people, even who have this mindset, they can't just do it based off the mindset. There's still other things that they have to do. And, you know, there's things like business loans that it's easier for an Asian immigrant to get compared to a black American, just based off the fact they have a visa, there's money, they have a what's it called, like a current balance from their native land, which makes it easier. And then the whole mindset of them coming over, understanding that they're the best of their communities, and they're you know, they've got a whole country of people that they don't want to let down, and then you know, everything like that all leads into why they're so connected economically and culturally.
All right, I'm gonna say something right now, okay? And this shit is over. I'm gonna let Big Time get the final word, and he already spoke tonight, okay? This shit will never happen again, okay? I don't give a fuck about the black community. I don't give a fuck about what LeBron does with his money. This shit will never happen again. Beginning tomorrow night at 8:30, when I come back, it is pure sports, nothing else. Big Time, you got the last words, buddy. Go ahead.
Dude, I don't know if I deserve the last words. Y'all gave me a little education there, and I appreciate it. I'll be honest. I think there's a separation between where you have one side of the black culture calling themselves African Americans. You have one side of the black culture calling them Black Americans. Which one is it? You're fighting against each other. I don't understand. I'm not understanding that part. Y'all are yelling and screaming at each other, and it's hard to tell, who's right and who's wrong. I just
Oh,
I
so you
just
got
wish
worse.
I just wish the best for everybody. And there's only so much that a person can do, but unless you're willing to help yourself and help the individuals around you, and it's never going to change. So until you all are on the same page, nothing's going to change.
Facts.
That's just a small thing, and I could be wrong about that. So I apologize if I offended anybody.
You are wrong about that. I don't even know how that's what you got from that. But
whoa! Wait a minute! NBA fan, you telling me that black people do get along?
No, he's talking about us.
Hold up. Here's what I'm interpreting him saying the biggest problem he observed based off the conversation. All right. He brought it down to a delineation between the names of how we're labeled as the biggest problem. Based off of what he just said. That's what I'm saying. And if that's what you got from this whole conversation, you're very lost.
Okay, you're right about that.
No, I'm not. Okay, so then, no, I'm not saying that. But I'm not labeling you. You're labeling yourself. You're labeling yourself that. I mean, then if that's the case, I'm just sitting there stating that, until you get it right, until the culture gets it right on your side, then, what are you going to do? You want help from what side when you can't do it yourself? I don't get it. I'm trying to understand. That's what I'm trying to do.
I thought you were Black Manosphere.
Oh, me?
Yeah.
I am, but my point I'm making tonight, young man, is back. No. Hold up. My platform is sports.
That's crazy.
If I want to talk about what we talk about in the manosphere, that's a totally different ball game. That's all I'm saying.
But to the previous speaker, I just said, I'm going to support each and every one of you guys' channels, right?
Yes, sir.
That's how I don't give a F if you're Black Caribbean, Black African, Black, whatever the hell you are. I said I'm going to support all you guys' channels. So that's how, in my microcosmic world, I'm trying to build that so-called culture. Again, I've never seen Mace Taggart physically in my life. And this dude was on Ty City's thing like, yo, I got to have you on my podcast. I said, hell yeah, I'm going to be on your FM podcast. And I was the one, I was like, yo, Mace, what the hell's your podcast? Yo, I'm coming. Like, I'm supporting that crap. And every time I'm on, to Mace's credit, it could be 3 p.m. in the morning, in the afternoon, I'm working. This dude like, yo, and I type in something, he's like, yo, get your ass up on here. And I'm like, yo, that's support. So I don't know where you just because we're arguing, that's one thing. But I know in my space, I'm gonna try to support each and every one of you guys' platforms. Facts. Give you a platform where you're doing shows. That's
100%. I agree.
Just I don't know what's up with his confidence, bro. Honestly.
What do you mean, NBA fan? Elaborate.
I'm not trying to be shady, but never mind. You're about to end it.
No, speak your mind, bro.
Speak your mind, bro.
You done made me fix my mic.
Pages in the chat real quick. Can you just type it so I could sub to it on YouTube? Like why y'all talking?
He's telling you guys he wants to subscribe to your platforms. All you guys in here.
So can you put it on the chat? Can you put it in the chat?
I'm just chilling, man. I just be on people. All I do is go on Dolphin stuff and my platform. All I do is gamble, man. So if you don't,
he's a gambling platform. NBA fan, you got a platform, buddy?
Nah, not really, honestly.
Okay, but let me elaborate with you. I think what you don't misinterpret with me. When I'm in here, young man, we're talking sports. Yeah, NBA fan. When we're in here, we're talking sports. When I'm in, let's say, Ty City, I don't talk. I don't go on this platform. I'm inside of it, but I'm with Legion of Knicks. We're talking in the chat room. You understand what I'm saying? I donate to Ramir Amir. I donate to Bernard Riley. I donate to Edward Anderson, where I see you at a lot. Those guys I respect and I appreciate what they say. But when you're in this room, I let it lose control tonight with this building shit. I don't want to hear that in here. Over there, I hear it and I listen to it and I support it. So don't think I'm no goddamn coon, young man. Okay?
I mean, like this, because it's just this like random white dude and his whole take on it was super goofy. I mean, but it is what it is, honestly.
No. NBA fan. No, NBA fan. Hold up, kid. When Legion corrected him, I agree with Legion. He was wrong.
Nah, I said that.
No. You said it. I agree with you.
Yeah.
I said, yeah, you're right. Facts.
And then when we like, because I wouldn't even have felt comfortable like engaging in the conversation I spirit if I didn't know you were like all black men with this. So
No. And here I'm all sports, young man.
Yeah,
But,
I had no idea about that. So I
yeah,
thought,
but when I'm in the other platforms in the manosphere, I support them. That's why I'm in the manosphere. Here is sports.
That's that love, man. Mace Tag is a sports channel, but you support each other, man.
That's right. I told Legion 2 months ago when he first met him in Tight City's room, yo, I'm building this, and when I do, you hop on board and talk NBA. He's here.
For some reason, when you have first posted that statement up on one of those channels, I think TD, I searched up your name and it doesn't pop up, bro. The only way I found you was if because you had dropped that link, but searching up your name, I didn't even be able to see you up there.
They play a lot of games on YouTube, bro, to get, because there are a bunch of platforms like that. I know, and it's like you have to put in the exact title of one of the episodes and then the name, and then you can subscribe. It's again, you got
crazy, bro. It's crazy. I agree.
If you're not ESPN or Fox Sports, they literally they basically put you at like the bottom rung in terms of.
That's true.
So
it's real.
It's very hard, man.
It's hard, bro. But we're building it while we're flying, and we haven't even scratched the surface. I'm gonna say it again from day one. This is for you guys. I'm just here to listen to you guys moderate. Okay. Now tonight it was an awesome show. It was awesome. But tomorrow night's gonna be better. You know why?
Because I'm
gonna be well rested, and I'm going to 2 a.m. 8:30 tomorrow night to 2 a.m. So we're gonna really rock tomorrow.
We got it. I'm gonna try to make it, homie.
Can I ask a question, NBA? And this is good. I'm not trying to go back to. Why don't you create a platform, bro?
Yeah, bro. Create your NBA platform. You're gonna get all those Manafit niggas in your platform, bro.
I support your platform, bro, and I'll come in there and debate you every time, bro. Just to build it.
Think about
it. Thing is, I'm about to go to the military in like 30 days, so I'm gonna do basic and IT. So I'll be back in like June. So it's not really smart for me to do it with like a month. I get any traction, then it disappears for like 8 months, and then all that traction I had is gone. Type, you know what I'm saying? So
young man,
maybe after I get back.
Yeah,
young man, I wish you the best. Thank you for having the courage to defend our country. And whenever you get time, just hop in and say hello, bro. And I'll put you right up, or I'll hit you up in the chat room. Okay?
Yeah, so I'm doing it.
Edward Anderson, you leaving? Cause I know you're a big Edward Anderson fan. Have you told Edward?
I think, I was pretty sure you know this, but basically, what I would say is that after I get back from AIT, and then I'm like, so I don't know if I'll ever have the time, basically.
Understandable.
You pretty much like me. You just enjoy, and this one is just crazy because you get to join and talk, right?
Yes, hey, young man, thank you for even having the goddamn courage to say hello to me, bro, and to come up here. I'm serious.
Yeah.
Who, me?
Yeah, I saw you on Edge, and
NBA fan.
Okay.
Yeah. So like after I get back from AIT, I'll be like in college. So and then you see what I'm saying? You know what I'm saying? I don't know when I'd have the time exactly.
Yo, bro, I would say this for college, man. If you could get your shit up to just cover sports or some shit, I wish I did this in college. If it's a sports channel or whatever, bro, it could be a decent money maker for you.
Hell yeah. And that's gonna be your hobby. See, this is my hobby. This is not gonna be my life.
They're doing the same shit. They're getting monetized, and trust me, I have had better discussions on Mace Tagger shit than me looking on their channels and they're trying to talk about this player and that player. They don't know shit, but they get a lot of views just because they're in college. So once you get to college on a Saturdays, whatever, if you ain't, before you go out, smoke, drink, get some hoes or whatever, just create a video. I'm serious, create a video. And then once you get the process down, like Premiere Pro and all that shit, bro, ideas are gonna come to your head and you're literally just gonna start popping out shit. And
what is your channel?
Viewers and 4,000 hours of watching, you can get monetized and you be like, yo, you good. You don't have to,
what I got from this is maybe what he said is maybe if you do 2 hours a day doing sports talk, maybe it could take a headache away.
Yeah, man.
Yeah, that's what I was I'm really trying to like make a platform. I really don't want to work a 9 to 5. Like I'll be dead honest. I'm
There you
hoping
go.
like I can honestly start a podcast. Huh?
I said,
well, I got my guys in here. I got Legion. I got Big Time. Those are my guys. I got other guys who are not here tonight who usually be here, like Green, Golden Eagle 99, Laurel, Platinum. Those guys are usually regulars in here. But my point is, young man, you do what you got to do, and when you come back, the world is you got the world by the balls. Okay, you be safe over there. I'll be praying for you, kid. Okay.
Great, man.
I love you, boy. You be okay, all right? I'll be thinking about you. I'll be saluting you as we get better in here. I'll be giving shout outs to guys that I know were loyal. You're one of them. You hear
That's
me?
real, Mace.
Definitely be safe, bro. God bless.
NBA fan, you hear me, young man?
Yes, sir.
There you go. Don't ever think. And I know I'm just saying this. What I said tonight, trust me, that's just frustration, bro. But seriously,
Nah, I'm gonna hold that against you forever, Mace. Hell no.
it's okay, fine. But I'm just saying, my mom is black, my daddy was black, I'm black, bro. Don't you ever forget that. You understand me?
What makes you think I'm young?
What makes you think you're young? Because I'm not that young.
You're a soldier, Mace.
You kind of hear it in your voice, so you can hear it. It's not a bad thing, man.
You said what?
No, I'm not ashamed of it. I mean, bro, I mean, like I said to you young guys, this is a hobby to me. I want you guys to enjoy this. Come up, anytime you come up in here, you know I'm going to pop you up in a panel. You're not going to be in no goddamn chat room and being ignored like a lot of these concept creators do, acting like these motherfuckers are in Beverly Hills shopping every day.
Real talk.
I'm not like that.
Real talk, man.
You guys you guys make me. I don't make you. You make me. Okay, all of you. That's why I sit back and let you guys fight it up on. You go in politics and talking about the hood, yo. That's what the hood conservative is for. But to pray in the MBD. That's what those guys talk about.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
That's not me. Okay, I'm talking. Heat won a big game tonight on the road. They're up 2-0.
Matter of fact, who watched the ending of that Heat game?
I did.
Heat won.
What's up with that?
With the ending?
My point of view.
From all of you, I want to hear it because
I'll give it to you right now, bro.
Yeah, that's the specialty. Let him give it to you.
I'll give it to you right now. So I was watching the game, right? So one thing with the Celtics, right? This is, and hopefully they stop doing this. That zone shit. These players they don't know how to defend it. So if you watch that game, it was Dragic. First of all, Dragic went off in the fourth quarter, and then he was killing it before in the third quarter with that pick and roll. Bam Adebayo, who gets no respect. He doesn't get as much respect as he should. They kill him with that. And another thing is that Jason Tatum, as much as I like him, this ISO shit that he does, he ain't at Kobe's level yet. I know you learned under Kobe, rest in peace, Kobe, but all that ISO step back shit. But when he was driving to the basket, he's getting fouls. And another person who need to fucking wake up, because every time he got the ball, he's driving the basket, he was making shit happen, is Jaylen Brown, bro. I don't know what's in his spirit, but he's too timid. This dude,
Legion, give me a second. This is for NBA fan. Mr. Miami said that congratulations, and NBA fan, congratulations, brother. In other words, he's proud of you like I am, that you have the courage to go over there and that you're representing this country. Again, good for you, NBA fan. We're all proud of you.
I'm just going to like Georgia, but yeah.
Kid, this accept the congratulations. Take it.
Nah, he likes to argue. I like this guy, yo. He likes to argue.
He can come back anytime. All right, Legion, continue what he's saying about the Heat game tonight.
Yeah, man. Yo, the Heat, bro. The Heat have so many different looks. You know who I really want to see in the finals? The Heat versus Denver. Both those teams throw you different looks, bro. Duncan Robinson, 18 points. Literally 6 for 12 from the field, 6 for 12 from the three-point line. If you see this boy in terms of how they're feeding the perimeter in the early part of the game, bro, son, the Heat got different looks. They can go inside with Bam Adebayo if you try to play zone. They'll kill you with the little set picks on the wing and then the little screens for guys like Duncan, Tyler Hero. The Celtics, to me, as much as I think they can still take it, Jason Tatum got to get that ISO shit out of his head, bro. If you watch that game, how many times you saw him step back, shoot a three, didn't go in, go into the mid range, try to do a little step back, shoot a fadeaway, didn't. It's like, yo, bro.
You a Heat fan?
Nah, I'm not a Heat fan. I just like basketball.
He's a basketball junkie.
Oh, okay.
I
thought because it almost sounded like you were Celtics fan. I was about to
No, he's just breaking the game down, the situation for you because he loves basketball.
This reminds me, if you think about this, reminds me of old basketball where not in terms of defense necessarily, but where you saw coaches allowed to coach. Because Brad Stevens is coaching the way he wants to, and Pat Riley and Spoelstra are coaching the way they want to. And you have not seen this in years. That's why I was scared about the whole, I'm scared about the whole LeBron. I think they're trying to push LeBron to win.
Of course they are. It's the NBA.
The Nuggets got that same thing too, bro. They can play on ball with Jamal Murray. They could kill you down low with Jokic. They could kill you from the foul line with Jokic. They can use him as a zone breaker. They got so many. It's so fun to watch teams adapt to each other. You know what I mean? Like, I miss that about the NBA. I'm tired of seeing LeBron, okay, dribble high, pick and roll. Okay, he'll drive to the basket, pass out to Kyle. That shit is boring. The Warriors shit got boring when they got KD. I like the Warriors before they got KD because they had you saw ingenuity there.
Crazy was KD. The Warriors sets were crazy with KD.
No. Warriors were dominant, but again, remember, bro, Steph Curry. I don't know what happened in his Illuminati chip, but every time deep in the playoffs, he just started missing shots, and then they basically just went. They did a lot of ISO with KD in those two championships. And KD, when he's healthy, I'm sorry, I know people might kill me. He is the best player in the NBA. I don't know. I don't care what no one says.
No, he's not.
Okay, all right. You tell who's the best player. When KD is healthy, I hate KD, by the way. I don't like KD personally. In the NBA, okay, you know what? Him and Kawhi. I'll give you him and Kawhi. Other than that.
So Kawhi, so are you saying Kawhi is above LeBron?
Kawhi over LeBron? Hell yeah. What? Are you? Who said that?
Oh, my bro.
Who said that?
Tying up, bro.
You say LeBron over Kawhi Leonard?
Yes.
Oh my Lord Jesus Christ!
All right, guys, that's it.
Now Mace wants to leave.
All right, go ahead. I'll run it a little more. Go ahead.
I don't understand why. I don't understand why LeBron gets so much hate, bro. He's like the most dominant player.
Kawhi can't pass the ball to save his life. He's not a vocal. Like, dude, it's not close.
In clutch situations, can LeBron James score?
So the whole game is boiled down to like.
Well, they're arguing. Pete, you should throw in Dwayne Wade. I'll have your back with Wade in this argument.
No, Dwayne Wade is probably top 5 shooting guards of all time. He couldn't shoot a 3. So I love Dwayne Wade's game. I would never shit on Dwayne Wade.
But if you want to break it down to crunch time, when Wade needed to hit a 3, he hit it.
That's
no. But if you look at his, it's like he shot like 29%. I'm not shitting on him. I'm just saying Dwayne Wade. I would say this might not be a good three-point shooter. He's one of the best shooting guards of all time.
You're right, but I love these Skip Bayless isms. Like, so he's undoubtedly he's undoubtedly the best player. But hold on, let's go to this one niche stat. And that
okay, all right. So LeBron James, his usage with the ball, he can't play off ball. He hasn't been a plus defender since 2012, 2013.
That's not true. He was the plus defender this year.
Those are all stats. The only thing that matters are wins.
That's right. Who has the more rings? And last that check,
that's it, bro.
And last that check, he has as many rings as
do the same thing when it comes to
LeBron has as many rings as D Wade
and Larry Bird.
No. Hold up. I'm not finished yet.
Okay, go ahead.
Yeah, he had to run the D Wade to play in D Wade's county to get 2 rings.
Yes,
and was lucky to get that.
Yes,
you know how dumb that is? That's like, bro, y'all.
I don't think after Shaq left, I don't think he was gonna get another one. My bad, homie.
Y'all make no sense, bro. How did D Wade play when LeBron got there? Who was the better player?
Dwayne Wade's stats the first year there were excellent, but LeBron James was not ingrained in the system, so they changed the system for LeBron. Dwayne Wade was eating the year that LeBron got the first year. Dwayne Wade was.
Did you just say that they changed the system for LeBron?
Yes. Yeah.
Imagine how elite you have to be just to be able to say that about a player.
No. That's if you make a big acquisition, right? So I'm big into soccer. If you make a big acquisition, right? So say in soccer, you get a big guy. You have to, because it's a profit loss A risk benefit is like, yo, we got this guy here. We have to justify. They do the same thing in football. They'll change a whole system if a certain linebacker comes. All right, we got to change the 3-4 versus 4-3. They do it all the time in sports. LeBron James, you got this big name acquisition, and he's a bigger name than Dwayne Wade. Dwayne Wade, I think, is the better so-called leader on the court, but LeBron James as
he's not. He's not. No, he's not.
Wow. Look, wait.
Telling me, whoa, back this
Dwayne
up.
Wade is
You
not a
telling
better
me
leader than
NBA
LeBron
fan
James.
that LeBron's a better leader than Dwayne Wade?
Yes.
Wow. 2006, Dwayne Wade is not a better leader than LeBron. Dwayne Wade was going to the playoffs with Lamar Odom, having to score 63 points here and there, 53 points here, 40 points here. Are you kidding me? Dwayne Wade. Wow.
Say it again. I didn't hear what you said about Lamar Odom.
No, but that year before LeBron, they went to the playoffs that year with Lamar. Oh, I think they lost first, right? I can't remember, but
yeah, you're right. 2004.
He was carrying a team with what?
Oh, so you really want to talk about doing? Hold up.
Go ahead.
Talk about doing shit with booty fucking support card. Are you seriously trying to do that?
No, I'm not. Hold on. I'm not saying LeBron James did not lead his team with the Cavaliers. So those Cavaliers teams. That Cavaliers team that got to the Spurs was a number one team defensively. So let's not act like they didn't have something for LeBron James to do.
Yo, hold up. Did D-Wade score 25 points straight in the fourth quarter against a team with like 5 all-defensive players with no help? And you want to talk about leadership?
Hey, hold on. Where is D-Wade from? Where is D-Wade from?
Chicago.
He from Chicago? When he didn't he go to the Bulls?
Yeah, but that was at the.
Did he bring him? Yeah, I understand. If he would have went to the Bulls the time in his base, would he have done anything there?
If he would have went to the Bulls, in his prime?
Yeah.
What was it? 06, so that was when they had like Kurt Heinrich, Luol Deng. He probably would have. Because that team before Derrick Rose got there, they had who? Luol Deng, Kurt Heinrich. Did they have Ben Gordon? I believe.
Yep, they had Ben Gordon.
And they were going to the playoffs. Like they would get to maybe second round, but if they had Dwayne Wade, they would have killed They would have killed. They probably would have got.
Does Wade in his prime go to that Cavalier team and take it to the finals?
Yes.
You're a homer. You're a homer, Mace. I don't believe that.
No, yes.
Who just said I'm a homer?
Yes, if you saw Dwayne Wade play, the only thing is that LeBron James was a physical specimen. But Dwayne Wade scoring in terms of he's going to take the finals, and he knew, first of all, the guy is an underrated facilitator. No one talks about that. In terms of his defense, I think he has like the second. He has like ranked second, number 2, number 3 in blocks.
This guy. Okay, so LeBron is a physical specimen, but we're going to ignore that he's a top 3 passer in NBA history.
No. Hold on.
Okay, all right, and we're going to ignore that.
You keep saying that. I'm not taking that away from LeBron James. You're talking about leaders. I'm not talking about LeBron.
No. And I just say to you the speed of leadership.
This guy is literally called the king.
First of all, okay, all right, put it like this. Okay, can I ask you a question? If you're a leader, right? A leader means what? People respect you, right? People respect you. And
a leader is that you're a proven winner.
Can I say this real quick? Because that's this leadership shit. If you're a leader, right?
Hold on, real quick. Nobody respects what
he knows what I'm getting to.
What type of leader is that? What type of leader is Dwayne? What type of father is Dwayne Wade?
We're not talking about that.
We're talking about on the court. That other stuff, I don't agree, but that's not. I'm talking about on the court.
We're talking about him as the player.
Because we could get to that because we're talking about what's on the court. Again, this is the same LeBron James that he had people. Again, Delonte West messed with his mom, and then not just that.
Oh God, that's it, boys, that's it, boys. I love you.
This has to do it on the court.
Boys, I love you. That's it.
Boy, knew about it and they did not tell him, and he shut down that Celtics game.
That's messing with his mom off the court. So
bro,
we're done. That's it, boys. Good night. I love you guys. We'll pick this up 8:30 tomorrow night. I promise. We'll pick this up where we left off. Just jump in the room and we'll pick up with the NBA. And I'll have the Laker game on tomorrow night, and I'll give you play-by-play while we're on.
Yes, sir.
I want to thank Mr. Miami. I want to thank NBA fan. I want to thank Big Time, Legion of Knicks. I want to thank Pete. I want to thank all the guys who came in here. 8:30 tomorrow night, fellas. We will pick this all up. And Big Time, tomorrow, bro, when you get in here, me and you are just gonna run shit. You hear me, Big Time?
Yeah, yes, sir.
There we go. Good night, fellas. I love you.
Salute, man.
For all the, thanks. I thanked everybody. Big Time, NBA fan, Legion of Knicks, Pete, Mr. Miami in the room, 305. He was awesome in the room. He did a great job. Get your equipment, bro, and you could pop up all the time, Mr. Miami. Okay? I love you guys.
Peace. Peace.
Peace, everybody. And I will see you tomorrow night. Remember, say no to sex, say no to drugs, no clubbing, no
Say
women.
no to drugs. What type of? Are you on that BGS shit?
Good night from the ball game. I love you, bro. Don't worry about it, ball game. Get back in here tomorrow night, my brother. I'm closing shop. I gotta wake up at 4:30 in the morning to go to work.
All right.
I love you guys. Again, I'll say it again. Say no to sex. Say no to drugs. No clubbing. No women. Good night from the Oasis, everybody. I love you. Tomorrow night, 8:30 Eastern time. Love you, Mr. Miami. Love you, ball game. I'll see you tomorrow night, boys. I love you guys.
Peace, man.
No women. No sex. Good night, fellas.